However, in their eagerness to pass the bill, the senators made compromises that left it flawed. Their legislative efforts revealed an ignorance about how the weapons they were trying to prohibit actually worked. The result was a ban that could never achieve what they promised the American people. The senators were focused on a range of guns, but their legislative push brought the AR-15 to broad public attention. It became a ready reference for liberal politicians and something of a prop, a symbolic shorthand for the sinister nature of the weapons they wanted to ban. At the same time, it grew into a defiant symbol of the Second Amendment for gun rights activists and gun owners. The results of the legislative fight were complex and ultimately tragic. During the 10 years that the federal ban was in place, the AR-15's popularity grew, and hastily worded provisions in the legislation enabled production and sales of the gun to increase. After the ban expired in 2004, sales of the rifle exploded. So did another American phenomenon: mass shootings. In 1993, major news events propelled the senators' efforts to portray the AR-15 as a danger to society. Earlier that year, heavily armed federal agents laid siege to a doomsday cult's compound in Waco, Texas. The cult's leader, David Koresh, convinced his followers that he was the Messiah. This Messiah liked guns. He collected an arsenal, including hundreds of parts to build AR-15s, in preparation for Armageddon. On February 28, 1993, 76 armed federal agents descended on the Branch Davidian compound, and a 90-minute gun battle erupted. 4 government agents and 6 Branch Davidians were killed. After a 51-day standoff, Attorney General Janet Reno ordered federal agents to move in. Armored vehicles punched holes in walls and pumped tear gas inside. A fire that began during the attack consumed the compound. Koresh and 75 cult members, including 25 children, died. The government said that Branch Davidians set the fire. In the wreckage, investigators found AR-15s that were modified to fire like fully automatic machine guns. The tragic situation in Waco, Texas, where 4 ATF agents were murdered and several others were injured, was only one of many recent examples in which criminals have used assault weapons to overpower law enforcement, DeConcini said. The senators knew they wanted to ban the type of rifle that the cultists had used in Waco, but struggled to define the weapons as they crafted their legislation. Describing different classes of firearms in law was complex for people who knew guns. It proved extremely difficult for people who didn't. Early state bans had been problematic. After California lawmakers banned a list of guns by their commercial product names in 1989, gun makers simply had changed the names of their guns. When George Bush wanted to ban AK-47 imports, the arduous task of defining terms fell to a group at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The leading attorney in the group was Brad Buckles, a career bureaucrat who wore wire-rimmed glasses and a trim mustache. Buckles realized that American laws had never defined the military-style, semi-automatic rifles that Bush wanted to keep out of the United States. The lawyer found a phrase in the 1968 Gun Control Act that allowed foreign guns to be imported into the United States only if they were particularly suitable for or readily adaptable to sporting purposes. The clause had been used in the past to block cheap imported handguns known as Saturday Night Specials. Buckles and his team used the phrase as the foundation for a test to determine whether a gun was a semi-automatic assault rifle that should not be allowed into the country. The criteria for the test was not an exact science. It focused on what the group called the military appearance of a firearm. Honestly, it had to come down to how they were dressed, Buckles recalled. Buckles and the group drew up a list of military features that had no hunting or target shooting purposes. The features included an attachment for a bayonet, a flash suppressor to conceal gunfire at night, and a pistol grip. The ATF used these features as a key test to determine whether a semi-automatic rifle could be imported. Any firearm found to be a semi-automatic version of a machine gun with a military appearance using certain ammunition wouldn't be allowed into the United States. Buckles knew that the features test was not about how a gun fired. It was about how it looked. The features did not directly add to the lethality of the weapon, but in combination they posed a greater public safety threat, Buckles said. They appealed to criminals, to people who wanted to engage in mass killings. This test was created to block imported weapons like the one that had been used in the Stockton massacre. It was not written to be a federal law or to outlaw the AR-15 rifle, which was made in America. In 1993, the senator's staffers searched for workable legal language that would single out the weapons they wanted to ban. They turned to gun control groups. Bernie Horn, the Handgun Control Inc. attorney, gave them a draft ban that was in part based on the test that Buckles and his team had created. The draft was one that he'd given to other lawmakers. It was pretty much already on my computer, Horn remembered. Horn worked with the Senate staffers to draw up a more complex features test, using Buckles' import test as a starting point. If a semi-automatic rifle sold in the United States had a detachable magazine, it could not have more than one of the following military-style features: a pistol grip, a bayonet attachment, a flash suppressor, a grenade launcher, or an adjustable stock. If it didn't have a detachable magazine, the gun could have as many military features as a gun owner wanted. They also added language to ban any copies of the models that were prohibited by name. Buckles thought using such a test for a nationwide ban didn't make sense. The language worked to ban imports, but wouldn't work well as part of a national gun law. He and his colleagues tried to warn the senator's staffers about the limitations. They visited Senate aides, lugging guns pulled from the agency's vault to Capitol Hill. They showed them that banning the features would do nothing to reduce how rapidly the guns fired. The guns would still be semi-automatic. They would fire the same bullets at the same speed, as fast as you could pull the trigger. Lennet, the Metzenbaum counsel who worked on the ban, attended some of these meetings and was shocked by guns like the AK-47 and the AR-15 when he saw them up close. "They really did strike me as military weapons," said Lennet, a Georgetown Law School graduate who had grown up near New York City. "I'm not a big gun nut. I didn't have real experience with guns. I was taken aback." Lennet was unpersuaded by Buckles' warnings. "He's really not with us. He's a gun guy," Lennet recalled. "We took whatever he said with a grain of salt." Lennet felt that there was a strong case to be made that the military features were all designed for one purpose: to aid the shooter in his quest to kill people quickly. Every one of those features made those guns more dangerous, he recalled thinking. Other aides believed the military features needed to be banned because they attracted criminals, extremists, and violent loners. These guns were made to appeal to a certain population for certain reasons, folks who imagined themselves Ramboing, said Adam Eisgrau, Feinstein's counsel on the Judiciary Committee. Buckles was disheartened and frustrated. Whenever he heard politicians talking about the dangerous features on a rifle, he found himself covering his ears. Some of the difficulty in dealing with people who were working on this legislation is that they weren't familiar with firearms. They didn't know firearms. They had never fired a firearm, Buckles recalled. The senators wanted to attach their legislation to Bill Clinton's massive anti-crime bill, a key White House effort that focused on funding for police and stiffer sentences for criminals. But even though Clinton and Delaware Senator Joe Biden, the sponsor of the crime bill, had voiced support for the ban, they worried it would jeopardize their entire legislative package if it was attached. Feinstein pressed Biden, the chair of the powerful Senate Judiciary Committee, to do so. Feinstein recalled that he told her, "I was wasting my time to try." The senators met to figure out how they could win enough votes for passage. They sat down with a few staffers in Metzenbaum's hideaway office, located in the basement of the Capitol building. The spacious office was a special privilege given to long-serving senators like Metzenbaum, conveniently located near the Senate floor but removed from the public or the press. The wealthy senator from Ohio had filled his offices with modern art. The three discussed a central issue. Should such a ban be permanent? DeConcini argued for a ban that could be renewed by Congress after 3 years. Other senators would be more likely to back the ban if they could assess how it was working, he argued. Metzenbaum and Feinstein wanted the ban to be permanent. Metzenbaum grumbled and said he could stomach a 15-year ban. Feinstein whispered with Eisgrau, her aide. She offered 10. Metzenbaum reluctantly agreed. When Feinstein showed the legislation to Bob Walker, the top lobbyist for Handgun Control, Inc., he was disappointed. He was disturbed to see that they had included a 10-year sunset clause before Senate debates had even begun. It would have been smarter to use a sunset clause as a bargaining chip if necessary, he thought. But Walker let it go. He was busy working to pass another major gun law in the fall of 1993, the Brady Bill, which mandated background checks for gun buyers. The bill, signed into law at the end of November, required licensed dealers to run the names of their customers through a federal system to make sure they did not have a criminal record or mental health adjudication that disqualified them from owning a gun. As the senators' legislation took shape, gun makers lobbied to keep their companies' guns from being the ones that were on the ban list. Colt, which had resumed selling AR-15s, pressed to exempt its Sporter model from the ban. The company had filed for bankruptcy in 1992, after enduring a labor strike and the loss of a contract to produce M16s for the military. Colt needed to sell civilian firearms to stay in business. In the 3 years leading up to 1993, the company had sold an average of 35,000 civilian AR-15s a year, accounting for about $35 million of Colt's $100 million in annual sales. Colt's home state senator, Democrat Joe Lieberman, urged Feinstein in private meetings to remove the Sporter from a list of guns specifically named. He passed on a letter from Colt, which argued that the ATF, not the Senate, should decide whether that particular AR-15 model met the definition of an assault weapon. Feinstein agreed. When the Hartford Courant learned of Lieberman's lobbying, he defended his actions. "This is a proud, old Connecticut company," he said. "It's fighting for its life now." When the legislation was presented to the Senate, the Sporter was not named on the ban list, but the Colt AR-15 was, underscoring the confusion and perhaps lack of understanding about firearms that reigned among many senators and their staffers. The Sporter and the AR-15 were essentially the same gun. The senators pushing the ban were willing to horse trade to secure votes. To win over older gun owners, they named more than 670 firearms, most of them hunting rifles, that would explicitly not be banned. The long list of protected guns included Ruger's Mini-14, a smaller version of the military's ill-fated M14. It was semi-automatic and used the same ammunition as the AR-15 and could be fitted with a high-capacity magazine. With so much in common, why is the AR-15 illegal and the Mini-14 legal? The Wall Street Journal asked in an editorial. Its answer? Looks. The Mini-14 had been used in horrific crimes. In 1989, a Montreal man armed with a Mini-14 killed 14 women at an engineering school, yelling, "I hate feminists." But the gun was popular with hunters, and putting it on the list would cause too large an uproar, ban backers worried. An Internal Justice Department memo noted, "It was agreed that certain weapons probably had too large a constituency to ever be worth the risk of including the Mini-14. The AR-15 did not have as large a constituency. Out of the 4.1 million guns built for sale in the United States in 1992, just 33,000 were AR-15s. In the evening of November 9, 1993, Feinstein walked to the well of the Senate floor and offered the trio's work as an amendment to the crime bill. "There's no reason for weapons of war to be used freely on the streets of America, where they are the weapons of choice for every assassin, terrorist, gang member, drug syndicate, drive-by shooter, mafioso, or grievance killer, she said. Most troubling of these categories is the grievance killer, someone who takes out their wrath on anyone who happens to be around. Feinstein, Metzenbaum, and DeConcini hammered home their argument on the Senate floor. Criminals bent on slaughter of innocents or killing cops wanted these weapons, not everyday Americans. The ATF bolstered their claims by reporting that 8% of guns they traced in criminal investigation in 1993 were the types of weapons covered by the ban, even though they made up just 1% of all guns in the United States. The senators argued that mass shootings, such as the ones at the San Francisco Law Office and Stockton, California playground, were terrifying the public and had to be stopped. They glossed over the data that critics of their effort often stressed. Handguns were used in the vast majority of murders in America. On the Senate floor, Metzenbaum declared that Americans were mowed down every day of the week with the guns they wanted to ban. Feinstein was more circumspect. True, they're not responsible for a large number of homicides, but what they do offer is the possibility of the deranged killer, the grievance killer, to take out a whole room of people without having to reload, she told her fellow senators. Larry Craig, the senator representing Idaho, offered a rebuttal. The NRA board member presented a Second Amendment absolutist argument. It didn't matter what a gun was used for. The Constitution protected a citizen's right to own it. The Founding Fathers didn't specify what type of gun a citizen could have, he said, adding, "The Constitution does not speak to sporting purposes, does not speak to hunting." The Idaho senator then said, "The gentlelady from California needs to become a little more familiar with firearms and their deadly characteristics. I say that—" Feinstein cut him off. "I am quite familiar with firearms," she said. "I became mayor as a product of assassination." The ban survived a Republican motion to kill it by a 51-49 vote. 46 Democrats and 5 Republicans voted with Feinstein. 10 Democrats and 39 Republicans voted against her. The result showed to the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the White House that the ban had a real chance. It was attached to the Senate crime bill later that year. The legislation banned the manufacture and sale of 19 semi-automatic weapons by name, including the Colt AR-15. It banned any semi-automatic weapons that failed the features test. It prohibited the manufacture and sale of magazines that held more than 10 rounds, and it allowed people who already owned such guns to keep them. The senators had shocked Washington by passing the ban. The NRA had been caught off guard. Everyone expected a fierce fight in the House, where many Republicans and Democrats representing rural districts were loyal allies of the gun group. 17. The End of Compromise. The AR-15 was an affirmation of our right to own firearms. David McCann. The highest-ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives visited the Oval Office in the spring of 1994 to deliver a warning to President Bill Clinton. Speaker Tom Foley, a tall, well-dressed 65-year-old once described as having the face of a St. Bernard, told Clinton to abandon his support for the federal assault weapons ban that had passed the Senate before it came up for a vote in Foley's chamber. "Don't push the assault weapon ban," Foley said, according to Clinton's top legislative affairs aide, Patrick Griffin, who was at the meeting. Foley believed the ban proposal was dangerous. Despite his love of fine suits and hobnobbing with the Washington elite, Foley represented a conservative rural district on the eastern edge of Washington state. The men and women who had kept him in office since 1965 were rugged Westerners who cherished their firearms. Foley had voted pro-gun rights on every major piece of legislation, going back to his vote against the Gun Control Act of 1968. The National Rifle Association had backed Foley in every election, even distributing bumper stickers that read, "Another sportsman for Foley." Foley was one of dozens of rural Democrats in the western, Midwestern, and southern United States who resisted gun control measures to satisfy their gun-owning constituents. The Speaker's argument to Clinton was not about the policy of banning weapons such as the AR-15. It was about political wins and losses. The Democratic Party couldn't afford to support banning rifles of any kind. There were dozens of Democrats who felt that the assault weapons ban was another legislative third rail, which would kill them if they touched it, Foley later recalled. Democrats would get pummeled by gun owners and lose seats in the fall elections if they were forced to vote for a ban, he said. Sitting in a chair near the fireplace next to Vice President Al Gore, Clinton rejected Foley's plea, arguing that gun owners could be persuaded to back a ban on military-style semi-automatics. Clinton believed he could make the case to hunters that he wasn't going after their guns, he said. He was a bubba, recalled Bruce Reed, Clinton's top domestic policy aide. He knew what they were concerned about, and he could explain to them why it would be okay. Clinton was concerned about political wins too, but mostly about his, rather than his party's. The president was beset by personal and political problems. He faced an investigation into a real estate deal in Arkansas. New allegations of sexual impropriety arose, this time from a former Arkansas state employee named Paula Jones. The administration had made little progress on a major campaign promise, overhauling the American healthcare system. The inveterate campaigner decided that going after AR-15s and AK-47s was a campaign he could win. He told Foley he would strongly push for a ban. Foley grimaced, and he and the two men flanking him, Majority Leader Dick Gephardt and Majority Whip David Bonnier, shook their heads. 3 times they begged Clinton not to do it. Foley was unflinching, as was Clinton, Griffin said. Foley ended the awkward meeting with a threat. If you support this, we will not support the bill in any shape or form, Foley said, according to Griffin. Clinton would have to get the ban through the House without the backing of his own party's leadership. The job of whipping the bill, counting the votes, twisting arms, making deals, would be left up to Clinton's White House team. I'm terrified, Griffin, Clinton's head of legislative affairs, remembered thinking. One reason that he was so terrified was the NRA, the chief opponent of the ban. The gun group, now under the control of Second Amendment absolutists, launched a full-scale effort to kill the ban. The NRA wielded extraordinary influence in rural districts, where the group's support was crucial for re-election. The NRA's chief lobbyist, Tanya Matoxa, who told those she met that she spelled her name AK as in AK-47, SA as in semi-automatic, coordinated the effort. She was a tough, some said abrasive, 56-year-old who had embraced the gun rights cause as a young woman. Matoxa had participated in the pivotal takeover by hardliners at the 1977 convention that transformed the NRA into an uncompromising champion of gun rights. Matoxa's strategy to defeat the ban was simple: terrify House members with the prospect of angry gun owners turning against them. You've got to understand, banning a piece of metal because of what it looks like is not a negotiable stand, Matoxa later said. Matoxa believed she could count on Speaker Foley. The NRA had backed Foley for decades. In 1978, the group gave him an 8-inch-high statue of a Minuteman, which the NRA called its Defender of Individual Rights Award. Foley and Jack Brooks, the powerful pro-gun Texas Democrat, hatched a plan to kill the ban. In April 1994, Brooks pushed through passage of a version of the crime bill through the House. His version included funding for new cops and prisons, but didn't have the assault weapons ban. Instead, Brooks and Foley arranged for a standalone vote on the ban, separate from the rest of the crime legislation. It was political theater. The two veteran politicians were convinced the ban would fail in such a vote. The White House panicked and launched a public relations campaign featuring the AR-15 and similar firearms to win over the American public and pressure wavering Democrats. Clinton was tired of getting beat up by Congress, his aides recalled him saying. The ban would give him a chance to stand up and fight on principle, something voters wanted to see Clinton do more, aides wrote in a memo. This sets up a fight between the cops and the NRA, with the president squarely on the side of the cops, the memo said. Clinton was convinced that pushing the ban would bolster support among liberals for his crime package, which some criticized as draconian, the memo said. Staffers set up press events with Clinton, police officers, and shooting survivors. On April 25, the White House used the AR-15 as a central prop at a Rose Garden press conference. Dayton, Ohio Police Lieutenant Randy Bean, wearing his dress blues, stood beside the president and spoke about how a man armed with an AR-15 opened fire at him and Officer Steve Whalen during a traffic stop in 1991. Bean dove for cover, but the shooter killed his partner. This is the type of weapon that was used to kill Officer Steve Whalen, Bean said, as he handed a black AR-15 to Clinton for the cameras to capture. It's not just Lieutenant Bean, Clinton said. Every major law enforcement organization in this country has said we should ban semi-automatic assault weapons. An ATF fact sheet on the AR-15 sent to newspaper editorial boards linked the Colt AR-15 to 1,802 serious crimes, including 212 narcotics investigations and 106 murders, between 1990 and 1993. The AR-15 was by far the most widely available gun named in the ban, with about 400,000 manufactured, according to the ATF. National newspapers backed the White House position. One of the great advantages we had on the gun issue was that the media was with us from the beginning, recalled Bruce Reed. But by the end of April, the White House realized it would need at least some Republican support. Wheelchair-bound Jim Brady enlisted his former boss, Ronald Reagan, and former President Gerald Ford to support the ban. The two former Republican presidents, along with Jimmy Carter, issued a letter calling the ban a matter of vital importance to public safety. They urged Congress to listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the further manufacture of these weapons. Early in the morning of May 5, the day of the House floor vote, Bob Walker, the top lobbyist for Handgun Control, Inc., estimated the ban was still 6 or 7 votes shy of passage. I was convinced that we were going to lose, he recalled. He got a call from a key swing vote, Dick Sweat, a Democrat who represented the pro-gun state of New Hampshire. Sweat was willing to vote for the ban, but he wanted a personal call from Ronald Reagan to give him cover with voters. Walker got Reagan to call Sweat and a half-dozen other congressmen. The last-minute efforts worked. The ban narrowly passed, 216 to 214, with 177 Democrats and 38 Republicans in favor, and 137 Republicans and 77 Democrats against. Inside the White House, some of Clinton's aides danced. Gun owners across America were enraged. Letters flooded Congress and magazines such as Gun World, including one from a Georgia high school senior, who wrote to say that he was against the Clintons telling me what guns I don't need. As Foley predicted, anger spread to his eastern Washington district, even though he'd remained neutral on the ban, and hadn't cast a vote, as was his practice as House Speaker. Dave McCann, a 41-year-old medical device salesman in Foley's district, was furious. An NRA member who had served in the Marines, McCann purchased a Colt AR-15 in the early 1990s. It was something to shoot at the range. The people up here knew that a .223 was not appropriate for large-game hunting. It was more of a toy, McCann recalled. But now, the Democrats were trying to ban ownership of a civilian version of the weapon he once carried to defend the country, he thought. The shootings in big cities such as Los Angeles and Miami had nothing to do with his quiet life and his constitutional rights. Don't make us responsible for the trouble that's being caused in other parts of the country, he recalled thinking. McCann started to see the AR-15 as a symbol of defiance against federal overreach. The AR-15 was an affirmation of our right to own firearms, he said. This growing anger meant trouble for rural Democrats like Foley. Before he was elected in 1964, a Republican had held Washington's 5th congressional district for 11 terms. Foley built a reputation in the House as a politician who valued compromise. Soon after becoming Speaker, he brokered the 1990 budget deal with President George H.W. Bush that included tax hikes. In Foley's mind, compromising on issues was not selling out. It was how government got things done. There are people who think I should be more partisan, should be more aggressive, should be more combative, more hard-edged, Foley told the New York Times. I don't tend to agree with it. But one issue that he rarely compromised on was guns. He consistently had voted against gun control measures. He made sure press photographers were present at his duck hunts. During the summer of 1994, Foley still hoped that the ban would be dropped altogether. The Senate had passed the crime package with an assault weapon ban attached, and the House had passed the crime package and the ban, but as separate pieces of legislation. The initiatives needed to be reconciled. Leaders from the two chambers met to iron out details of a compromise bill they could both back and send to the White House. Though Clinton had some reservations that including the ban could hurt his re-election, Metzenbaum, DeConcini, and Feinstein, backed by the powerful Biden, persuaded him to keep it in the package. That combined package would now come up for a final vote in Congress. When Foley heard the news, he buried his head in his hands. Oh no, he sighed. He was realizing the catastrophe, said Bonnier, the majority whip. The electoral catastrophe. Foley avoided taking a public stand on the ban as long as he could, but he dropped his neutral stance that summer after a disgruntled ex-airman armed with a version of an AK-47 killed 4 people and wounded more than 20 others at a base in his district. Foley told reporters he would have voted for a ban to break a tie. Metaxa and others in the NRA took the statement as a betrayal. To secure passage of the final crime bill, White House staffers satisfied a slew of quid pro quo requests from legislators, ranging from smoothing the way for new casinos to rides on Air Force One. We were promising everything under the moon, Griffin recalled. Responding to pressure from the White House, Metaxa sent letters to wavering lawmakers such as Democratic Georgia Representative Buddy Darden, reminding them, "Our members intend to play a very active role in upcoming elections." After a procedural snafu, a desperate White House was willing to do anything to pass the crime bill, even if it meant considering watering down the assault weapons ban. Sitting in a conference room, Biden told Metzenbaum staffers, "Look, we've got to get this crime bill passed. The administration is riding on this bill," recalled Leonard, Metzenbaum's counsel. "Why can't you guys compromise more on this?" Leonard told Biden the proposal to weaken the ban would make the legislation meaningless. Biden looked up at the people in the room, paused, and then said, "Well then, fuck 'em." And with that declaration, the ban stayed in. On Sunday, August 21, 1994, the crime bill, including funds for more cops, more prisons, harsh sentences for violent crimes and drug offenses, and after much sound and fury, the assault weapons ban, passed the House, 235 to 195. 46 Republicans voted for the bill. After all of his efforts to avoid taking a position, even Foley voted yes. Clinton trumpeted the result when he signed the bill on September 13, 1994. "We will finally ban these assault weapons from our streets that have no purpose other than to kill," the president promised. The prohibitions adopted into law almost exactly matched those introduced in the Senate in 1993. 19 semi-automatic weapons, including Colt's AR-15 and any copycat versions, were no longer allowed to be made or sold in America. Neither were magazines that could hold more than 10 rounds. NRA leaders, seething from their defeat, launched a scorched earth campaign during the fall elections. Metaxa sent a special election mailer to NRA members titled, "It's Payback Time." Donors poured $6.8 million into the NRA's Political Action Committee that election cycle. The gun group had never spent the kind of money we spent in 1994, Metaxa recalled. The NRA focused on 24 races that fall, including rural, pro-gun Democrats who had broken with the gun group to back the ban. Targets included small-time players like Buddy Darden in Georgia, all the way up to their longtime ally, Speaker Foley. The NRA ran television ads featuring the actor Charlton Heston, accusing Foley of betraying gun owners. "The Speaker has stopped listening," Heston said. The NRA endorsed Foley's Republican challenger and poured $80,000 into the race. Metaxa flew to Spokane to mobilize voters like McCann. They were eager to make Foley pay. The Speaker was working with Clinton and talking about how the AR-15 is an evil weapon, McCann recalled. People in this part of the state didn't buy that at all. Foley lost by just under 4,000 votes. The last time a House Speaker had been defeated in an election was 1862. Foley's ouster was the crowning achievement of the NRA's campaign of retribution in the 1994 midterms. That fall, the sweeping victories helped put the GOP in control of the House for the first time in 4 decades and made Representative Newt Gingrich the new Speaker. That win was, in part, proof of the growing power of the AR-15 as a political symbol for gun owners. It was a stunning defeat for Democrats. The party lost 54 seats that election cycle. Though Republican campaigns also stressed Clinton's tax increases, the attempt to permit gay people to serve openly in the military, and failed health care reform, Clinton blamed the gun group in large part for his party's failures. The NRA was an unforgiving master. "One strike and you're out," Clinton wrote in his memoir. Critics of that narrative, chief among them gun control proponents, say Clinton's analysis was a convenient way for him to blame the wipeout on something other than his tempestuous relationship with the American public. But at the time, even they were forced to admit that gun owners had come out in force and punished politicians who crossed them. They were able to turn out a very single-minded, single-issue constituency, something that we have not been able to do, said Cheryl Brolin of Handgun Control, Inc. The widespread public support for gun control that shows up in the opinion polls is not showing up at the ballot box. Foley saw in his political demise a new, uglier politics emerge over guns. Gun rights advocates, he wrote in his memoir, had an aspect of an increasingly hard-edged policy. You were either with them on everything or against them. There was no middle ground. 18. Bad boys. They weren't members of our club. Gun industry executive on companies making civilian AR-15s. The highlight of Dick Dyke's youth came when he learned an entire tap dance routine from the legendary Gene Kelly at a dance convention at Radio City Music Hall. Dyke had grown up in a house with no indoor plumbing in the mill town of Wilton, Maine. He saw music, theater, and dancing as his escape. He was accepted to an acting and dance school in New York City, but his parents, a wool factory worker and a policeman, refused to pay. So, Dyke went to Husson University in Bangor to study business. After college, Dyke embarked on a successful career in salvaging failing businesses, from lumber companies to accounting firms. In 1976, he purchased a bankrupt gun company called Bushmaster Firearms for $241,000. By the 1990s, Dyke had turned that company into a viable enterprise by selling a semi-automatic version of Stoner's gun and gun parts to American consumers at a time when few other gun makers, besides Colt, did so. The gun was cheap and easy to make. Stoner's patent had expired, and because Stoner had designed the gun for easy mass production, Dyke could get machine shops to turn out parts at a low cost. All his employees had to do was assemble the guns and ship them out. From 1976 to 1994, the company grew from a basement in Portland, Maine, to a warehouse staffed by about a dozen employees in an industrial park in nearby Wyndham. The gun appealed to a small segment of gun buyers that included survivalists, veterans of recent wars, and collectors. The federal assault weapons ban threatened to destroy the little business. With the stroke of President Clinton's pen, it seemed that Bushmaster could no longer sell its main product, the XM-15 rifle. "We thought, oh my God, we're going to be out of business," recalled Izzy Anzaldúa, who designed guns and worked in sales for Bushmaster. "We're done. I'm going to work at 7-Eleven the rest of my life." But before giving up, the people working for Dyke, or Mr. Dyke, as employees called him, decided to see whether they could figure out how to modify their rifles and keep selling. They hoped that with a few alterations to the appearance of their gun, they could keep their company alive. Bushmaster executives studied the wording of the federal ban to see how they could get around it. It looked easy. When these idiots wrote the legislation, they wrote it cosmetically, Anzaldúa said. Anzaldúa and others took an XM-15 to the machine shop. "We took a bandsaw and cut the freaking bayonet lug off," he recalled. The band bayonet lug was just a small squarish chunk of metal underneath the front sight of the rifle. Next, they unscrewed the flash suppressor, a little metal piece at the end of the barrel that hid the flash of a gunshot. Anzaldúa and others fashioned a gun that looked very much like the version of the AR-15 that Bushmaster was selling before the ban, and it shot just the same. Bushmaster workers crated it up and sent it to the ATF, seeking approval to sell their new version. "I didn't know what the hell they were going to do," he said. ATF officials gave the main company the green light. Within months of the much-heralded federal assault weapons ban going into effect, Bushmaster was back in business, and it was selling more guns than ever. Some gun control advocates later blamed the ATF for being too lenient, but top officials at the agency, such as Brad Buckles, who later became ATF director, said that the way the senators had written the ban gave the agency no choice but to rely on the legislation's military features checklist. Other small companies making versions of Stoner's rifle followed suit. DPMS Panther Arms, headquartered in an old dental office in a small town in Minnesota, made its first $1 million in 1994. Mark Westrom, an Army veteran working out of an old horse meat processing plant in Coal Valley, Illinois, revived the old Armalite brand to sell his version of the gun. His little company flourished. Olympic Arms in Olympia, Washington, had been selling AR-15s and parts since 1975, but now it saw sales orders pour in. Bushmaster's executives became millionaires. The ban was supposed to stop all manufacture and sales of AR-15s in the United States. Instead, it created a sustained and unprecedented demand for civilian versions of Stoner's rifle, which had never really caught on with the gun-buying public before. "If you want to sell something to an American, you tell him he can't have it," Westrom said. The prospect of the 1994 assault weapons ban sparked an AR-15 frenzy. More than 62,000 AR-15s were built for sale in the United States in 1993, nearly double the previous year. In 1994, that number climbed to 103,000. The crime bill was introduced, and it just spun the market right through the roof, recalled Mark Eliason, head of sales at Bushmaster. "We couldn't build enough of them." Sales skyrocketed. So did profits. A rifle that cost $740 the day before the enactment of the bill now turned into a $1,500 gun, Anzaldúa said. Claude Warren, a Bushmaster vice president, made almost $1.8 million in 1994. The average salary for a professional baseball player that year was about $1.2 million. Some gun makers took advantage of a provision in the ban that allowed owners of the AR-15s already in circulation to keep their guns, sell them, and leave them to their progeny. Mark Westrom interpreted it to mean that any rifle manufactured before the ban went into effect could legally be sold afterward. He read the law's provisions like a puzzle. How could he meet the letter of the law and still produce and sell AR-15s? Every clause they had, I would come up with a workaround or a counter, he said. As the ban bore down, Westrom made as many guns as he could. He bought a whole shit-pot of receivers, he said, referring to the central part of the rifle that housed the firing mechanism. The receiver was the only part of the gun that carried a serial number from the manufacturer. Westrom took 10 receivers at a time, added the remaining parts, and videotaped employees shooting the guns. The videos were his legal proof that the guns had been manufactured before the ban went into effect. Then he disassembled them and reassembled the next 10 using receivers with different serial numbers. By the time the ban went into effect on September 13, 1994, Westrom and his 7-man crew had manufactured nearly 3,000 AR-15s in this manner. He stored the videotapes in a vault at the police department across the street, should the federal government ask questions. 400 miles northwest of Westrom's operation was DPMS Panther Arms. As the band moved toward passage, Randy Luth, the company's 40-year-old chief executive, sold more AR-15 receivers than ever before. "Send us another 1,000! Send us another 1,000!" Luth remembered hollering into the phone to his manufacturer. In the spring of 1993, Luth had sold AR-15 receivers for $69.95 apiece. By September 1994, when Clinton signed the ban, Luth was selling those same receivers for $375 each. They cost him just $22 each to make. "We were millionaires in 1994, Luth recalled. We had $1 million in the checking account." AR-15 companies like Luth's were outcasts of the gun industry in the 1980s and early 1990s. "I was the black sheep of the family, and then I get into black rifles, and I'm the black sheep with the black rifle," Luth said. Raised by a janitor and a part-time waitress in Minneapolis, Luth was a young troublemaker, often getting into fights. He went to work in the press room at the Minneapolis Star-Tribune after high school, and later at a machine shop that had military contracts to build parts for the M16 in the early 1980s. Luth was curious and restless, with a natural penchant for building things. The young employee created a new product for his shop to make, a grenade launcher that could be adapted to many different military rifles. With the help of a Florida drug runner turned arms dealer, Luth tried to broker a deal to sell his creation to the Contras, a CIA-backed paramilitary group fighting against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. He flew to Honduras with the arms dealer, who helped set up meetings. "We were shooting live ammo from 300 yards, blowing stuff up. It was great," Luth remembered. But the sale fell through when Luth's boss refused to pay the arms dealer a 10% commission. The arms dealer threatened to kill Luth and his boss, Luth recalled. In 1986, Luth, married with a young daughter, set out on his own as a consultant to help machine shops land military contracts. He called his firm Defense Procurement Manufacturing Services, or DPMS for short. He discovered a lucrative sideline, buying M16 parts from military contractors and selling them to gun show dealers or companies making AR-15s. When Luth bought an AR-15 rifle for the first time in 1986, the gun seemed kind of chintzy, flimsy, and cheap, he said. But Luth saw early on that the black rifles appealed to what he called an edgy group, and there was money to be made. These were gun owners that wanted something cool and different looking, he said. In 1992, he began selling his own AR-15s. He quickly outgrew the old dentist's office. By 1993, he'd built a large warehouse in rural Becker, Minnesota. Luth knew he needed a new name for his business, something cool. Colt had the horse, Armalite had the roaring lion, Bushmaster had the coiled red pit viper. "I came up with the Black Panther," Luth recalled. He designed a logo with a snarling Black Panther and called the company DPMS Panther Arms. The logo looked like the insignia for a heavy metal band or a motorcycle gang. While companies such as Luth's courted the edgy crowd, traditional gun owners viewed the companies with disdain. He received strong reactions to the guns when he displayed them at NRA conventions. "We'd have NRA members walk by and give us the finger," he said. "They were just dyed-in-the-wool NRA bolt-action members. That's all they cared about. They didn't want to see AR-15s. And Zeldua encountered other critics at conventions. Vietnam vets. "I carried one of them in Vietnam, and that thing's a chunk of shit," was one comment, and Zeldua remembered hearing. Officials organizing the annual gun industry gathering, the Shooting, Hunting, Outdoor Trade Show, or SHOT Show, tried to make it as uncomfortable as possible for AR-15 makers to market their products. "They weren't members of our club," said a former executive from the gun industry trade group who didn't want his name used. The AR platform was not initially viewed as a sporting firearm. Our world was the sporting firearm. Booths at the SHOT Show were full of polished hunting rifles, shotguns, bird calls, hunting blinds, and blaze orange clothing. The show frowned on anything that was marketed or sold with military imagery. SHOT Show officials gave Luth such a hard time that he called them the SHOT Show Gestapo. They made him remove anything from his displays that seemed to them too militaristic. Luth and the other AR-15 companies were given booths in out-of-the-way sections on the sprawling convention floor. The SHOT Show despised AR-15 companies, said Luth. Tensions between AR-15 makers and old line companies came to a head in the late 1990s. AR-15 makers called a meeting with the National Shooting Sports Foundation officials and demanded better treatment. Later, officials set up a special tactical section at the show. It started small, with just a handful of booths. The AR-15 makers embraced the bad boy image. They realized that with a certain segment of gun buyers, the military connection was a selling point. Traditional gun owners thought the guns looked scary, but these new customers loved the martial look. The rifle looks scary, and that's what got it banned. But that's also what's making it popular, Eliasson remembered. Luth realized that the gun had a unique appeal. You can take someone who's an introvert or quiet. They can buy this cool-looking weapon that makes them feel stronger, cooler, neater, edgy, he said. Some AR-15 makers took the bad boy image to extremes, mocking the federal ban and the names of the rifles they sold. When a Los Angeles Times reporter visited Olympic Arms in 1997, the controller, Bruce Bell, showed off the small company's post-ban AR-15, the PCR, or politically correct rifle. Bell picked up another model called the MFR, officially standing for multifunction rifle, but unofficially it stood for motherfucking rifle, he explained. The AR-15 makers promoted shooting competitions for the weapon and sponsored big-name target shooters, a stamp of approval in the gun world similar to a basketball star endorsing a pair of sneakers. They modified the gun for larger calibers, more suitable for killing big game to appeal to hunters. Though hunters still didn't buy many AR-15s, the company's effort lured popular outdoor magazines to write about their guns. Free publicity. They broadened the appeal further by advertising one of the AR-15's unique characteristics that came directly from Stoner's original design, its interchangeable parts. They sold handguards, barrels, buttstocks, triggers, pistol grips, and many other parts, in different styles, materials, and colors. The ability to swap out parts created a whole new market for rifle add-ons. I would compare it to custom cars and trucks. You can put mag wheels on it. You put hood ornaments on it. It's the only rifle that was easily accessorizable, Luth said. Why do ladies buy earrings? Why do they buy fancy purses? Why do they buy necklaces and bracelets? To accessorize. The AR-15 is the easiest thing to accessorize in the male world other than cars and motorcycles. For decades, Colt had been the only gun company selling the AR-15 to American consumers. Following bankruptcy and reorganization, Colt remained the clear market leader, building more than 50,000 AR-15s, almost half of the AR-15s made in 1994. But the company faced a new crop of competitors. Despite its famous name and larger operations, Colt was at a distinct disadvantage. Unlike smaller companies, it couldn't cheaply outsource parts. It was a union shop and made all the parts for its guns at its Hartford plant. In 1994, a financier bought Colt and moved them out of their historic brick headquarters and into a less costly warren of metal warehouses on the edge of town. Though Colt still had military contracts for the M4, a smaller version of the M16, the company focused more on the civilian market in an attempt to boost profits. Following Bushmaster's lead, Colt engineers also developed an AR-15 they could sell under the ban called the Match Target. The law itself was not designed properly to prevent assault weapons from being sold, Colt Chief Executive Ron Whitaker said. While AR-15 sales soared in America despite a supposed ban, another country across the world outlawed every AR-15, old or new. In contrast to the American approach, Australian politicians moved with lightning speed to ban ownership of all semi-automatic rifles, with few exceptions, after that country's worst mass shooting. On April 28, 1996, a gunman armed with a Colt AR-15 rifle and other weapons went on a shooting rampage in the Tasmanian tourist town of Port Arthur. Martin Bryant, a 28-year-old handyman with profound psychological problems, killed 35 people and wounded 23 others. Prime Minister John Howard, in office for not even 2 months, faced a national crisis. The center-right politician, known for his awesome ordinariness, as one commentator put it, felt that the country wanted him to act. In his first press conference after the shooting, he announced he was prepared to ban all semi-automatic weapons. He marshaled support from political and police leaders. He encountered resistance from farmers, sport shooting groups, and rural lawmakers, but he refused to make concessions. Australia's constitution had no protection for gun owners. 12 days after the massacre, Howard announced that he had reached an agreement with the leaders of all the country's states and territories. Unlike the U.S. law, Howard's ban didn't define the weapons by military features or product names. It banned the entire class of semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s, with limited exceptions. It did not grandfather in existing weapons. It prohibited all of them, old or new. It did not contain a sunset clause. It banned them once and for all. The government launched a buyback program for all such guns in civilian hands. This represents an enormous shift in the culture of this country towards the possession, the use, and the ownership of guns, Howard said, in announcing the ban on May 10, 1996. It means that this country, through its governments, has decided not to go down the American path. Back in the United States, violent crime was dropping overall, but mass shootings continued to make news. In February 1997, 2 heavily armed bank robbers fired 1,100 rounds in a daytime gun battle with police on the streets of North Hollywood in Los Angeles. They carried an AR-15 and 3 AK-47s, all illegally converted to fire automatic. The robbers' bullets flew into businesses and cars. The men fired at a hovering police helicopter. Los Angeles police, armed with pistols and shotguns, commandeered 5 AR-15 rifles from a nearby gun store to try to match the bank robbers' firepower. Miraculously, no one other than the 2 bank robbers were killed, but several officers and bystanders were wounded. Even before last week's gun battle, The 1994 federal assault weapons ban was widely seen as a failure, both by gun control advocates and opponents, the reporter David Bloom told viewers on an NBC nightly news report. Walk into any gun dealer in America, and you can still buy semi-automatics with the same firepower, almost identical characteristics to those banned 2.5 years ago. The large magazines that had been banned were easy to find, too. Shotgun News carried hundreds of pages of black and white ads for guns and accessories. Issues from the late 1990s were loaded with ads for high-capacity magazines, or clips, as some in the industry called them then. 20-round, 30-round, and 40-round mags for the AR-15 sold for as low as $8.90, $9.90, and $12.90. Drum magazines that held 100 rounds were sold by a company called C-Mag for $695 each. AR-15 and M16 pre-ban 100-round military drum magazine with loader and carrying case, the ad said. Under the law, any magazine over 10 rounds being sold was supposed to have been made before the 1994 ban went into effect. But no one had any way of knowing, and no one, including federal and state officials, was checking. Gun control advocates, such as Josh Sugarman of the Violence Policy Center, blamed the industry for thumbing their nose at the American public, at the assault weapons law, at those who face these weapons. The NRA blamed the lawmakers who came up with the ban. "It's ridiculous," said Wayne LaPierre. "I mean, how guns look have nothing to do with what a gun's about, which is the way it shoots." In August 1997, 62-year-old Carl Draga, enraged over disputes with local officials in rural New Hampshire, shot and killed 2 state troopers, a newspaper editor, and a judge with his Colt AR-15. Draga's rifle had been manufactured before the 1994 ban. At a press conference following the shooting, the local police chief said Draga's use of an AR-15 made police, armed with handguns, feel like they had brought a tennis racket to a machine gun fight. In 1999, the problem of mass shootings again took over the front pages. On April 20 of that year, 18-year-old Eric Harris and 17-year-old Dylan Klebold shot their way into Columbine High School near Littleton, Colorado. They murdered 12 fellow students and 1 teacher, as many of the victims pleaded for their lives. The 2 outcasts wounded another 24 people and unsuccessfully tried to set off bombs in the cafeteria. They roamed the campus for 47 minutes before they shot themselves, ending what was then the deadliest school shooting in American history. Harris and Klebold didn't use an AR-15 in their attack. One of the weapons that the killers used, a Tech DC-9, had been banned by name in 1994. But the gun they used had been built before the ban, and the teens had little trouble buying it from a friend. A few months later, 60 Minutes reporter Leslie Stahl played a clip of President Clinton saying, "We will finally ban these assault weapons from our streets that have no purpose other than to kill." The reporter dismissed the statement as a good applause line as she stood at a Miami gun show. "There are literally hundreds and hundreds of the AR-15, like this, the Tech 9, and all the others on the banned list. And this is just one show in one city," she said. In the report, Senator Feinstein spoke about the ban's shortcomings. "If I could have gotten 51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, picking up every one of them, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in, I would have done it," Feinstein said. "I could not do that. The votes weren't here." AR-15 makers paid no attention to the media hand-wringing in 1999. They were too busy building and selling guns. Sales had dipped in the mid-1990s as the immediate buying frenzy caused by the ban receded. But a new panic hit the country that sent them soaring again. Americans grew concerned that a computer glitch in the storage of calendar data, labeled Y2K, would cause computers across the world to malfunction, ruining businesses and governments, throwing banks into chaos, causing widespread power outages and upending civilization. Doomsday preppers set up bunkers in remote locations, stocked up on food supplies, and bought weapons in anticipation of mayhem. Gunmakers capitalized. "During the panics, there's a lot of money to be made," said Westrom, the head of Armalite. Bushmaster even made a special rifle for the computer glitch crisis, inscribed with Y2K limited edition on the receiver. "The gun sold out quickly," recalled John DeSantis, the company's chief executive. "People were just concerned there was going to be mass rioting in the streets," DeSantis said. "A lot of the crazies bought semi-automatic rifles, and yeah, we exploited that situation." The little band of AR-15 companies built 70,000 rifles for sale in 1998 and 113,000 in 1999. More AR-15s were manufactured that year than in any other since Colt launched the Sporter in 1964. The federal assault weapons ban had not only failed to stop sales of guns that were prohibited, it had sparked more interest in them from gun buyers. By the late 1990s, Bushmaster had become a market leader for AR-15s. DeSantis, whom Dick Dyke hired to run Bushmaster in 1998, drove much of the company's success. A trained engineer, DeSantis had worked for more established weapons firms, and he brought that expertise to the little company. One of the first things he did to modernize Bushmaster was to ask Dyke to buy him a computer. DeSantis began to chart sales of the AR-15s down to the day. He noticed that spikes were correlated to events in the news such as the Y2K scare, a terrorist attack, or a mass shooting. Hunting rifles, you have a season. Shotguns, you have a season. AR-15s, there's no season, DeSantis recalled. You could put on the news in the morning, and you could see that because of a certain event, that business was crazy. DeSantis reset Bushmaster's business model, so supply would meet erratic demand. When DeSantis came to Bushmaster in 1998, the company brought in about $7 million in sales revenue, he recalled. That figure wasn't remarkable, but the margins were shocking. The sale price of their AR-15 far exceeded cost. In business, this measure of financial health is called gross margin, sales revenue less the cost of making the product expressed as a percentage. Gross margin isn't the same as profit because there are other business expenses, but at Bushmaster it was the primary number that executives kept their eyes on. When DeSantis showed up, the company's gross margin was 40%, far higher than other businesses, he said. The large margins were possible because AR-15 parts were relatively simple and cheap to make. They didn't require the expensive machinery or skilled labor needed to build other types of guns, such as crafted wood-stocked hunting rifles, he said. Bushmaster could outsource parts production to any machine shop. We shifted all the burden to the suppliers, DeSantis recalled. The suppliers had to hire all the machinists and buy all the machine tools and all that stuff. All we did was assemble. It was a nice model. The nice model worked well for the boom-and-bust nature of AR-15 sales. If business slowed, Bushmaster didn't have to lay off workers or have machinery sit idle. If sales ramped up, Bushmaster just ordered more parts. DeSantis figured out ways to increase margins even more. He hired a new purchasing manager who pressured suppliers to lower prices. He browbeat everybody, reduced prices on everything coming in, so the margins got bigger and bigger, DeSantis said. Soon, Bushmaster was selling a single AR-15 for $750 to $900 that cost between $250 and $300 to build. The distributors who bought Bushmaster guns marked them up again before putting them on the shelves. By the time the decade came to a close, the company that Dyke had purchased from bankruptcy for $241,000 was raking in millions. In 1999, Bushmaster built more than 64,000 rifles to be sold in America far surpassing Colt, which that year made fewer than 30,000. Bushmaster's ability to crank up production when the market was hot crushed the lumbering Colt with its aging factory and union obligations. Other AR-15 companies also thrived. That year, Armalite made 8,000 rifles, Olympic made 7,400, and DPMS made 6,900. Flush with cash, Dyke bought himself a white Rolls-Royce, DeSantis recalled. Dyke's money also went to his many other businesses, as well as philanthropy and politics. He had founded the Richard E. Dyke Center for Family Business at his alma mater, donating $265,000 for the building, the single largest donation in Husson University's history. In 1999, Dyke was appointed to be the chief fundraiser in Maine for the presidential campaign of GOP frontrunner George W. Bush. Dick Dyke had arrived. But shootings involving Bushmaster's guns put the owner on the defensive. Martin Whitfield, a Los Angeles police officer who struggled to walk after the North Hollywood shootout, filed a lawsuit against Bushmaster. When the Associated Press learned in July 1999 that Dyke had a position with the Bush campaign, a Bush spokesman said Bush had no idea that Dyke was a gun manufacturer. Dyke resigned from the fundraising post, saying, "I just don't want to be any baggage." The backlash showed that Dyke, despite his financial success, expensive suits, and high-end cars, remained an outcast. He was still one of the guys making those dangerous black rifles. That stigma would soon dissipate with the election of the man Dyke had supported for president. When George W. Bush was elected in 2000, AR-15 makers expected their future would be bright under the new Republican administration presidency. They had no idea. 19. A precise request. My name is Eugene M. Stoner. Letter from the inventor to Marine General. Eugene Stoner was wealthy by the early 1980s, in large part because of royalties for M16 sales to the U.S. military. Stoner and his second wife, Barbara, tired of Ohio winters, purchased a large property on the Florida coast in Palm City, north of Miami. They built a hangar for Stoner's Bull Cow helicopter. His childhood love of flying was now a hobby that he pursued with the finest German-made machines. Stoner had a novel idea for their new house. He hoped to build it with the material that made his famous AR-15 possible: aluminum. He sketched out the idea for a home sitting atop a tall pedestal made entirely of anodized aluminum, so it could withstand the corrosion caused by the salty, humid climate. The pedestal would protect the home from flooding and let them live above the mosquitoes, he told his family. He imagined it like a water tower with an elevator. When he explained the idea to his daughter Susan, she laughed. Stoner's metal home was never built, but his imaginative plans showed that as he entered his 60s, he was still a compulsive inventor, fascinated by lightweight metals. He spent late nights scribbling designs, much as he had in the family's garage in Los Angeles decades earlier. But now he no longer struggled in obscurity. Within the firearms industry, he was a demigod. His M16 was the official rifle used by the American military. For each one sold by Colt, he had received a royalty, 1% of the sale price of every gun, or $1 per gun, whichever was greater, according to his family. He also received royalties on parts that Colt sold to repair the guns. Although his patent on the gas system that made him famous had expired, he continued to receive royalties for years after because of the way the agreements were structured. His daughter Susan said her father never talked about how much money he earned, nor did her mother Jean, who received half the total from their divorce. By the early 1990s, Colt had sold at least 6 million M16s to the military and other armed forces around the world. The company also had sold about 300,000 semi-automatic AR-15s on the commercial market. Stoner made money from Ares, outside consulting, and other patents. The money allowed him to fly around in his own helicopter, as well as a private jet, a Dassault Falcon 20. Stoner's second marriage was a happy one. In 1965, 1 year before Eugene Stoner married Stoner's former patent attorney, Tom Mahoney, Stoner married Barbara Hitt, a schoolteacher. Stoner and Barbara met on a blind date in Detroit while Stoner was consulting at Cadillac Gauge. Barbara was surprised by how shy and quiet the inventor was. On their date, he pulled the slide rule from his pocket and asked her whether she knew how it worked. She was surprised when he called for a second date. The second date went better, the two ending up alone on a dance floor. The courtship was quick, and the marriage lasted for the rest of Stoner's life. He and Barb traveled around the world together. She even accompanied him to Iran. Barb learned to fly a helicopter. Stoner told her that she should know how to fly one if anything happened to him. Barb took care of Stoner, overseeing the running of their home so he could work on his inventions. None of his inventions became as well known or as profitable as the lightweight rifle he built at Armalite. He was proud that American fighting men still used his gun on missions around the world. They used it in the Panama invasion in 1989, the Persian Gulf War in 1990, and the Battle of Mogadishu in 1993. The problems that had plagued the gun in Vietnam were resolved with ammunition changes, repeated testing, and tweaks to the M16 itself. Scott Neal first used Stoner's gun in combat in Panama as a 21-year-old squad leader for the 7th Infantry Division. He carried the updated M16A2. He was struck by the ease of shooting and found that the rifle's ergonomics were superior to a gun like the AK-47. "The magazine drops out quickly," he said. "The AK and some others, you kind of have to sweep the magazine out and retain it. With the M16, you can quickly dump it and put in another." In Panama, Neal and his unit fought through the jungle to Panama City. The rifles rarely jammed, but they did have minor issues. To fight in the dark, the men attached cumbersome flashlights to their guns with hose clamps. Another problem was that newer soldiers wasted ammunition in the panic of battle. As squad leader, Neal yelled, "Control your fire!" at 18-year-olds firing on full automatic. "It only takes 3 minutes, and they've shot every bullet, and yet most engagements take an hour," Neal recalled. To reduce ammunition being wasted, the Army developed a new version of the gun. Ever since the spray-and-pray days of Vietnam, military officials had fretted about this problem, so they removed the full-auto option from the rifle, giving soldiers guns that could fire either as semi-autos or in 3-round bursts. "You feel like you're being told you're too stupid," Neal said. "But that's exactly why they did it. Because you're too stupid." Some soldiers didn't like the restriction, and at least one former Marine hated it. Stoner visited the Marine Corps headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, just before the 3-round burst limiter was adopted, to protest the change. The M16 was a great rifle because it could lay down lots of fire, he argued. Stoner pleaded with General Paul X. Kelly, then the Corps Commandant, but to no avail. Stoner viewed it as yet one more example of how the military bungled his creation. It was a reminder of how the rifle he had invented was no longer his. Stoner showed little interest in commercial versions of his weapon being sold by Colt, Bushmaster, DPMS Panther, and others. But the commercial AR-15 makers revered Stoner as a firearms genius. They viewed him the way that computer fans viewed Steve Jobs, a man ahead of his time. Unlike Jobs, Stoner was no showman. He cringed at the adulation. Bushmasters Izzy and Zaldua recalled how he once took a break from manning his company's booth at a conference. He was eating at a table when Stoner quietly sat near him. "I said, 'Oh my God, you're Eugene Stoner, and Zaldua remembered. He looks at me and says, "Can you pass the salt and pepper?" Stoner's daughter said that walking around the SHOT Show in Las Vegas with her father was like walking with Elvis Presley. But Stoner wasn't into it, she said. It made him uncomfortable. He did not like the spotlight at all. The gun historians came to view Stoner with awe. Some published large technical tomes exploring his rifle innovations in detail. In 1988, Edward Ezell, now working for the Smithsonian Institution, interviewed Stoner at Aries in Port Clinton, Ohio. The following year, Ezell traveled to Moscow and interviewed Stoner's Cold War rival, Mikhail Kalashnikov, the inventor of the AK-47. The two men's weapons had changed forever how wars were fought, and millions of fighters across the world used their rifles. In 1990, Ezell arranged for Stoner and Kalashnikov to meet for the first time. A Smithsonian staffer made a video recording of the two men shooting their rifles at the Marine base at Quantico, Virginia, south of Washington. Stoner, then 67, calm and portly, and Kalashnikov 70, intense and wiry. Each fired versions of their inventions. Kalashnikov grew frustrated because he could not insert the magazine into the Chinese version of an AK. After the others tried to fix it, Stoner took the rifle and inspected it. "It's hitting the bolt," he said. He effortlessly inserted the magazine as Kalashnikov looked on. At dinner, during the Smithsonian visit, the men sparred, albeit with good humor. The story has been told in various ways by those in attendance, but in all versions, Kalashnikov bragged to Stoner of the medals that he received from the USSR for inventing the AK-47. Then he asked Stoner why he hadn't received any medals. Neither Stoner or someone else informed Kalashnikov that Stoner didn't receive medals. Instead, he had earned millions in royalties. Kalashnikov hadn't received royalties, though the Soviet Union had paid him 150,000 rubles for winning the State Stalin Prize in 1949 for his invention. In his later years, Stoner developed a close friendship with C. Reed Knight, Jr., a young man who admired Stoner and hoped to one day have a similar career. Knight grew up in Florida, and his family had wanted him to become a citrus grower. But Knight was interested in guns. Knight's father dismissed his ambition as rainbow dreams. Undeterred, Knight opened a retail firearms store and began selling guns and equipment to police departments. He started working with the military, sourcing specialized weapons from around the world, he said. Knight first reached out to Stoner in the late 1970s when he was repairing some Stoner 63 guns for the military, and he couldn't find the right parts. He found Stoner in the phone book and called him up out of the blue. Stoner told Knight he could have as many parts as he wanted if he came to see him at Aries in Ohio. Knight piled his family into their van on the pretense of going on a vacation from the sunny coast of Florida to the shores of Lake Erie. Stoner gave Knight a tour, and the two took an instant liking to each other. Stoner ended up giving Knight parts and tooling equipment. The two men talked for hours about their shared passion, firearm design. Stoner became a mentor for Knight, and in 1989, Knight asked Stoner to consult as a weapons designer at his growing defense firm, Knight's Armament Company, in Vero Beach, Florida. The two developed new guns, but their success was uneven. In one of their first efforts, Stoner and Knight designed a polymer pistol for Colt called the All-American 2000. The company, then struggling financially, hoped the new pistol would help it compete with Glock, which dominated the handgun market. When Stoner and Knight met with Colt's president about the gun, Stoner remarked, "I don't know why Reed and I are sitting here and talking to you because you still owe me money from the M16, Knight recalled. 3 months later, Stoner got his check, and Colt put the new handgun into production. The handgun caused a stir because it had Stoner's name on it, but it flopped after a safety recall. The pair later designed a semi-automatic precision rifle called the SR-25, and Stoner's name again generated buzz. Gun World magazine put the new rifle on its cover, calling it Stoner's 21st Century Rifle, and gushed that the Stoner name has joined those of other great designers like Browning or Kalashnikov. The military adopted the SR-25 as a sniper rifle in the late 1990s. The most successful invention to come out of Knight's armament was not a gun, and though it would have profound ramifications for Stoner's gun, Knight was the one who thought it up. Knight devised a solution to the problem that soldiers had in Panama. They had nowhere to put flashlights on Stoner's rifle. Knight designed a mount for a flashlight that could be attached to the front of the gun. "I'm going to give your gun 20 more years of life," Knight recalled telling Stoner. Stoner replied, "That's ridiculous. No gun has ever lasted that long." Knight proved him wrong. He expanded his mount and developed it into a long piece of corrugated black aluminum that a soldier could use to clip on a flashlight, a forward grip, and other accessories. Knight designed the piece so that it doubled as a front handguard. Knight would go on to sell nearly 2 million to the military. It changed how the gun looked and what extra devices could be attached. On the consumer market, it boosted the market for AR-15 accessories. Knight expanded his technical reference collection of firearms housed at his company into one of the largest in the world. It included thousands of items, from the world's first machine gun, the Puckle gun, to a Soviet tank. He made honoring Stoner a central part of his private museum. He hired staff to trace and purchase prototypes of the weapons Stoner invented. During this time, Susan and her husband, Art Kleinpell, moved to Florida to live near her dad. Stoner and his son-in-law took helicopter flying lessons together, and once flew close to the president's noses on Mount Rushmore. They designed a lightweight speedboat together. Stoner was always inventing in his head. You could see him thinking about things. He had a fascinating mind, Art Kleinpell remembered. He would sit back in his horrible little chair, a little desk chair, and I could see him kind of fitting various elements together. As politics around the AR-15 grew heated in the 1990s, Stoner stayed out of the fray. Family members didn't recall him offering his opinion about the federal assault weapons ban. "I know there were some shootings, and I know he was not happy about those," Susan recalled. "But whether to ban them, I don't know." Stoner was a lifelong Republican and a Second Amendment guy, his daughter said. When Susan told her dad that some people wanted stricter gun laws, she recalled him replying, "Who is killing that person, the gun or the person? People are pulling the trigger. It's the people doing it." Stoner had little interest in the social and political implications of the weapon that he devoted so much time to inventing and perfecting. Stoner held politicians in low esteem and often commented that they were all lawyers passing laws to benefit themselves. Politics, often fraught with emotion and drama, made him uncomfortable. Whether discussing his guns for military or commercial use, Stoner remained clinical and avoided as much as possible the invention's purpose: shooting people. He analyzed metals, mechanisms, and tolerances as he envisioned new rifles and cannons. But his daughter said he was detached from the consequences of his creations. He applied that same detachment to his own mortality. In 1993, at age 71, Stoner was diagnosed with brain cancer. Doctors told him that he didn't have long to live. The consensus among family, friends, and co-workers was that it came from the dangerous chemicals he used for years in his many workshops. It started out as skin cancer on his thumb caused by solvents. Benzene was probably the culprit, his daughter Susan recalled doctors telling Stoner and his family. Stoner's cancer spread from a tiny, undetected spot on his thumb, through his nervous system, to his brain, and then into his spinal cord. He never really complained, and he was in severe pain, Susan said. Stoner kept working, designing weapons and sketching out new designs on his home drafting table. He tried various treatments and consulted with multiple doctors, but he also prepared for his death in a meticulous manner. On October 30, 1995, 2 years after his battle with brain cancer began, and just before his 73rd birthday, Stoner wrote a letter to General Charles Krulak, Commandant of the Marine Corps, detailing plans for his own funeral. When he died, he wanted to be remembered for what he considered his greatest invention, the M16. "My name is Eugene M. Stoner, and I served in the Marine Corps during the Second World War," he wrote. "I am also the designer of the M16 rifle." He told the general that he wanted to be buried at the Marine Corps National Cemetery in Quantico, Virginia. He requested that the general make an exception to the traditional fusillade salute by the Honor Guard. The Honor Guard normally fired 21 shots with their M16s in semi-automatic mode. Instead, Stoner wanted full and prolonged automatic fire. His rifle was the first enabling infantrymen to fire effectively in long bursts, and consequently, forever changed the way American infantry will fight their battles, he wrote. Stoner gave detailed instructions on the types of his rifles the Honor Guard should use, and how they should fire them. When the Guard fired full automatic bursts, each burst could be considered a salvo. "I would like 3 salvos, thus maintaining the Roman legion's tradition of striking their shields 3 times to honor fallen comrades." Stoner took a dig at the military's decision to change his gun, limiting it to 3-round bursts. "That is why my request is so specific, requesting long bursts." Stoner saw his life's work as designing and developing small arms for the U.S. government, he told the general. He didn't want to be buried in California, where he grew up and where he worked for Armalite. He didn't want to be buried in Ohio, where he started Ares. He didn't want to be buried in Florida, where he had spent happy years and worked with Reed Knight. He wanted to be buried among other Marines, on military sacred ground. Creating a new light rifle for U.S. fighters, not weapons for the public or other governments, was his triumph, he believed. The government had wanted a small-caliber, high-velocity, lightweight, select-fire rifle which engaged targets with salvos of rounds from one trigger pull, Stoner wrote. "That is what I achieved for our servicemen." Stoner wrote that he appreciated the general taking the time to consider the special request from a former corporal. He signed off his letter with the Marine Corps motto, Semper Fidelis, always faithful. While the letter was polite, it also carried a rebuke for the military. Bureaucrats had meddled with his gun since the beginning. The 3-shot burst limiters were just kind of a metaphor for taking a perfect weapon and figuring out how to screw it up, said Art Kleinpel, his son-in-law. The final 2 years of Stoner's life were painful as the cancer spread, disfiguring his face and draining his strength. Longtime friend and co-founder of Ares, Robert Behun, drove to Stoner's Florida home to sit with the inventor. "He tried to communicate to me, but he wasn't lucid," Behun recalled. "I knew he was terminal. It was traumatic for me to see him slurring his words. I could cry right now because I loved that man so much." On the evening of April 24, 1997, Stoner died at his home. He was 74. Stoner was in his workshop working on new inventions shortly before his death. One of his last projects was a prototype for a lightweight airplane wing. The New York Times ran a short obituary 3 days later on page 41 under the headline, Eugene Stoner, 74, designer of M16 rifle and other arms. The United Kingdom's Independent wrote that Stoner was the last of the independent small arms designers in the tradition of John Browning and John Garand. All of the obituaries recounted Stoner's struggles with the Pentagon bureaucracy and his Smithsonian-sponsored meeting with Kalashnikov. Not one of them mentioned the civilian version of his invention. When Stoner's family arrived at Quantico for the funeral, the sky was dark with thunder rumbling, his daughter Susan recalled. Friends, colleagues, and military officials gathered with the family for the graveside service. Susan didn't recognize some who came. Several men in dark suits and sunglasses attended the service, but didn't say anything. She never figured out who they were. The Corps honored Stoner's final request, with 3 pairs of Marines firing salvos with M16s set to full automatic near Stoner's flag-draped coffin. As the bursts resounded in the air, a ray of sunlight briefly pierced the gray sky and shone down on the gathered crowd, Susan remembered. Decades later, Robert Behune spoke excitedly when recounting the honor guard firing Stoner's rifles skyward. "I heard it," he said. "I was there." 20. AR-15 takes off. You could sell anything if it looked a little bit military. John DeSantis. On a bright September morning, the towers came down in monstrous gray plumes. The Pentagon erupted in flames. A jet crashed in a Pennsylvania field. America found itself at war, not against a nation, but against a terrorist network from the other side of the world. Fanatics were out to kill not just American soldiers or government officials, but any Americans at all, and anywhere they found them. Nowhere seemed safe. Media reports of soldiers mobilizing for war and National Guard troops deploying to public spaces brought Stoner's military rifle into the public consciousness as it hadn't been since Vietnam. Troops carrying M16s were in airports, train stations, bus stations, sporting events, and subways. Gawkers crowded around soldiers with the rifles at Manhattan intersections. A New York Army National Guard colonel told the Associated Press that he knew some people seeing troops with M16s might find them unsettling. "We are hoping, though, that most people find our presence reassuring," he said. Now the rifle was a weapon for good guys to defeat bad guys. "Those are not toys," a mother told her son at Newark Airport. "They are keeping us safe so we can go see Grandma." Television news broadcasts showed soldiers and Marines reporting to deployment, hugging their families goodbye, then lining up with rucksacks and M16s. Tattoo artists sold patriotic designs displaying M16s. Weeks after 9/11, Army Special Forces, Marines, and CIA officers armed with versions of Stoner's rifle moved into Afghanistan to hunt for Osama bin Laden. Green Berets flew secretly into the country weeks after the attacks. They carried M4s, which were smaller, more maneuverable versions of the M16. Army Sergeant First Class Scott Neal's M4 was painted a mixture of browns and tans to blend into the arid Afghan terrain. He and a small group of Green Berets, dressed like Afghan warriors, some riding on horseback deep into Taliban territory, would later be memorialized in news reports, books, and the movie 12 Strong. The 33-year-old Neal and his comrades were on a covert mission in a hostile country, armed with M4s and little else. Neal slept with the gun close beside him. He slung it over his shoulder as he rode during the day. Cut off from supplies, the men jammed their packs with 12 to 14 magazines. The M4 worked so well, he didn't even need to regularly clean it. He just dusted it off. One night, Neal's company raided a mountain compound where Taliban and al-Qaeda terrorists were hiding. A firefight erupted, and Neal was pinned down. He maneuvered from building to building, firing his M4. In 3 minutes, we ended up killing 22 guys in a small compound, Neal recalled. Stoner's guns, including civilian versions of the M4, were banned on paper by the government because they were considered a danger to society. Now, Americans saw its warriors both home and abroad using those same guns to protect them. The reputation of the rifle was resurrected. Gone were the horrors of Vietnam and emotionally tortured Rambos. The cultists, radicals, white supremacists, and violent psychos who had embraced the gun were forgotten, for the time being. The endless debates in Congress over the weapon seemed to be from another era. For many Americans, the rifle was once again a weapon for their defenders. "These guys were our new heroes, and guess what they carried?" recalled Doug Painter, a gun industry leader. "This really became the great unexpected ad campaign for the AR rifle." Sales of AR-15s rose. A man in Oklahoma spent $800 on an AR-15 and more on 3 handguns after September 11. "I'm definitely not a militia-type person," he said. "I don't hunt. I don't like killing things. It's just strictly out of concern for my family." An 18-year-old in Nevada went to a gun show hoping to trade in his AR-15 for a better version in case of more terrorist attacks, he told a reporter. "After September 11, it was easier to convince my mom to let me buy one," he said. AR-15 makers embraced the newfound patriotic reputation of the gun in their marketing. For the cover of its 2002 catalog, Bushmaster used a photo of an AR-15 over a camouflage backdrop with the words, "Bushmaster, first choice for defense." The company told customers that the unbelievable acts of hate and cowardice were being answered by deeds of great heroism, courage, and selflessness by Americans both at home and abroad. "Bushmaster has never been more proud of our country and the products we manufacture to help in her defense." "You could sell anything if it looked a little bit military," recalled John DeSantis, Bushmaster's chief executive. From 2001 to 2003, AR-15 production in America rose 97%. At DPMS Panther, Luth decorated his weapons with insignias of military units to boost sales with soldiers and veterans. "We went after that demographic because it was a no-brainer," Luth recalled. The marketing widened the appeal, as did the wars. The Army was actually educating future customers as to the success and fun of an AR-15, he said. Patriotic fervor crushed the gun control debate after 9/11. As leading gun control groups prepared for a political battle in 2004 to win renewal of the federal assault weapons ban, the movement was in disarray. The coalition that had come together in 1994 was gone. Suburban moms were now more concerned about terrorism than guns, internal polls by the Brady campaign to prevent gun violence showed. Women in the 1990s had flooded lawmakers with calls and letters in support of the federal assault weapons ban, but now gun control advocates weren't sure they would. Just a year before 9/11, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered at the National Mall in the first Million Mom March, a group of mothers who wanted stricter gun laws. Protesters carried posters showing semi-automatic rifles, including Stoner's AR-15. They held banners declaring, "Halt the assault! Save our children!" But the rally did not have a clear political agenda, and support faltered. By 2001, a Washington gathering by the Million Mom March brought a crowd of about 200 people. Law enforcement leaders, who in 1994 played an essential role in passing the ban, had lost their enthusiasm for the effort. Police officers knew from experience that the ban wasn't working. Unions now used their political capital to arm officers with AR-15s to match the firepower of the bad guys. William Johnson, the executive director of the National Association of Police Organizations, said that his group was no longer persuaded by the arguments for the ban. It was hard for them to point to this as a success that had been essential for the safety of our nation, Johnson recalled. Gun control advocates' worries grew. If you don't have cops up there saying, We don't want these things on our streets mowing people down." "You're done," said Brian Malty, a Brady staffer. Gun control activists fought with one another over whether to prioritize pushing for renewal of the federal assault weapons ban. The disagreements came to a head at a rowdy summit at Brady headquarters in Washington in early 2004. At the organization's invitation, gun control activists flew in from around the country. About 40 people crowded into a conference room. The purpose was to enlist activists to pressure their representatives to support the ban. A top Brady official made the case that the ban had reduced the availability of high-capacity magazines, as well as the number of shootings with the prohibited weapons, but most weren't buying what he was selling. "It didn't fly at all," Malty recalled. "There was a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. The activists were angry because they didn't want to use what little time and money they had on something that didn't work and stood little chance of being renewed," Malty recalled. They were in favor of a stronger prohibition, but that wasn't on the table. Renewing the ban was better than nothing, Malty told them. "Better than nothing isn't really a good call to arms," he said. Everyone left bitter and divided. As the gun control movement splintered, the NRA grew stronger. Gun owners rushed to join the group after the 1999 Columbine High School massacre, fearful of new laws that never materialized. The group claimed about 4 million members in 2003. The NRA's magazine, American Rifleman, was number 2 in America for generating ad revenue in 2001, trailing only Maxim, the men's magazine that featured pictures of barely clad women. At the NRA's 2000 convention, held in Charlotte in the midst of the presidential campaign, the group's new president, the actor Charlton Heston, raised an antique rifle over his head and issued a threat to people advocating stricter gun laws. "From my cold, dead hands." Wayne LaPierre had aligned the NRA with the Republican Party since the 1994 assault weapons ban. This natural coalition, an outgrowth of Ronald Reagan's Western brand of libertarian-tinged conservatism, had strengthened over the years. In 1992, the NRA's Political Action Committee spent 36% of its campaign contributions on Democrats. By 2002, the PAC was spending just 12% on Democrats. The group's firm hold on the GOP became a pivotal factor as the ban came up for reauthorization. Republicans controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. Although President Bush had said he would sign a reauthorization of the ban if Congress sent it to his desk, the NRA was confident that would never happen. "Do we agree with the administration's position on this? No, we don't. But the real fight is going to be not at that level, but in Congress," said Chris W. Cox, the NRA's chief lobbyist. Dianne Feinstein, the remaining member of the Senate Troika, responsible for writing the 1994 ban, introduced a 2-page bill to renew it on February 24, 2004. It called for the law's 10-year sunset clause to be repealed without making any changes. Speaking on the Senate floor, Feinstein said making the ban permanent was vitally important. "We were told it could not be done, but we did it," she said. "I was even told by colleagues on my own side of the aisle that I was wasting my time, that the gun lobby was just too strong. I hear many of the same arguments today, but we succeeded in 1994, and we will succeed this year." Toward the end of her remarks, she acknowledged that the ban may not have been the resounding success she had long asserted. And no matter whether the ban has been entirely effective or not, what is the argument for letting these banned guns back on the streets, she asked. Feinstein's rhetoric no longer resonated. Just 50% of Americans favored a ban in 2004, down from 59% in 2000, according to Gallup. Production of AR-15s had actually increased during the ban years. In the 3 decades before it went into effect, gunmakers produced 400,000 AR-15s. From 1994 through 2004, they built 879,000. Key researchers found what many had suspected. The ban didn't have much effect on gun violence. Two well-known criminologists, Christopher S. Coper and Jeffrey A. Roth, produced studies for the Justice Department and the Urban Institute on the ban's impact that were accepted as the most authoritative research on the subject. Coper, Roth, and their fellow researchers found that during the period before the ban and in its early stages, prices sharply rose for the semi-automatic weapons, including AR-15s. Many academics and politicians had assumed that guns grandfathered under the law would become prohibitively expensive for criminals because of their scarcity. But these researchers found that scarcity was fleeting. Gun makers flooded the market with ban-modified guns, and prices plummeted. By 1996, AR-15 prices had fallen by a third. The ban's impact on reducing injuries or deaths caused by gun violence was mixed, they concluded, since the vast majority of such incidents involved handguns. The ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best, and perhaps too small for reliable measurement, they wrote. But the researchers argued that reducing criminal use of the banned assault weapons and large-capacity magazines could have non-trivial effects on gunshot victimizations. Most shooters tended to be poor shots, so those who fired more bullets hurt more people. These weapons accounted for a greater share of the guns used in murders of police and mass public shootings, though such incidents are very rare. Coper, Roth, and their colleagues warned that if the ban was lifted, more AR-15s would be built. It is likely that gun and magazine manufacturers will reintroduce assault weapons models and large-capacity magazines, perhaps in substantial numbers, the authors wrote. It is also possible, and perhaps probable, that new assault weapons and large-capacity magazines will eventually be used to commit mass murder. The ban extension did pass the Senate in the spring of 2004, 52 to 47. Massachusetts Senator John Kerry, then running for president, left the campaign trail to cast his vote for the ban renewal. Feinstein declared that the assault weapons ban would be a major issue in the campaign. "You can be sure it's going to be in the presidential campaign as a bona fide issue," she said. But it wasn't. Kerry didn't say much about the ban or gun legislation on the stump, fearful of alienating gun-owning voters. Throughout the campaign, Kerry prefaced any discussion of gun legislation by saying he was a longtime hunter and gun owner who supported the Second Amendment. Speaking to Outdoor Life magazine late in the campaign, he said, "My favorite gun is the M16 that saved my life and that of my crew in Vietnam." The Democratic Party's official platform endorsed the right to own firearms. The party platform replaced the term gun control with gun safety. 4 years earlier, Clinton's Vice President, Al Gore, lost the presidential election, arguing on the campaign trail that the federal assault weapons ban was a success. The NRA played a key role in the GOP victory, even helping swing Gore's home state of Tennessee for the GOP. Donna Brazile, Gore's campaign manager, called the Clinton administration's gun control measures a big factor in the vice president's defeat. By 2004, most Democrats were avoiding discussing the ban, except Feinstein. Feinstein pleaded for President Bush to push GOP legislators to back the extension. "Please, if you care, if you're listening, do something," she said on the program Nightline. House Republicans dismissed the 11th-hour efforts and let the ban die without a vote. House Majority Leader Tom DeLay of Texas called the ban useless. "It's a feel-good piece of legislation," he said, "and all it does is punish those people that live by the law, and it does nothing to keep assault weapons out of the hands of criminals." A hunting columnist for the Grand Rapids Press wrote that the ban's demise was much ado about nothing. It was a classic case of closing the corral after the cows have already split, he wrote. The failure to renew the assault weapons ban had little impact on the presidential election. Bush won handily. Eric Gorovitz, who was policy director for the Million Mom March, was one gun control activist who was glad to see the ban die. As a student at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, he had become convinced that gun violence was a public health crisis facing the nation. When he moved to California, he became involved in gun control efforts there, including playing a role in that state's legislation that shut down the manufacture of Saturday night specials, cheap handguns that were often used in violent crimes. Later, he worked for California's assault weapons ban, which became a model for the federal effort. At first, he supported the federal ban. "I thought it would do something," he said. "When I got involved later, I realized we never got a real ban." Shortly after the ban expired, Gorovitz wrote an op-ed for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, declaring the ban was doomed to ineffectiveness from the start because it did not properly define the guns Congress intended to eliminate. He called for a more comprehensive national gun policy, superseding state laws, to try to come to grips with what he saw as a proliferation of dangerous firearms in the country. When Senator Feinstein's staffers saw Gorovitz's op-ed, they told him he wasn't welcome in their office anymore. "She just wanted the credit," he said years later. "She didn't want to solve the problem." Gun industry lobbyists pressed their advantage after the ban died. They got Congress to pass legislation they had promoted for years to limit lawsuits against gun companies. The bill declared gun makers had no liability for the criminal use of their firearms. It passed in the Senate with 50 Republicans and 14 Democrats, and 1 independent voting for it, and 2 Republicans and 29 Democrats voting against it. Gunmakers had faced waves of lawsuits in the late 1990s and the early 2000s over shootings. In 2004, Bushmaster paid $550,000 as part of a $2.5 million settlement with families of people killed in a series of 2002 sniper attacks that terrorized the nation's capital. The store where the gunman got the rifle paid the rest. John Allen Muhammad, a destitute, twice-divorced Gulf War veteran in his early 40s, and Lee Boyd Malvo, a 17-year-old immigrant from Jamaica, had used a Bushmaster XM-15 to kill 10 people and wound 3 others in a series of random attacks. The pair had also killed 7 others in other parts of the country. AR-15 makers feared that such settlements with family members of people killed in shootings would put them out of business. With the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, signed into law by President Bush in 2005, gunmakers no longer had to worry that they would be sued when their guns were used to kill Americans. 21. Here come the hedge funds. I call them assault rifles, which may upset some people. Jim Zumbo. The new chief executive of Smith & Wesson, America's largest handgun maker, was not a gun guy by his own admission. Mike Golden, a short, stocky, middle-aged man with a round face, bald head, and thick mustache, had never fired a gun before he took over the company. In one meeting with stock analysts, he couldn't remember the name of the revolver cylinder, calling it a spinny thing after an awkward pause. Other executives in the room cringed, but Smith & Wesson's board of directors didn't hire Golden in 2004 for his firearms knowledge. They hired him to save the 152-year-old company from financial ruin. The company had thrived for generations in the Gun Valley of the Connecticut River. Its headquarters in Springfield, Massachusetts, looked like a blocky government complex. It was just miles from the historic Springfield Armory. Now the armory was a museum, and Smith & Wesson was about to go out of business. The company's famous blue steel revolvers were no longer essential tools for police, American gun owners had launched a boycott of Smith & Wesson after the company had cut a deal with the Clinton administration, agreeing to gun safety measures that gun rights activists hated. Smith & Wesson was trading just above penny stocks. Smith & Wesson's dismal economic outlook reflected broader financial troubles in the gun industry. Big cities were filing lawsuits against gun companies. Crime was falling, slowing demand for handguns. Hunting was on the decline. To make up for lost revenue, gun companies offered new product lines that had nothing to do with firearms. Ruger tried making golf club heads. Colt started making luggage. Smith & Wesson made bicycles. Smith & Wesson's London-based parent company owners, Tompkins plc, decided to cut its losses. In 2001, it sold the gun maker to a little-known trigger lock company, Safety Hammer Corp., for just $15 million. 14 years earlier, Tompkins had purchased Smith & Wesson for $112.5 million. Smith & Wesson was an exciting change for Golden, who had climbed the corporate ladder at two well-known consumer giants, Black & Decker and Kohler Co. "It's a little more action than when I was working at Kohler when we were selling toilets," he joked on an earnings call. One of the first things that Golden did when he arrived was to buy himself golden cufflinks that were miniature Smith & Wesson .44 caliber Magnum revolvers. That gun, one of the company's most well-known, had been used by Clint Eastwood's character, Harry Callahan, in the 1971 film Dirty Harry. That movie had come out during the company's heyday, an era that Golden hoped to recreate. He told his incredulous staff that he wanted the stock price to rise to $20 a share. He spent most of his days in his corner office, looking over financial reports. Golden pressed his team for new guns to sell. He looked to Tom Taylor, his vice president of marketing, who had previously worked at Coca-Cola, to analyze industry trends. At Coke, Taylor could analyze how many cans of soda had been sold in any given period, down to the day and even the temperature. But he found a paucity of data for gun sales, so he sent his team out to gun stores to gather some. "It's getting in the car, getting on a plane, going to dealers and saying, 'What's selling in your store?'" Taylor recalled. His team quickly discovered that the hottest item was the AR-15, a type of gun Smith & Wesson didn't make. "You're just sort of watching the market," Taylor remembered. "You're watching Bushmaster explode. You're watching DPMS explode." Taylor's staff figured that the market for rifles like the AR-15 was worth about $132 million in 2005, and it was growing faster than any other class of rifle or shotgun. Sales of Stoner's rifle had risen to make up 13% of the nearly $1 billion market for long guns in America. Taylor and his colleagues went to Golden, and the men gathered in an executive boardroom near Golden's office. Although the room was far from the factory floor, it was in the same massive building. It reverberated and shuddered from the forges pounding out revolver frames, Taylor recalled. When businessmen came for meetings, they often asked about the pounding. Executives would reply, "That's the heartbeat of Smith & Wesson." But by 2005, that heartbeat could not keep the company alive. Taylor used PowerPoint slides to show Golden that the future of the company no longer lay with revolvers. The company was selling a new semi-automatic pistol and needed to expand into the AR-15 marketplace, too. "This market is exploding," Taylor said. Except for a few half-hearted attempts at long guns, Smith & Wesson had been a handgun company for its entire 153-year history. Golden okayed the move. Knowing we weren't participating in the fastest-growing segment of the market, he quickly came on board, Taylor remembered. In January 2006, Smith & Wesson announced its new gun, the M&P 15 rifle. The lightweight gun was based upon combat-proven design, the company said. It retailed for $1,200. That a publicly traded American company was launching its own version of the AR-15 showed how much America had changed in the years after 9/11. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the sunset of the federal assault weapons ban, and the passage of legislation to protect gun makers from litigation all combined to create a perfect environment for mainstream gun makers to make, market, and sell large quantities of AR-15s. Sales executives realized that the gun's appeal was widening beyond military veterans. Bill Silver, head of commercial sales at Sig Sauer, recalled that the tough-looking military-style weapon had what he called the wannabe factor. "People want to be a special forces guy," he explained. Silver encouraged executives at Sig Sauer, a Swiss company known for high-end pistols, to build their own version of Stoner's rifle. "I'll sell as many as you can build," Silver told them. These new customers driving AR-15 sales were ridiculed within the gun industry in the early 2000s, remembered Ryan Bussey, a sales executive at the gun maker Kimber America. "The industry had these really pejorative sorts of names for this new consumer that popped up," he said. "They called them tactards, as in tactical retards. Everybody called them couch commandos." Bussey said that fellow sales execs had rolled their eyes at the AR-15 devotees when they approached their booths at gun shows to talk about how great Stoner's rifle was. Nobody in the industry really wanted anything to do with them or be seen with these people, he said. Then, the market shifted. Kimber, which specialized in handguns and hunting rifles, never got into the AR-15 business, but almost everyone else did. When 40,000 people from the gun industry, law enforcement, and the military descended on Las Vegas for the SHOT Show in February 2006, Stoner's gun was everywhere. The show seemed to be all about the AR. There were ARs of all sizes, calibers, and even colors, wrote David Griffith, the editor of a law enforcement periodical called Police Magazine. Griffith came across AR-style rifles that shot huge 50-caliber rounds and one that shot tiny BBs. There were ARs with lights, lasers, grenade launchers, he wrote. SHOT Show attendees crowded around booths of companies offering new AR-15s. You had to fight your way through the crowds at the Sig Sauer booth to even handle these things, one gun blogger wrote. The selling point for the Sig 556 was that it looked exactly like an AR-15, but reincorporated the piston and operating rod that Stoner had removed. As mainstream gun companies entered the AR market, some of the original bad boy AR-15 makers contemplated cashing in and selling their brands. In Maine, Dick Dyke, Bushmaster's owner, told Chief Executive John DeSantis that he wanted to sell. The company was booming, and Dyke believed he could command a high price. Dyke was paying himself about $1 million a year, according to DeSantis. DeSantis urged him not to sell. Profits hadn't reached their peak. Dyke dismissed the advice and hired a broker to reach out to potential buyers. Potential buyers showed immediate interest. In December 2005, 5 separate groups flew in private jets to Portland and then drove in limousines up to Bushmaster's headquarters, a few metal buildings that resembled the offices of a mid-sized lumber yard. DeSantis gave each group of visitors a PowerPoint presentation with charts and graphs showing profits and the company's growth. In 2004, Bushmaster brought in $46.6 million, with more than $7 million in earnings. By 2005, revenue reached $60.8 million, with $11.2 million in earnings. The visitors were surprised when they toured Bushmaster operations. The area where workers assembled more than 5,000 guns a month was just 18,000 square feet, about one-third the size of a football field. One group caught DeSantis' attention. They were Wall Street money men like the rest, but they actually knew something about guns. They worked for a private equity firm called Cerberus. They told DeSantis that their boss, Stephen Feinberg, liked guns and was interested in buying a gun company. DeSantis had never heard of the man. Most Americans had never heard of Feinberg or his Manhattan-based private equity firm, even though the businesses it controlled had more than $30 billion combined in annual sales. What's bigger than Cisco, Coke, or McDonald's? Business Week asked in a headline. Cerberus oversaw businesses that had little to do with each other, including National and Alamo car rental companies, Formica Corp., and 226 Burger King restaurants. The 45-year-old Feinberg kept a low profile. He refused interviews, and the firm's bare website didn't list the companies it ran. Feinberg was the son of steel salesmen and grew up in a small town north of New York City. His intelligence got him into Princeton. After college, he worked on Wall Street as a trader before co-founding Cerberus at the age of 32. He and a partner named the hedge fund after the snarling three-headed dog that guarded Hades in Greek mythology. They chose the image to show how vigilant the firm would be with investors' money. Feinberg's playbook was simple and successful. Buy undervalued companies, usually with money he borrowed, slash costs by firing employees and other means, and sell the companies for a large profit. Feinberg's fortune grew. He reportedly earned about $50 million in 2004 alone. But he didn't spend his wealth on the traditional indulgences of the rich and powerful. While other hedge fund managers are collecting fine French wines and flying around in private planes, he drives a Ford truck and drinks Budweiser, a friend told Businessweek. Feinberg liked to hunt. He hired a renowned sniper to teach him how to hit targets over great distances. The former Marine, Steve Reichert, was known for shooting an enemy combatant in Iraq from more than a mile away, one of the longest recorded kills in American military history. Reichert taught Feinberg how to read the wind and adjust his aim. Feinberg studied trajectories as he did company financials. On a trip to Colorado, he reportedly climbed an 11,000-foot mountain and killed a giant bull elk with one shot. When Dick Dyke unsealed bids for Bushmaster, Cerberus had made the highest offer, $76 million, 315 times what Dyke had paid for the company in 1976. Almost all of the $76 million would go to Dick Dyke and his son, Jeff, who together owned about 98% of the company. Dyke was thrilled, but Bushmaster's employees were worried about a private equity takeover. DeSantis, who remained on as chief executive, wondered why Feinberg, a Wall Street giant, wanted to buy Bushmaster. Feinberg's Cerberus controlled sprawling international operations. Why did he want little Bushmaster? He never got involved with a company that was worth less than $1 billion, DeSantis said. $75 million or whatever? That's small potatoes for him. But the Bushmaster purchase was just the first step in Cerberus's grand plan to shake up and ultimately dominate the gun industry. Feinberg's point man on the project was George Kolatides II, a Columbia MBA who had first learned about the importance of margins by calculating the cost of gas for his childhood lawn mowing business. After the United States invaded Afghanistan, Kolatides came up with the idea to invest in private companies aiding the war effort, including those manufacturing firearms, according to his deposition in later court proceedings. But the military market for guns was smaller than he expected, and he worried about its volatility. No war meant fewer sales. Instead, Kolatides grew intrigued to buy the U.S. civilian gun market. There was a gigantic thriving commercial market, and there may be an opportunity there, he recalled. He was amazed by the fact that 1/3 of Americans own guns. A huge built-in customer base was waiting to be sold more product. But the gun industry at the time was a fractured ecosystem of small companies. Most gun makers were privately owned, and the two publicly traded companies, Smith & Wesson and Ruger, were worth a combined $330 million at the end of 2005, a small sum by Cerberus's standards. Kolatides decided to apply a standard private equity practice: buy up and consolidate. If the plan worked, the company could sell gun owners every kind of firearm they wanted, including ARs, and bring down the cost of production through scale. There is cost-cutting opportunities which generate your return, he said. He set out to build a billion-dollar gun company. Kolatides understood the AR-15 to be central to this mission. The market for the gun had been growing about 8% every year from 1998 to 2005. "I would challenge you to find a consumer product that grows at 8% consistently for 7 years, he recalled. As an investor, this would excite me. Colatides seized upon an emerging realization in the gun industry. The AR-15 had become its financial savior. Almost 200,000 AR-15s were built for sale in America in 2006, a new record. Smith & Wesson's stock rose above $10. America's leading gun companies embraced Stoner's rifle, but some of the gun world's most well-known personalities still found the military-style weapon off-putting. One such celebrity was Jim Zumbo, a Stetson-wearing outdoorsman from Wyoming and a well-known writer for Outdoor Life magazine, a popular journal for hunters and fishermen. Zumbo hosted a television show on the Outdoor Channel, and many gun owners considered Zumbo to be the authority on hunting. "He's like our Michael Jordan," said Linda Powell, who worked in public relations for Remington Arms and often hunted with Zumbo. Readers and viewers paid close attention to the guns Zumbo used. "It's kind of like with sports figures. You look at the tennis shoes they wear, what kind of gear or equipment they're using, and you aspire to use the same thing your hero uses," Powell said. Powell's company, Remington, known for its hunting rifles and shotguns, sponsored Zumbo's television show. "Jim carrying our gun on his hunt and Jim wearing our hat? That sells a lot of guns," she said. That all changed in February 2007, when the 66-year-old Zumbo was out on a coyote hunt in Elk Mountain, Wyoming. On the first day, a hunting party shot coyotes and then returned to the lodge. As they stowed their guns, Zumbo saw someone with an AR-15. "What the hell's that doing here?" he asked. The guide, who owned the gun, said the rifle was becoming more common on coyote and prairie dog hunts. Zumbo was aghast, telling the young man that it didn't look like a hunting rifle. With that conversation rattling in his head and his scotch in hand, Zumbo fired up his laptop to update his Hunting with Zumbo blog on the Outdoor Life website. His editors had been telling him to post items that sparked conversation. He typed out a post and hit send. The blog post was titled, "Assault Rifles for Hunters?" "The guides on our hunt tell me that the use of AR and AK rifles have a rapidly growing following among hunters, especially prairie dog hunters. I had no clue. Only once in my life have I ever seen anyone using one of these firearms. I call them assault rifles, which may upset some people. Excuse me, maybe I'm a traditionalist, but I see no place for these weapons among our hunting fraternity. I'll go so far as to call them terrorist rifles. Sorry, folks. In my humble opinion, these things have no place in hunting. We don't need to be lumped into the group of people who terrorize the world with them, which is an obvious concern. I've always been comfortable with the statement that hunters don't use assault rifles." Zumbo finished up the hunt, bagging a couple of coyotes. The first indication that anything was wrong came when Linda Powell called him as he drove home. Complaints were pouring in about the blog post, she told him. Next, Zumbo got a message to call Ted Nugent, the Detroit rock musician and celebrity NRA spokesman. "Zumbo, you fucked up," the rocker told him. Zumbo logged online and saw hundreds of comments. "You're a fucking POS. Fuck you, Zumbo. Go suckle on Hillary Clinton's bosoms a little more, you uninformed fucktard. Good day, sir," one reader commented. Hundreds of readers canceled their subscriptions to Outdoor Life. "If these are terrorist rifles, then are you calling me, a law-abiding, Constitution-defending family man, a terrorist?" another reader wrote. Zumbo appended a hasty apology to his blog, saying the post was the biggest blunder in my 42 years. Remington dropped their sponsorship, and the Outdoor Channel suspended his show. In what might be considered the fastest career collapse in history, Jim Zumbo, for decades one of the nation's most visible outdoor writers and broadcasters, has lost everything in a matter of only a few days, one Outdoors columnist wrote. Zumbo's downfall showed that the AR-15 had become a key cultural icon for gun owners. The industry, all the organizations, had no clue that the AR-15 owners were that strong, recalled Randy Luth. Though Remington didn't make AR-15s, Linda Powell said she was later informed that the orders to drop Zumbo had come from Cerberus, the private equity firm that was in the process of buying the company. With Bushmaster, Cerberus was already the largest AR-15 maker in the country. Cerberus couldn't tolerate being associated with writers who attacked the AR-15. It was strictly business for them, she said. AR-15s were too important to the bottom line. Zumbo was expendable. Cerberus closed the deal for Remington, paying $118 million and assuming the company's $252 million debt. Remington was the next big step in Cerberus's quest for gun industry domination. Feinberg even made moves to acquire Colt. One day, at the Manhattan headquarters, Feinberg pulled DeSantis into a conference room. If Cerberus bought Colt, it would have an entree into the lucrative world of military contracts, DeSantis recalled Feinberg telling him. "Do you want to make money?" DeSantis asked Feinberg. "Of course I do," he answered. "Then don't buy Colt," DeSantis said. But Feinberg insisted, so DeSantis traveled to Hartford to meet with Colt executives. Feinberg wanted that company so bad he could taste it, he recalled. Colt's asking price was over $200 million. DeSantis advised Feinberg against it. Cerberus put in a bid, but well below the asking price. The deal never happened. Cerberus's efforts to build a firearms conglomerate were not the subject of mainstream media coverage. But in the world of firearms, everyone was talking about the empire he was building. "Holy mackerel, this ain't good for me," Randy Luth, the owner of the second-largest AR-15 maker, DPMS, recalled thinking. Luth decided to sell his company to Cerberus. Rumors circulated in internet chat rooms that the billionaire George Soros, the investor and supporter of liberal causes despised by conservatives, was behind the deals with the goal of shutting down production. Eventually, the NRA would issue a statement seeking to dispel the rumors. By controlling DPMS and Bushmaster, Stephen Feinberg's gun firm became by far the largest manufacturer of AR-15s in America. The two companies combined to produce 118,000 ARs in 2007, nearly half the number made in the United States that year. The compounded annual growth rate for the long gun market, hunting rifles, shotguns, etc., was 5% from 2004 to 2007. The rate for the AR-15 market was 36%. The men running the new gun conglomerate were sure they could sell even more. They launched a camouflage AR-15 model under the Remington brand, hoping to draw hunters to the semi-automatic rifle. They increased credit lines for wholesalers, the middlemen who bought the guns from manufacturers and then sold them to gun shops. Under Dyke, Bushmaster could send $250,000 worth of AR-15s to its largest wholesaler, but nothing more until the wholesaler paid up. Feinberg's group raised the limit to $750,000, allowing Bushmaster to produce and sell its guns at an even faster pace. As soon as that opened up, we just went crazy, DeSantis recalled. Bushmaster and DPMS leaned on suppliers to reduce costs with their massive buying power, further increasing profit margins. The 2008 presidential election also supercharged the AR-15 market. The leading candidates for the Democratic nomination, New York Senator Hillary Clinton and Illinois Senator Barack Obama, avoided talking about guns, even after a college student killed 32 people at Virginia Tech. He was armed with 2 semi-automatic handguns. One candidate, Delaware Senator Joe Biden, then trailing in the polls, called for a reinstatement of the federal assault weapons ban. As the field narrowed, Clinton and Obama accused each other of wanting to restrict gun ownership. When news leaked that Obama said at a fundraiser that it was not surprising that small-town voters cling to guns. Clinton attacked. She talked about how her grandfather had taught her to shoot a gun. "It's part of culture. It's part of a way of life," Clinton said. Obama responded that Clinton was talking like she's Annie Oakley. During the only Democratic primary debate in which guns were discussed at length, Clinton pledged to reinstate the ban that her husband had signed into law 14 years earlier. Obama took no position on the ban during the debate, though on his website he had promised to reinstate it. In the midst of the 2008 presidential race, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled for the first time that the Second Amendment protected an individual's right to keep and bear arms. The 5-4 ruling in District of Columbia v. Heller embraced an interpretation of the Second Amendment that the NRA and its allies had been arguing for years. For the majority, the conservative Justice Antonin Scalia wrote that the first clause of the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, did not limit the second clause, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The Second Amendment guaranteed the individual right to possess and carry weapons in case of confrontation, Scalia wrote. Scalia left open the possibility of regulating or limiting what he called dangerous and unusual weapons, but he didn't specify which ones. Pro-gun lawyers prepared challenges to state assault weapons bans, believing that the decision in Heller meant such bans were unconstitutional. Gun control advocates readied their defenses, arguing such bans were the limitations that Scalia had in mind. Obama, by then the presumptive Democratic nominee, delivered a cautious response to the decision, saying he supported an individual right to own guns and some gun control measures. His remarks were part of a strategy to appeal to working-class voters in key swing states such as Pennsylvania and Ohio. The Democrat learned from watching what happened to his predecessors in 2000 and 2004 that talking gun control didn't help Democrats win national elections. But Obama's moderate stance made no difference to the NRA. The group announced it would spend a record $40 million to defeat him and back Arizona Senator John McCain, the Republican nominee. The gun group warned its members that if Obama were to be elected, sweeping gun control measures would follow. Never in NRA's history have we faced a presidential candidate and hundreds of candidates running for other offices with such a deep-rooted hatred of firearm freedoms. The NRA launched a website, gunbanobama.com, and claimed he would be the most anti-gun president in American history. The NRA's campaign fueled AR-15 sales. Gun shops taped up NRA posters declaring, "On the Second Amendment, don't believe Obama." Dealers at gun shows displayed photos of Obama and advised shoppers to get him before he does. On Wall Street, investors were thrilled with the fear that was fueling sales. One analyst queried Smith & Wesson's Golden on an earnings call about the atmospherics on the pre-election buildup and the growth potential for gun sales. "Some of the growth in tactical rifles is pre-election buying," Golden said. "You talk to some guys that have been in the industry for a while, and they think it's only going to continue to increase as we get closer to November, depending on how things are looking." By the end of October, things looked good for Obama and the gun industry. For the 3 months that ended on October 31, 2008, sales of Smith & Wesson's version of the AR-15 rose 308% when compared to the same 3 months the prior year. M&P 15 sales were helped by a consumer promotion, as well as what appears to have been speculation on the outcome of the presidential election, the company told investors. On November 4, 2008, Barack Obama became the first black U.S. president. As he spoke to a large crowd in Chicago's Grant Park that night, he cast his victory as a triumph of hope over the politics of fear. But with his election, panicked gun owners rushed to buy AR-15s. In Florida, a salesman at Shoot Straight Tampa spent hours fitting assault rifles to the palms of gun-hungry customers, the St. Petersburg Times reported. Jim's pawn shop in Fayetteville, North Carolina, was selling 15 to 20 AR-15s every day. "It's been an absolute madhouse," a manager said. In Texas, a Fort Worth gun shop called Cheaper Than Dirt sold $101,000 in firearms and accessories the day after the election, an all-time high. One customer said he was motivated to buy an AR-15 after receiving postcards from the NRA. The FBI conducted more background checks for firearms purchases that November than in any other month since the modern background check system was instituted in 1998. AR-15 makers called it the Barack Boom. All that year, Bushmaster's fleet of GMC trucks were in constant motion, picking up parts from machine shops and delivering them to the main industrial park. Warehouse workers put in 6 days a week, from 7 in the morning to 8 at night, assembling rifles by hand. By the end of 2008, Bushmaster had built a record 85,700 ARs, a 44% increase from the year before. In those days, you could sell anything you could make, recalled John DeSantis. DPMS, the private equity group's other AR manufacturer, made 94,500 ARs that year, a 60% jump. At least 26 different gun companies made 444,000 AR-15 style rifles for sale in the United States in 2008, representing nearly 10% of all guns made in the U.S. that year. The sales bonanza persuaded even the most conservative gun makers to join in. Ruger, whose founder had resisted making ARs for decades until he died in 2002, launched its first AR-15 model in 2009. Colt decided in 2011 to re-enter the commercial AR-15 market. The decision was made by the chief executive, Jerry Dinkle, who was brought in to save the company. The company's controlling shareholder wanted Dinkle to bring in more sales from foreign militaries, but Dinkle felt that the only way to make up for declining U.S. military sales was to add the commercial AR-15 sales to the international business. It almost didn't matter how many rifles were being sold out there. The fact that people could now buy a Colt rifle, as opposed to somebody else's rifle, would guarantee a strong market share for us, Dinkle remembered. At a London pub in late 2010, Dinkle made his pitch to a major Colt shareholder. He said that sales of ARs on the commercial market could add up to $100 million in annual revenue. Sales of Colt's new AR-15 were robust and helped to keep the company afloat. Everybody was happy, said Dinkle. Executives at Feinberg's gun firm moved to grab an even larger share of the expanding AR-15 market. They changed the company's name from American Heritage Arms to Freedom Group. They pushed their AR-15s into big box stores such as Walmart, slashing the prices of their low-end rifles to get them on the shelves of America's largest retailer. They wanted to sell as many as possible. With Cerberus and them, it's all about the numbers and volume, remembered Luth, who was still in charge at DPMS. Money poured into Freedom Group and other gun companies, while every other business sector struggled as the global financial crisis plunged the United States into a recession. America's big three automakers were on the brink of insolvency. The value of Cerberus's substantial stakes in Chrysler and General Motors' financing arm, GMAC, plummeted. Feinberg's investors withdrew more than $4.77 billion in response to the losses. Feinberg's private equity firm now looked to the gun company as a source of funds. Freedom Group filed to go public in October 2009, hoping to raise $200 million. The company boasted to potential investors that it was the largest producer of AR rifles in America, controlling 49% of a fast-growing market. Net sales of the gun increased by $50 million in the first 6 months of 2009 when compared with the same period of the previous year. Freedom Group's prospectus predicted that sales of Stoner's rifle would grow even more by courting a new generation of AR-15 owners. 22. The Man Card. Mine is so definitely bigger than yours. Proposed Bushmaster advertisement. A great way to reach young men in the 2000s was to place an ad in Maxim magazine. With scantily clad models and regular features on sex, it was the ultimate bro Bible. Every month, it delivered on the promise in its tagline: sex, sports, beer, gadgets, clothes, fitness. It attracted a huge following among men ages 18 to 34, a demographic coveted by advertisers. By 2005, Maxim's monthly circulation topped 2.5 million. Glossy spreads for Patron Tequila, Nautica Cologne, and Cadillac filled the magazine's pages. But Freedom Group's marketing team believed that Maxim was the perfect venue to launch a bold new ad campaign for Bushmaster's AR-15 model. They turned to one of their ad agencies, Brothers & Company, a Tulsa firm that specialized in outdoor recreation and sports marketing, to create an ad that would grab the attention of the magazine's readers. The mostly educated, higher-than-average income Maxim reader isn't cracking open their new issue hoping the latest AR ad can be found there, Brothers & Company wrote in an internal memo for Freedom Group in September 2009. We not only must cut through the clutter of advertising, we have to make our product the sexiest thing in the magazine. The agency proposed 5 ads that would speak to the primal core of the Maxim reader, both with refreshingly brutal honesty and humor. The memo warned that while they will certainly make you squirm, if you want to sell Bushmaster guns in Maxim, these are the ads for the mission. They weren't subtle. The first proposed ad was a large photo of Bushmaster's AR-15 rifle, the XM-15, pointed out at the reader. Below the gun, in giant black letters, the ad copy declared, "Mine is so definitely bigger than yours." At the bottom of the full-page ad, it read, "If it's good enough for the military, it's good enough for you. Bushmaster, the world's finest commercial AR platform rifle." Other proposed ads carried equally brash messaging, helping men grow a pair since 1978. Your iPhone just lost all novelty. It is never too late to be a man. And consider your man card reissued. The men at Freedom Group declared the Man Card ad the winner. It appeared in the November 2009 issue of Maxim, opposite a photo of the female stars of the television show Battlestar Galactica, wearing bikini bottoms and skimpy halter tops. Only the small print at the bottom of the full-page ad was slightly changed from the draft to say, "If it's good enough for the professional, it's good enough for you." The men at Freedom Group were so excited about the Man Card promotion that they dedicated 7 pages to it in their internal marketing plan for 2010. The presentation explained the concept behind the ad. Every man carries an implied man card, representative of his status as a man and the privileges accompanying said status. In this ad, we imply that by buying a Bushmaster, your man card is reissued. It then described a new online phase of the Man Card campaign that would appear on Bushmaster's website that spring. Visitors to the site would have the chance to revoke their buddies' man cards for being a crier or a cupcake. They could provide a description of the offense, such as, "Jeff stayed at home to watch Mamma Mia with his girlfriend instead of going out to poker night with the boys," according to the presentation. Bushmaster would send an email to the accused, who would have to take a quiz to retain their man card. Visitors could also take a test to get their own man card by answering questions such as, "Which of these best expresses your inner light?" The possible answers were a kitten, a candle, or an AR-15. A kitten and a candle were the wrong answers. Freedom Group launched a large promotional campaign for the website with ads in gun magazines, social media promotion, and a big push at the NRA annual show in Charlotte, North Carolina. In a world of rapidly depleting testosterone, the Bushmaster Man Card declares and confirms that you are a man's man, the last of a dying breed, with all the rights and privileges duly afforded, the site copy read. Freedom Group's ad campaign arrived in an era when American men were feeling particularly insecure. The Great Recession had destroyed 8 million jobs, 3/4 of which had been held by men. For the first time in U.S. history, more women were working than men. Women were outpacing men in education, too, earning 3 college degrees for every 2 that men earned. The American male physique was deteriorating. In 2010, the average weight of an American male was 196 pounds, up from 166 pounds 50 years before. At work, men sat at desks staring at computer screens. At night, they stared at video games or television shows. Hunting continued to wane. Just 5% of Americans older than 16 went hunting in 2006, according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The flaccid existence of most men was mocked in popular culture. Television shows such as the animated Family Guy and the sitcom King of Queens presented fat, oblivious morons as typical American males. Bushmaster's remedy? Get an AR-15. Yet the tough guy image Bushmaster promoted was a paradox. The gun looked martial and intimidating, but Eugene Stoner had designed it to be easy to aim and shoot for just about anyone. Recoil was minimal, making quick follow-up shots a breeze. Shooters felt like expert marksmen at the shooting range with little practice. In many ways, the AR-15 was the ideal firearm for the modern American man. It looked macho, but he didn't have to put much effort into shooting it. Deer hunting rifles and shotguns delivered a tremendous kick to the shoulder. Handguns required steady arms. The AR-15 was well suited for shooters of small stature, a key sales pitch made by Stoner and Colt representatives during their trips to Asia. American civilians generally weren't using the gun for hunting. Most AR-15 owners used their rifles for shooting paper targets at the range, according to the first comprehensive survey of AR owners in 2010 by the National Shooting Sports Foundation. When asked where they had shot their AR-15 in the last 12 months, 44% of those queried said a public shooting range, while another 44% said a private shooting range. Just 19% said they used the gun for hunting on private land. The top reasons for owning an AR-15 in order were target shooting, home defense, collecting, varmint hunting, competition shooting, big game hunting, and lastly, professional use. The typical AR owner was male, 99%, and married, 73%, with no military or law enforcement background, 56%. Many paid keen attention to political discussions of gun rights. 8 in 10 had purchased their most recent AR since 2008, the year that Obama was elected. AR-15 owners were richer and younger than typical gun owners. The key demographic most likely to spend more than $600 on accessories and parts were men under 35 who owned 3 or more AR-15s and made more than $110,000 a year, according to the survey. That was precisely the Maxim demographic. The Man Card campaign was a sharp departure in tone from previous marketing at Bushmaster. A typical Bushmaster ad in shotgun news from earlier years would feature photos of rifles and parts with detailed descriptions of their specifications. In one from 1998, Bushmaster highlighted that its rifles had heavy-profile premium match-grade barrels and manganese phosphate finish for rust and corrosion protection. This ad approach, devoid of sex appeal, appealed to aging gun hobbyists who already owned a lot of guns. The percentage of American households that own guns had dropped to 31% in 2010, from 50% in 1977. By 2004, 20% of America's gun owners owned 65% of the nation's 283 million guns, researchers from the Harvard School of Public Health found in a comprehensive survey of American gun ownership. Gun makers worried that these older buyers were tapped out on purchases and weren't passing down the hunting tradition to their children and grandchildren. The firearms industry needed to find a way to reach younger customers. Some gun marketers saw video games as a potential way to market their products. Gun companies and game designers made agreements to place name-brand AR-15s and other weapons in games that were popular with boys and young men. Gun makers didn't need to seek these deals out at first. Designers who wanted their games to look realistic came to them. Money rarely changed hands, but with the appearance of AR-15s in these games, the guns makers suddenly accessed millions of potential new customers. Bill Silver, head of commercial sales at the gun maker Sig Sauer, called putting the gun in these games seed planting. At Freedom Group, a marketing team prepared a memo called Gaming Strategy that they marked confidential and for internal use only. It promoted the view that video games were an excellent way to expose a new generation to guns and turn teens and young men playing the games into gun buyers. With increasing urbanization and access to shooting and hunting areas in decline, a primary means for young potential shooters to come into contact with firearms and ammunition is through virtual gaming scenarios, the memo stated. Gaming allows millennials without access to shooting facilities or mentors to be exposed to shooting. The marketing team believed that being included in these games will be beneficial to Freedom Group and help create brand preference among the next generation who experiences these games, allowing Freedom Group to win our fair share of these young customers. The memo outlined how its guns should appear on screen. Acceptable games included hunting, military, and non-military scenarios where the shooter was acting legally and ethically. But games where civilian bad guys could be targets should not carry the company's name. Previous experience tells us people will seek out the brand of the guns, the marketing team wrote. A lack of direct branding helps to shield us from the implications of a direct endorsement while still receiving benefit from inclusion in the game. Freedom Group's executives were amazed by how well the video game marketing worked. It really is irony that video games that just a decade ago were considered the #1 threat to gaining new shooters is perhaps now the #1 draw, one Freedom Group vice president wrote in an internal email. It's just another way to get their name out there, recalled Pete Blumel, a producer at the video game designer Infinity Ward, which created the popular game franchise Call of Duty. One of Blumel's responsibilities at Infinity Ward was to select the weapons for the games. Once they decided on the guns, Blumel would have the actual firearms photographed from every angle, so the guns would appear as realistic as possible. He had his staff meticulously record audio of real guns being fired. Stoner's rifle was included in games because it was the American gun, Blumel said. When Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was released in November 2009, it smashed video game sales records. The game included a controversial level called No Russian that featured a mass shooting. In the level, the player had the option to kill unarmed civilians in an airport with an M4 or another weapon. Players could chase fleeing people, shooting them down, and even firing at the wounded as they tried to crawl away, moaning and crying. Religious leaders condemned the brutality, but the game was well received by critics and fans. Some gun makers found video game promotion distasteful and wouldn't participate. Randy Luth at DPMS Panther turned down requests to have his gun appear in games. "I don't want to be part of using our brand name to teach kids how to kill humans," he said. Though he drew the line at video games, Luth found other ways to reach the demographic. He struck a deal with Soft Air USA to make BB guns that looked like his AR-15s, bearing his company's Panther logo. He thought it was a safe and respectful way to introduce kids to firearms and promote his brand. "I felt that just like Camel cigarettes, if you introduce the kids to the brand at a young age, they're going to remember that brand," he said. And it worked, because every day a kid's turning 18 or 21. Under federal law, Americans had to be 18 to buy rifles or shotguns, and 21 to buy handguns. Gun makers also used shooting competitions called 3-gun that were gaining in popularity to market AR-15s to a younger audience. Competitors raced along a special course, firing at targets with 3 different guns, often a pistol, a shotgun, and an AR-15. Junior Shooters, a magazine devoted to youth shooting competitions and hunting, put out a special issue in 2011 on 3-gun competitions. In those pages, young competitors raved about the AR-15. With such little recoil, it is easy to settle back onto a target for a second shot, wrote one 16-year-old competitor. Junior shooters featured ads from many of the major AR-15 makers. Ruger advertised a .22 caliber rifle that looked like an AR-15 model as the coolest .22 LR ever. The colors of the ad were reminiscent of an ad for minty chewing gum. The magazine's editor praised Ruger's gun as cool, fun, and great for practice at little cost. As gunmakers sought out younger customers, industry lobbyists tried to soften the AR-15's image in Washington. The National Shooting Sports Foundation hired a public relations firm to come up with a new term to recast Stoner's gun and get away from the phrase assault rifle. "We wanted a term that was more accurate in terms of its civilian perception," said Doug Painter, the group's president. The group settled on the term modern sporting rifle and pressed gun makers to stop using tactical rifle or assault rifle when describing the AR-15. Industry representatives also pushed journalists to adopt the term, but few gun owners, politicians, or journalists did. Most just called them ARs. The AR-15 marketing, from glossy magazine ads to video games, drew lots of new customers, and as targeted, many were young men. The vast majority intended to be responsible gun owners, but the gun's new image also attracted isolated and disturbed men. One of them was a 24-year-old graduate student in Denver named James Egan Holmes. Holmes had graduated with a bachelor's degree in neuroscience with highest honors from the University of California, Riverside in 2010. He enrolled at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus the next year as a doctoral candidate. Holmes struggled with social anxiety and obsessive-compulsive behavior that had plagued him for much of his life. He developed insomnia. He saw shadows committing violent acts on his apartment walls as he lay in bed. He stopped communicating with his few friends. He became obsessed with the size of his penis, convinced it was abnormally small. Holmes had long fantasized about killing. Now the perverse notion consumed him. He called it the mission. He searched the internet to learn about the best guns for killing lots of people. In late May, he bought his first one, a Glock pistol. And several days later, he bought a tactical shotgun. On June 7, 2012, Holmes failed his oral exams in the doctoral program. That same day, he went to a chain sporting goods store in a Denver suburb to buy a third gun. He paid $968.38 with his MasterCard for a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, 3 magazines, a sling, and ammunition. 5 days later, Holmes purchased a 100-round drum magazine online and a green laser sight for the rifle. He bought 3,370 rounds of .223 ammunition. He practiced shooting the rifle at an open-air range near the mountains. Holmes set up profiles on dating sites, including Match.com and AdultFriendFinder.com, asking potential partners, "Will you visit me in prison?" 23. I'm a killer, I guess. He wanted to look like a badass. Craig Apple. Marcus Weaver was a Batman fan. The broad-shouldered, 6'4" Weaver was drawn to the superhero because of what the fictional character represented, a man combating pervasive evil in a dark world. Weaver had gotten into trouble when he was younger, including drugs and stealing. Now, working for a social service nonprofit in Denver, Weaver wanted to get his life back on track and help the world just like the Caped Crusader. "Batman is my dude," he said. Weaver admired the stoic interpretation of the character by the director Christopher Nolan in the movies Batman Begins, 2005, and The Dark Knight, 2008. In 2012, Nolan had finished his trilogy with a final installment, The Dark Knight Rises. Weaver couldn't wait to see it. Weaver invited Rebecca Wingo, a 32-year-old single mother of 2, to go with him. Wingo, a cheerful waitress with long brown hair, had served in the Air Force and was attending community college. Weaver bought tickets to the late-night premiere at a movie theater in Aurora, a large suburb of Denver. The tickets were for Theater 9, one of the multiplex's largest theaters. The couple met up in the lobby, then found their seats. As they sat down, Wingo joked, "Are you getting sick of me yet?" The two laughed, and he told her of course not. The lights dimmed, the movie started, and the crowd of about 400 people applauded. 20 minutes into the movie, Weaver saw smoke and heard strange noises. "Something's whizzing at the lower level, and it's hard to see what's going on," Weaver recalled. From the second row, Jennifer Seeger saw a figure in a costume coming through an exit door near the screen, just feet from where she sat. He wore body armor and a gas mask. He held a shotgun and had a rifle slung over his chest. He looked like a SWAT officer or a soldier, she thought. He said nothing. The figure threw canisters that made hissing sounds and spewed caustic smoke. Everyone started coughing and covering their eyes. Then he started shooting. He raised the rifle and fired into the crowd. Seeger dove under her seat as he pointed in her direction. All the bullet casings kept falling on my forehead. They were like singeing my forehead, and there was just gunpowder in the air, and all I hear was screaming and just bloody murder. The image that stuck in her mind was the man pointing the rifle at her. Christopher Ramos, a 20-year-old sitting farther back, believed he was going to die after the man sitting next to him was hit. "I hear a splash noise," he recalled, "and he just jerks." Ramos saw the shooter down below. He was just quiet, and he was literally just shooting everyone like it was like hunting season or something, he said. People were standing around. He wasn't aiming for a specific person. He was aiming for as many people as he could. Seated at the back of the theater, Weaver heard loud booms, then the rapid shots. It was like a thunderstorm, and everyone just started screaming, he recalled. Remembering the sound of an AR-15 in that small theater, that's the thing that has given me nightmares. The beginning, and that feeling of utter helplessness. Weaver dove behind the seats and peeked through a crack. It looked like the devil, Weaver recalled. And it just doesn't stop. Bam, 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 bam. The shooter paused, and Weaver sprang up and told Rebecca to run for the exits. People were piling over each other to escape. The shooting resumed. Weaver fell over into the row of seats behind him. He got up and ran to the lobby. He saw a police officer rushing to the theater. He called out to say that he couldn't find his friend Rebecca. As he was talking, a girl came up to Weaver and said, "Your arm is bleeding." Weaver looked over at his right shoulder. He couldn't move his arm. "It's drenched in blood," he recalled. "I had been shot, and I didn't even know it." He scanned the panicked crowd. Where was Rebecca? The first 911 call came in at 12:38 a.m. In the background, the dispatcher heard shooting and screaming. A minute later, someone called from the theater. The dispatcher heard more shots as a person shouted into the phone, "Help us, please!" and "Please help!" Jerry Johnsgard, an Aurora police sergeant, rushed to the theater thinking he was responding to a gang shooting. He saw crowds pouring out of the theater, many with bullet wounds. He ran into Theater 9. Bodies were everywhere, and blood covered the floors and seats. The veteran officer was overwhelmed. He opened an exit door to clear the room of smoke. He stood at the doorway for a moment, trying to collect himself. "We see trauma. We see heartache, death, destruction on a daily basis. I mean, that's what we do," he later said. "But the volume of this night was just beyond your senses." Johnsgard saw the body of a little girl lying at the doorway. Though he knew he was violating crime scene protocol, he ordered men to take her lifeless body outside to emergency workers. "No child is going to stay in that scene," he said. "It was horrific enough, without having my officers step over the body of a little girl right at the rear door." The girl was 6-year-old Veronica Moser Sullivan. Aurora officer James Waselko, who had served in the army in Afghanistan, was startled to see a military rifle on the ground outside the exit door. What was that kind of weapon doing at a movie theater? The gun lay near a bloody pink flip-flop. Officers Jason Sweeney and Jason Oviatt, positioned outside in the parking lot, noticed a figure in body armor and wearing a gas mask standing near a car. "When I first saw him, I thought he was a cop," Oviatt said. But something was off. The man seemed confused. The two officers realized that his gas mask and body armor were not standard issue for the city's SWAT team. The officers called out to the man. They approached the man and handcuffed him. Sweeney and Oviatt arrested James Holmes, but they didn't believe at first that he was the sole shooter. It didn't seem possible that one person could cause so much horror in so short a time. Hospitals were deluged. At the University of Colorado Medical Center, many of the wounded arrived in police cars, not ambulances. Doctors triaged patients, putting those with less serious injuries in the hallways. The hospital had run out of beds. Tom Sullivan woke up in the early hours of that Friday morning to get ready for his pre-dawn shift as a distribution clerk at a Denver post office. He went to bed at about 7 p.m. every night, then woke about 2:30 a.m., made himself some coffee, and packed his lunch before heading to work. He often turned on the television to watch sports game recaps. That morning, he turned on the television, and instead of sports, newscasters were talking about a mass shooting in Aurora. "I was thinking Alex might have gone to the movie theater last night, but that's not the one he normally goes to. I'd better call him," he recalled. Alex was his son. July 20 was his birthday, and now he was 27. It was a tradition for Alex to go to the movies for his birthday. Tom Sullivan's call to his son's cell went to voicemail. He wished Alex a happy birthday and asked him to call him, so his mother, who was still sleeping, wouldn't worry when she woke up and saw the news. A short while later, he called again. He left another message. "This looks like it's really serious stuff. Please call me." On his way to work, Sullivan drove by the Century 16 Theater, which was lit up by lights from police cars and ambulances. Throughout the morning, he called his son's cell phone every half hour. At about 6:30 a.m., his wife called. Sullivan assumed she had seen the news, and he tried to calm her. "I said, don't worry. He's probably just sleeping, but there has been this shooting," he said. His wife cut him off. She just started screaming, saying Alex has been shot. Sullivan rushed to a nearby high school where families of people hurt or killed at the theater were told to gather. His wife and daughter met him there. They were shuttled into a room with 11 other families. Sullivan couldn't stand waiting there. He and a police officer drove to 3 hospitals. His son wasn't in any of them. The family later learned that Alex, with his wife out of town, had gone to the Century 16 Theater for his birthday with coworkers. Before going, he posted on his Facebook page, #TheDarkKnightRises. OMG, counting down till its start. Can't wait. Going to be the best birthday ever. Alex was killed, and many of his coworkers were injured. In one hospital, Marcus Weaver lay on a bed as doctors tried to figure out what to do with the bullet fragments in his shoulder. A television in the room blared nonstop coverage of the shooting. Weaver called Wingo's friends and family, anyone he could think of, to find out whether there was any news about her. The next morning, Wingo's father confirmed in a Facebook post what Weaver had dreaded. Rebecca Wingo had been killed. "I lost my daughter yesterday to a madman. My grief right now is inconsolable," Steve Hernandez wrote. All this carnage was the result of James Holmes firing weapons for a mere 82 seconds. He first fired a shotgun, then threw the spent gun to the ground and picked up his M&P 15 rifle. He fired more than 60 rounds from a 100-round drum attached to the weapon before it jammed. In less time than it takes to watch 3 television commercials, the gunman killed 12 people and wounded scores more. Some people were not shot, but were injured trying to flee in a panic. James Holmes's mind had been unraveling in the months before the shooting. The pale Holmes wrote down his delusions and bizarre plotting in a spiral computation notebook. On one page, he labeled the book, Insights into the Mind of Madness. A few pages later, he called it Self-Diagnosis of Broken Mind. In one section, he wrote the word "why" repeatedly. Other pages were filled with conspiratorial ramblings and strange equations. Holmes believed that people could gain points from the universe if they killed others. Holmes came to believe that the only way to save himself from his monstrous depression and avoid suicide was mass murder. He considered bombing, biological warfare, and serial murder, but settled on a mass shooting. Maximum casualties, easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature. No fear of consequences. Being caught, 99% certain, he scribbled in his notebook. He decided to attack a movie theater, with large crowds and little security. He estimated police would respond within 3 minutes. He made a to-do list. Research firearm laws and mental illness. Buy handgun. Committed. Shotgun. AR-15. Second handgun. Wild card. Explosives. He wrote on July 13, "Embraced the hatred. A dark night rises." Days before July 20, Holmes put black contacts in his eyes, dyed his hair red, donned body armor, and took selfies in his apartment. He posed with his AR-15. Holmes changed his appearance and took the photos because he wanted to differentiate myself from who I normally was, he said later. "This is what a killer looks like," he said. "That I'm familiar in the ways of weaponry and body armor. That I'm a killer, I guess." Holmes was drawn to the AR-15 in part because it looked scary, said Craig Apple, an Aurora homicide detective who interviewed Holmes. That warrior mentality, that was his big issue, Apple recalled. He wanted to look like a badass. In the theater that night, Holmes, wearing body armor, helmet, and gas mask, could barely see where he was shooting, he said later. He just fired where he saw movement, or people cowering behind seats. When the AR-15 jammed, he pulled out the drum magazine and tried to insert another magazine, but the gun still didn't work. He staggered up an aisle for more light to see, but he couldn't get the gun to fire. The jamming of his chief weapon deflated the killer. I wanted to fix the AR-15. Once I couldn't fix it, I kind of left, he said later. Holmes fired his handgun a few times, but then he stumbled outside, dropping his AR-15 on the ground. Holmes knew little about firearms, and his ignorance saved many lives that night. When he practiced at the rifle range, he thought he was mastering the weapon, but in fact he was fouling his gun each time he fired. He never cleaned his firearms because he didn't know that he needed to do so. He never learned how to clear a jam, standard procedure for any serious firearm owner. He bought a 100-round drum magazine, an unreliable device. The fact that this guy is self-taught shows how easy it is to shoot these things, said Rich Orman, one of the prosecutors in the Holmes murder trial. He would have found a way to kill everyone in that theater by other means if he had to. But the AR-15 makes it so much easier. By his own estimation, Holmes was a bad shot, but he figured it didn't matter, since he would be attacking an enclosed theater with hundreds of unarmed victims. It's a great gun for killing lots of people really quickly, Orman said. That's why these guys use it. That's why the Army uses it. The Aurora shooting reignited the national gun debate when neither political party wanted to talk about the divisive issue. Democrat Barack Obama was seeking re-election against the Republican Party's presumptive nominee, Mitt Romney. The Obama campaign needed to win key Midwestern states where hunting was popular. Romney needed to win over suburban voters, especially women, and hardline, pro-Second Amendment stances didn't play well. Speaking to the National Urban League, Obama suggested he would back some restrictions on gun ownership, but he offered no specifics. He said gun owners had rights under the Constitution, but they must agree that AK-47s belong in the hands of soldiers, not in the hands of children. Romney argued passing new gun control laws wasn't the answer, but also said Holmes shouldn't have been allowed to own a gun. We can sometimes hope that just changing the law will make all bad things go away, he said. "It won't. Changing the heart of the American people may well be what's essential, to improve the lots of the American people." Political observers on both sides of the issue called the two candidates out for the wishy-washy stances. How long will elected officials, from the White House on down, be allowed to evade hard questions about why tragedies like Aurora occur and what might be done to prevent them? Asked an editor at the Toledo newspaper, The Blade. Dianne Feinstein went on Fox News offering the same solution she had made in the early 1990s, an assault weapons ban. "I have no problem with people being licensed and buying a firearm," she said, "but these are weapons that you are only going to be using to kill people in close combat. That's the purpose of that weapon." The NRA was quiet after the shooting. Just hours after Holmes's attack, the NRA's American Rifleman Twitter account posted, "Good morning, shooters. Happy Friday. Weekend plans?" The organization deleted the tweet in response to criticism. The organization said the person managing the account wasn't aware of the Aurora shooting, despite wall-to-wall news coverage. After the Aurora massacre, no major federal legislation was proposed, and many Americans moved on. But a few disturbed men, far from forgetting, obsessed over this massacre and others. In internet chat rooms, they traded details about the shootings, including the weapons the killers used. They wrote about the killers and massacres as if they were talking about their favorite sports stars and games. One was Adam Lanza, a thin, pale 20-year-old who lived with his mother in Connecticut. He spent hours hunched at his computer inside a darkened room. He had covered the windows with black plastic trash bags to keep the light out. He compiled lists of killers. He made edits to their Wikipedia pages, updating details about the guns they used. He registered as Smiggles on an online forum devoted to the Columbine high school killers. After the Aurora massacre, he exchanged emails with an online acquaintance about Holmes's popularity with fans, whom he called Holmies. Lanza wrote that he didn't understand why the Holmies thought the Aurora shooter was just a poor, misunderstood puppy who needs help. He dismissed the massacre as unoriginal. "I don't really understand why Aurora's shooting was considered such a big deal all around, as if such a thing had never happened before." On his computer, Lanza had a detailed spreadsheet of more than 400 mass murders from all around the world, going back to the 1800s. The first column on the spreadsheet listed the number of people killed, followed by the number wounded, the name of the killer, and then the weapon that was used. In other columns, he tracked locations, dates, how the massacre ended, whether the attacker was dead, in prison, or freed, the attacker's age and sex, and whether the guns had been purchased legally. One of the last entries involved 28-year-old Michael Kenneth McClendon, who on March 10, 2009, shot his mother and several relatives with a Bushmaster XM-15 in Alabama. He also fired indiscriminately at strangers. McClendon, who had been depressed about not achieving his goal of becoming a Marine, killed 10 people, then committed suicide during a police shootout. Lanza, too, wanted to join the military, though he was frail and beset by mental problems. He'd been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He refused to shake people's hands or touch doorknobs. At the barber shop, he cringed at the buzzing of hair clippers. He changed his socks up to 20 times a day. Lanza's parents divorced in the fall of 2009, and the couple agreed that Adam, then 17, would continue to live with his mother, Nancy Lanza. She sought to connect with her loner son by sharing her love of guns. She'd grown up hunting in New Hampshire, and she told one of her neighbors that she loved the feeling and power of a gun in her hand. She taught him to shoot a .22 caliber rifle when he was 5. She went target shooting with him as a teen. As he approached his 18th birthday, Lanza, who weighed 112 pounds and was nearing 6 feet, told his parents he wanted to enlist. "What do?" his father told the New Yorker. "You tell them Adam, that's unrealistic. On March 29, 2010, a few weeks before her son turned 18, Nancy Lanza drove to Riverview Gun Sales in East Windsor, Connecticut, a gun shop about 65 miles northeast of their home. She bought a Bushmaster XM15 model that had a 16-inch barrel, 4 inches shorter than a traditional AR-15. Its short, light design tracked the military's M4s, which soldiers favored for close-quarters combat. The gun that she bought was modified by Bushmaster to comply with Connecticut's assault weapons ban that had been passed in 1993. Connecticut lawmakers had intended to outlaw weapons like the AR-15, but their law used a features test like the moribund federal ban, and it was easy for gun makers to remove the offending features and keep selling their rifles. Nancy Lanza dutifully filled out the State of Connecticut Department of Public Safety form as though she was buying it for herself. But the gun was likely a birthday gift for her son. He was turning 18. He was about to become a man. 24. You wouldn't understand. I have no illusions about how hard the task is in front of us, but I also have never seen the nation's conscience so shaken by what happened at Sandy Hook. Joe Biden. 6-year-old Benjamin Wheeler's nickname was Crash, which was short for Crash, Hop-along, Hurt Himself, Jawbreaker, Shiner, Split Lip, Gash Eye, Face Plant, Nose Buster Wheeler. The energetic boy's parents, David and Francine, added to his name with each new childhood mishap. He buzzed around their home, running, jumping off furniture, tripping and falling. Ben had brown hair that was always tousled and round cheeks that grew rounder when he smiled. He was always eager to tell his family something in his lispy voice, often interrupting his older brother Nate at the dinner table. Ben never slowed down when he was awake. Sometimes at bedtime, he would fall asleep mid-sentence. Nothing moved fast enough for him, David said. David and Francine were living in Queens when Ben was born on September 12, 2006. The couple had been in New York City for years, working as actors and musicians. They met in 1998, when David hired Francine's singing trio to perform at his comedy and variety show, and they married in 2001. When Nate was born 3 years later, the couple's late-night lifestyle shifted from clubs to cribs. Francine recorded an album of children's music called Come Sit Beside Me. Songs such as Good Morning, Mr. Bagelman and Love Somebody, Yes I Do were written over a diaper-changing table. They sang them to their 2 children to help them sleep. By the time Ben was born, the couple was looking for a home in Newtown, Connecticut, where they had friends. The bedroom community had great schools and low taxes, and was an hour-and-a-half drive from the city. The town of 26,700, with its woods and winding roads, reminded David of where he had grown up in New Hampshire, a meeting of the country and the suburbs that he called the Woodburbs. The young families moved to Newtown in 2007, with 4-year-old Nate and 15-month-old Ben, was noted in the weekly The Newtown Bee. As fun as theater life is, it is also demanding, and when she and her husband decided to start a family, Ms. Wheeler began to think it was time to get out of show business, the newspaper reported. We wanted a piece of lawn, somewhere quiet, somewhere with good schools, Francine told the Bee. Most Newtown residents were wealthy. The Wheelers made ends meet. Francine gave piano and voice lessons and sang with a music group. David found work as an art director for an interior decor company. Both of their children, first Nate, then Ben, attended their local public school, Sandy Hook Elementary. Francine and David were impressed by the school's principal, Don Hochsprung, a 5-foot 2-inch dynamo whom David described as unstoppable. She ran the school with a firm but caring hand. Ben eagerly awaited each day of kindergarten. He loved everything about school. He couldn't wait to go, David said. If anything, he was overly enthusiastic, which, for a teacher, can be a challenge. Ben's mom taught him to play the piano. His favorite song was "The Bonnie Banks o' Loch Lomond," which he would pick out on the piano with one finger and sing loudly, "You'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road." He was a goofball and a ham. He played tricks on his older brother, hiding his favorite teddy bear or dressing it in a strange outfit. For first grade, Ben was assigned to a teacher who David and Francine thought would not be the best fit. They wanted someone who was a little more forgiving of that boy energy, David recalled. Principal Hawksprung assigned Ben to Amanda D'Amato's class for the 2012 school year. In the early morning darkness of Friday, December 14, 2012, David and Francine readied their two boys for school. It was parental chaos, as usual. Ben woke with the sniffles. Francine asked David whether she should keep him home. He didn't have a cough or a fever. "Your day is going to be turned upside down if you keep him home. He's going to be fine," David said. Complicating the morning, Francine planned to take David's Honda Fit and drop it off to get snow tires installed. David had to take Francine's Toyota Corolla to work. Halfway into David's 50-mile commute, Francine called his cell. The boys' backpacks were in the trunk of her car, which meant they didn't have their books, supplies, or lunch bags. Francine improvised, giving Nate and Ben their lunches in brown paper bags. Nate had to go to school early for a book club. Francine asked Ben whether he wanted to go to Starbucks after dropping Nate off and before he had to go to class. He said yes. As she rushed to load the dishwasher, Ben asked her one of those deep, non-sequitur questions that children sometimes ask. "Mom, what does forgiveness mean?" "It's when somebody does something wrong and you forget about it," she told him. Ben shrugged. Francine drove through wintry woods to Sandy Hook. She dropped Nate off, then drove with Ben to Starbucks. They talked as Francine sipped coffee and Ben guzzled chocolate milk. Ben told his mom that he wanted to be a paleontologist, just like Nate wanted to be. He also wanted to be a lighthouse keeper, he said. She drove Ben back to school and gave him a hug. He ran inside. Ben's teacher wasn't there that day, so the class had a substitute. Around 9:40 a.m., drivers on Riverside Road near the school stopped their cars when they spotted a group of 5 children running and waving their arms. They didn't have coats or backpacks. The children frantically told the drivers that a man was in their school with a gun. He was killing everyone. One of the women called the school, but no one answered. She dialed 911. "Get down to the station and bring the children," an officer said. At the station, one of the boys said that he had been sitting in his first-grade class when he heard loud noises from the hall. The door swung open, and a bad man came in and started shooting. The gunman was wearing army clothes and had a bazooka, the boy said. The girl told the officers that she didn't want to die. She wanted to live. So she ran the fastest she could out of the school. One of the first officers dispatched to the school was William Chapman. His heart was pounding as he drove his patrol car full speed. He did breathing exercises to calm himself and unlocked the department-issued AR close to his seat. At the school, he grabbed the gun and jumped out. He released the charging handle of the rifle, putting a round into the chamber. He heard rifle fire from inside the school. He turned his selector switch from safe to fire. He motioned to 2 fellow officers to move forward. Inside the school lobby, the officers found shell casings and shattered glass. Acrid gunpowder hung in the air. As the others gave him cover, Chapman knelt down to check the vital signs of 2 women lying on the floor. No pulse. Chapman and another officer made their way through the school. In classroom 9, they found teachers huddling in shock. One woman was bleeding. Across the hall, Chapman opened the door to classroom 10 and saw a Glock handgun lying on the floor. He went in, his AR-15 at his shoulder. On the floor, he saw a skinny man wearing fatigues and a tactical vest. Blood pooled around the man's head. He'd shot himself. Chapman moved farther into the room and saw the bodies of children and teachers. An AR-15 lay near them. Chapman felt his heart breaking as he walked around the room. No, he said. Everyone was dead. Then he came across a girl huddled by the legs of a table. She still had a faint pulse. He slung his rifle across his back and ran to the hallway, calling for an ambulance. He picked up the girl and sprinted out of the building. He ran across the parking lot, praying that she would live and telling her that she was safe, that Jesus loved her, and that he was protecting her. Come on, sweetie, he said. Connecticut State Police Sergeant Bill Corio saw no one when he first walked into Classroom 8, Ben's classroom. But as he made his way farther in, he saw 2 women lifeless on the floor. Beyond them, he saw an open door. He looked inside the little bathroom. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. After a moment, he realized it was the face of a little boy lying on top of a pile. A pile of what? He looked down. He was looking at a pile of children. Corio told Patrick Dragon, a fellow state trooper, that he thought one boy in the bathroom might still be breathing. Dragon found a brown-haired boy and cradled him in his arms as he ran down the hallway. Dragon told the little boy that his family loved him and that he was a hero for trying to protect his classmates. They laid him on a blanket in the back of a police SUV, and Corio climbed in. The boy was unresponsive, but he was breathing, and Corio kept talking, trying to comfort him until the ambulance drove him away. Corio went back to Classroom 8's little bathroom to try to find more survivors. Looking at the bullet holes and blood spatter, Corio realized all of them had been shot inside that little windowless room. He took the children's bodies out one by one and placed them in a row on the classroom floor until he ran out of room. Corio tried to tally the number of dead in the school, but he couldn't count beyond the low teens, and he kept getting confused. "This will be the worst day of your life," he told paramedics, as he escorted them inside. David Wheeler was working at his office when Francine called. Something had happened at Sandy Hook. A few minutes later, Francine called again. It was a shooting. He headed out the door. His phone buzzed. A text from Francine. "Meet us at the firehouse. I have Nate, but I don't have Ben yet." David made it near the school at around 10:45 a.m. Police cruisers, ambulances, television news trucks, and parents' cars crowded the road. David parked and ran over a hill to the firehouse. He found Francine and Nate. "I remember everyone in the building trying to find a charger for their iPhones," David recalled. "I remember increasingly large numbers of people with dark-colored windbreakers, with letters on the back showing up." David paced the firehouse, calling area hospitals to give them a description of Ben. There were a lot of people screaming and wailing, he recalled. In the men's room, David ran into his friend Jeremy Richmond, whose daughter Avielle was Ben's friend. Richmond was crying. He had seen a girl who was Avielle's friend, and who was in the same classroom as Ben. Richmond told David the girl had brain matter in her hair, and she wasn't injured. David sat down with his wife. "We have to open our minds to the possibility that Ben may not come home," he said. Parents spent hours crowded in a small carpeted room with tables and chairs at the back of the firehouse. They learned Principal Don Hochsprung was dead. Some parents grew furious and pressed state troopers for answers. Where are our kids? Then Connecticut Governor Daniel Malloy arrived and huddled with police officials. David overheard the governor getting angry. He remembered the governor saying, "We do this now. We tell them now." Then he stood on a chair and told those gathered, 26 people are dead. 20 of them are children. If you're in this room, it's because one of those children was yours. David remembered a loud keening from all the parents. 20 first graders were dead. Ben, Avielle, and 18 of their classmates. 6 school faculty were dead, including Ben's substitute teacher. Police found one more body at a nearby home, the gunman's mother, Nancy Lanza. Adam Lanza had killed her before driving to the school. Sandy Hook was the deadliest shooting ever at an American K-12 school. That afternoon, President Barack Obama spoke from the White House. He wiped away tears as he spoke. Our hearts are broken today for the parents and grandparents, sisters and brothers of these little children, and for the families of the adults who were lost. Our hearts are broken for the parents of the survivors as well, for as blessed as they are to have their children home tonight, they know that their children's innocence has been torn away from them too early, and there are no words that will ease their pain. As a country, we have been through this too many times, and we're going to have to come together and take meaningful action to prevent more tragedies like this, regardless of the politics. Investigators pieced together ballistic evidence at the school. They found 8 brass casings at the front entrance where the killer shot out a large plate glass window with the Bushmaster to get past the school's locked doors. They found 1 casing in the hallway and 16 in the lobby where he shot the principal and the school psychologist. In Ben's classroom, they found 80 casings. Lanza had shot 2 teachers and 15 children, most of them as they tried to hide in the classroom bathroom. In Aviel's classroom, investigators found 49 casings from the rifle with which Lanza killed 5 children and 2 teachers. They also found 2 30-round magazines duct-taped together. Lanza had fired a total of 154 rounds from his AR-15 in less than 5 minutes. Lanza left no manifesto or suicide note. State and federal investigators could not pinpoint a precise motive. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit determined that Lanza's deteriorating relationship with his mother was a significant stressor before the attack. When police searched Lanza's house, they found the remnants of his fixations, a New York Times article about a 2008 shooting at Northern Illinois University, 3 photographs of what appeared to be dead bodies, and photocopied articles from 1891 about schoolchildren being shot. Among his clothes, they found a military-style uniform. On his computer, he had videos of suicides and movies that showed mass shootings. They found video games, including Call of Duty, and one called School Shooting, where the player controlled a gunman who shot students. They found photos of Lanza holding a handgun and a rifle to his head. None of Lanza's writings, emails, or internet comments that have been made public state why he used the AR-15 at Sandy Hook. He left a semi-automatic shotgun along with 2 magazines in his car outside the school. He left other guns at home, including a .22 caliber rifle. He killed his mother with the .22, but when Lanza burst into Sandy Hook, he brought only 1 rifle, a Bushmaster AR-15. He carried 300 rounds of ammunition for his rifle in 10 magazines, stuffed into the pockets of his cargo pants and tactical vest. The immediate aftermath was akin to the U.S. reaction to 9/11. Bafflement, sadness, horror, anger. The day of the shooting, journalists encountered a lone woman in the road near the school, wailing, "Why? Why?" Thousands of people, including little children with stuffed animals, came to impromptu overflow services at churches in and around Newtown. For a nation that thought it had become jaded to mass shootings, a new nadir had been reached. Obama had promised meaningful action in his remarks on the day of the massacre, but his administration initially was mum about what that action might be. A spokesman for the National Rifle Association said the group had no comment until the facts are thoroughly known. On the day of the shooting, Senator Dianne Feinstein said, "Weapons of war don't belong in our streets or in our theaters, shopping malls, and most of all, our schools. I hope and trust that in the next session of Congress there will be sustained and thoughtful debate about America's gun culture and our responsibility to prevent more loss of life." In the years since the federal assault weapons ban had expired, Feinstein had found herself unable to gather the political support needed to renew a ban on Stoner's invention. But in the weeks that followed Sandy Hook, the idea received unexpected backing. Retired U.S. Army General Stanley McChrystal, who had led American forces in Afghanistan, said on CNN that AR-15s didn't belong on the streets of America. "That's what I want soldiers to carry," he said. "But I don't want those weapons around our schools." National retail chains and gun makers that had made millions on Stoner's invention tried to distance themselves from the AR-15. Walmart stopped selling AR-15s on its website, and Dick's Sporting Goods stopped selling the guns in their stores. Stephen Feinberg decided on the Monday after the massacre to sell his firearms conglomerate, Freedom Group, which included Bushmaster, the company that made Lanza's gun. He was under pressure from major investors. It is apparent that the Sandy Hook tragedy was a watershed event that has raised the national debate on gun control to an unprecedented level, Feinberg's firm Cerberus stated in a press release. This decision allows us to meet our obligations to the investors whose interests we are entrusted to protect, without being drawn into the national debate that is more properly pursued by those with the formal charter and public responsibility to do so. Men who had spent their careers building and selling AR-15s were convinced that the gun would be banned once and for all. "I couldn't see how Congress or the Senate could not pass legislation after that happened," John DeSantis, who had retired as president of Bushmaster in 2010, recalled thinking. 5 days after the shooting, Obama spoke to the nation again and announced that Vice President Joe Biden would lead a task force that would make recommendations on how to prevent mass shootings. "This is not some Washington commission," Obama assured the nation. "This is not something where folks are going to be studying the issue for 6 months and publishing a report that gets read and then pushed aside. This is a team that has a very specific task, to pull together real reforms right now." As political pressure mounted in Washington, mourning parents planned funerals. Friends and family arrived at the Wheelers' home to comfort them. But what was most striking was the silence. A very loud house became a very quiet house very quickly, David remembered. Their pastor helped plan Ben's funeral and recommended a funeral director who had been an army mortician in Afghanistan. Funeral directors discouraged many Sandy Hook parents from seeing their children's bodies. But Francine and David insisted on going to see Ben before his body was cremated. The couple sat alone with the body. "We had that gift, and that remains the hardest memory for me," David said. He brought a goodbye letter that he wrote to Ben. They brought stuffed animals and a couple of Ben's favorite toys. The funerals for the Sandy Hook Elementary School victims began on a gray day, December 17, when Noah Posner and Jack Pinto, both 6 years old, were laid to rest. Ben's funeral was held on December 20 at Trinity Episcopal Church. It was filled to capacity. David read The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. A choir sang The Bonnie Banks o' Loch Lomond. On that same day, Freedom Group's board of directors held an emergency meeting by telephone. George Colatides II, who had risen to become Freedom Group's chief executive, thanked the board members for meeting on short notice and informed them about Cerberus's decision to sell the company after the shooting. Colatides also noted that gun sales continued to be strong after the tragedy. But the aftermath of the slaughter was only a brief part of the meeting. Colatides promptly turned to other matters, including the possible acquisition of a gun barrel manufacturer for about $6 million. Colatides argued that buying the company was a strategic move for Freedom Group. Others in the meeting noted that the deal would increase margins even further on the company's AR-15s. The board voted to authorize the acquisition. "It was one of our higher-margin products," Colatides later said in a deposition, adding, "It was an awful, horrific, huge tragedy, but its impact on the long-term capital decisions of the business were not a factor. We were in the business of legally making guns to legally sell to legal gun owners. So there was no other thing to do than wake up and make guns on Monday morning." The next day, the NRA ended its silence. For a week, NRA officials had said nothing, even deactivating the organization's Facebook page and silencing its Twitter account. from a podium at the Willard Hotel in Washington, Wayne LaPierre, wearing a dark suit, a white shirt, and a striped blue tie, condemned all the anger directed at us. A protester interjected, yelling, "It's the NRA and the assault weapons that are killing our children." LaPierre blamed a culture of violent video games and movies. He attacked the media. They claim these civilian semi-automatic firearms are used by the military. They tell us that the .223 is one of the most powerful rifle calibers, when all these claims are factually untrue. They don't know what they're talking about. At the end of his 25-minute speech, LaPierre made an extraordinary proposal. The nation needed to stop mass shootings by placing armed guards in schools. "The only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun," he said. A month after the massacre, Obama and Biden met with reporters to announce the task force's recommendations. With little children brought to stand near the podium, Biden told the nation that it had a moral obligation to act. "I have no illusions about what we're up against or how hard the task is in front of us," Biden said. "But I also have never seen the nation's conscience so shaken by what happened at Sandy Hook. The world has changed, and it's demanding action." Obama signed 23 executive actions, including one that directed the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to research how to reduce gun violence. The measures were minor because real action had to come from Congress. The President urged Congress to reimpose the federal assault weapons ban and to support background checks for all gun purchases. "I will put everything I've got into this, and so will Joe," he said. The declaration was a departure for the President. He had been cautious in pushing changes, even after a man armed with a handgun wounded Arizona Democratic Representative Gabby Giffords in a 2011 shooting that left 6 dead. Looking ahead to his re-election campaign, Obama feared alienating voters in swing states such as Michigan and Ohio. Obama won re-election handily in 2012, but he struggled to push legislation through a newly divided Congress during his second term. In late January 2013, Feinstein, joined by other Democratic senators, proposed a new federal assault weapons ban that was stricter than the one enacted in 1994. The bill proposed to ban numerous AR-15s by name, including the Bushmaster XM-15 and the Smith & Wesson M&P 15. The NRA was sure it could kill the bill, but issued doomsday predictions as it sought money from members. "I warned you this day was coming, and now it's here," LaPierre wrote in a fundraising letter. "It's not about protecting your children. It's not about stopping crime. It's about banning your guns, period." Sandy Hook provoked everyone and anyone: legal scholars, professors, gun owners, victims of gun violence, columnists, talk show hosts, celebrities, to offer their views about AR-15s and gun control. The horror writer Stephen King, in an essay, called for a nationwide ban on the sale of rifles such as the AR-15. He wrote, "Gun advocates cling to their semi-automatics the way Amy Winehouse and Michael Jackson clung to the shit that was killing them." In response to the national discussion, AR-15 sales soared to unprecedented levels. In December alone, the FBI performed about 2.24 million background checks for gun purchases, an all-time record. Smith & Wesson sold nearly $32 million worth of its AR models in the 3 months that ended January 31, a 59% increase from the same period a year earlier. Into this charged atmosphere, with the AR-15 at its center, came the Sandy Hook parents. The grieving group joined the fray without understanding what they were about to face. All they knew was that they wanted to make the world safer for children. They hoped to salvage something lasting and important out of their monumental tragedy. David and Francine Wheeler had never been politically active, but Ben's death changed that. They met with other Sandy Hook parents to talk about what they could do. David had fired rifles while growing up in New Hampshire, but he owned no firearms as an adult. Those meetings were my entry into understanding the world of firearms in this country, And the more I learned, the less I could believe, he recalled. He learned about the 2005 law that protected gun makers from lawsuits filed by survivors and families of those killed with their weapons, as he found out more about the rifle Lanza had used to kill Ben and so many others. David was amazed that such a weapon could be sold to civilians. I couldn't understand why a weapon that was requested by the military, designed by the military, refined by the military, how that, for the sake of profit only, could be marketed to an untrained civilian population, he recalled. When a state task force drafting new gun legislation held a hearing in Newtown, David decided to speak. Wearing a black blazer and a dark maroon shirt, he looked up from the table where he was seated and fixed his gaze on the lawmakers on the stage. We lost our son Benjamin the morning of December 14th to an unstable, suicidal individual who had access to a weapon that has no place in a home, he said. It doesn't matter to whom these weapons were registered. It doesn't matter if they were purchased legally. What matters is that it was far too easy for another mentally unbalanced, suicidal person who had violent obsessions to have easy access to unreasonably powerful weapons. David called for AR-15s to be registered and for at-risk individuals to be identified and evaluated by mental health professionals. The databases should be compiled and used by law enforcement to find when troubled people bought or tried to buy such firearms, he insisted. David closed his remarks by referring to the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness referenced in the Declaration of Independence. I do not think the composition of that foundational phrase was an accident, he said. I do not think the order of those important words was haphazard or casual. The liberty of any person to own a military-style assault weapon and a high-capacity magazine and keep them in their home is second to the right of my son to his life. His life! The crowd applauded. Lawmakers stood up and clapped. The speech made national news as media outlets set it in sharp contrast to stale talking points delivered that same day in the nation's capital at a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on guns. On his MSNBC show, the liberal commentator Lawrence O'Donnell described Wheeler's testimony as the one that the Senate Judiciary Committee should have heard today. He then played the entire speech for his viewers. For the Wheelers, it felt as if they were doing something to honor their dead son. But as with every public appearance in those months after Ben died, they went home afterward and collapsed into their beds, not emerging from their house for days. The Wheelers suffered in other ways for speaking out, ways they could never have imagined before the shooting. Parents who lost children at Sandy Hook found themselves the targets of online conspiracy theorists who claimed that the massacre had been some elaborate hoax, part of a secret plot designed to take guns away from Americans. People took to social media and discussion groups to argue, without any facts, that the school massacre had been staged by what they labeled crisis actors. They harassed the Wheelers in particular, because they had done some acting before having children. Connecticut lawmakers responded quickly to the parents' pleas. The small state that had been the birthplace of the U.S. firearms industry, where the AR-15 was first manufactured, took action to rein in ARs by the early spring of 2013. Democrats, who controlled the governor's office and the state legislature, passed a massive overhaul of the state's assault weapons ban with the support of Republicans. Public Law 13-3 prohibited the sale of AR-15s and other semi-automatic rifles by name, including Bushmaster's XM-15. It banned semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines and at least one of 5 military-style features. Anyone who owned any of these rifles was required by the law to register them. The new law banned the sale of magazines that held more than 10 rounds. The law required background checks for all long gun sales, including private transactions, and an eligibility certificate for anyone wishing to buy ammunition. It gave wider latitude to authorities to deny gun purchases on mental health grounds. New York and Maryland also placed restrictions on the sale of AR-15s. After the win in Connecticut, the Sandy Hook parents decided to take on Washington. They talked with politicians and lobbyists, seeking guidance. They met with Matt Bennett, a former Clinton White House staffer and veteran gun control advocate at a D.C. law firm. Bennett felt obligated to tell them the truth about the politics of guns in Washington. He told them that the three major gun control acts in 1934, 1968, and 1994 had all passed when Democrats controlled Congress and the White House. Obama was dealing with a hostile GOP-led House. He explained that the 1994 federal assault weapons ban had many flaws. He told them how its passage had doomed Democrats in the 1994 midterms. Those losses had stung many Democrats so badly that they still avoided the subject. I'm ashamed as an American to tell you that the odds of banning the AR-15 are very, very slim, he remembered telling them. "You cannot tell us that we can't do this," one mother said. "You can tell us what we can do, but you can't tell us what we can't do." Bennett instead urged the group to support a gun control bill that had a much better chance of passing, expanding the background check system to require checks for gun sales between private parties. Federal law required anyone buying a gun from a licensed gun dealer to undergo a background check, but sales between individuals required no such checks. This would have had no impact on your own tragedy, and it would have had no impact on many school shootings, but it would have a lot of impact on the tens of thousands of shootings and thousands of murders every year, Bennett told the group. Bennett had an interest in getting the group to back this bill over a difficult push to ban AR-15s. He had worked on a background check bill in the Clinton White House after Columbine. He had resurrected the bill during his years at Americans for Gun Safety. Bennett was a firm believer that finding a middle ground on an issue, even one as divisive as guns, was the only way to achieve real change in Washington. Most of the parents came to Washington hoping to fight for a national ban on AR-15s. Francine Wheeler and others wanted to keep pushing for it. But most agreed with Bennett's plan. They believed him when he said it had a better chance of passing. Bennett met with Biden, Schumer, and others. Though the White House publicly supported Feinstein's ban, Biden and Schumer focused their energy on background checks, which they also believed had the better chance of passage. Senators Joe Manchin, a West Virginia Democrat, and Pat Toomey, a Pennsylvania Republican, sponsored the bill, which became known in political shorthand as Manchin-Toomey. When Feinstein learned that the Sandy Hook parents were backing the background check legislation, she was angry, Bennett recalled. Feinstein had no choice but to press on with her bill. On February 27, 2013, she held a hearing in which both sides echoed their talking points from the 1990s. Congressional debate about the AR-15 rifle had devolved into a tired Punch and Judy show, with one notable exception. A doctor spoke to the senators about wounds caused by AR-15s. Medical professionals had, for the most part, stayed on the sidelines on gun issues. But as mass shootings became more common, emergency room doctors started speaking out. The doctor who appeared before the committee that day was Dr. William Begg, the Director of Emergency Medical Services at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut. EMTs brought 2 Sandy Hook victims, a girl and a boy, into his emergency room. Begg described the children's injuries. His clinical description was reminiscent of ARPA reports from Saigon to the Pentagon 4 decades earlier, except he was describing wounds to American children, not enemy fighters. Most of the victims actually didn't come in, and we have such horrific injuries to little bodies, he said. When a child has 3 to 11 bullets in them, and it's an assault-type bullet, it explodes inside the body that does not go through in a straight line. It goes in, and then it opens up. That is not a survivable injury. As the votes on the ban and the background check bill neared, Obama traveled to the University of Hartford in Connecticut to speak in support of both measures. The president said he had spoken with Francine Wheeler, and that she was determined not to let what happened that day just fade away. Afterward, the Wheelers and several other Sandy Hook families flew back on Air Force One. On the flight, Obama spoke candidly, David Wheeler remembered. He was talking to us for a while, and that's when he said, "Look, this is not going to be easy. This may not go your way, and you have to be ready for that," Wheeler recalled. The Wheelers and other families spent a week walking the halls of the Hart Senate office building. They carried pictures of their children to each meeting. They met with Senator Rob Portman, an Ohio Republican, who had recently broken with his party to speak out in favor of gay marriage after one of his sons told him he was gay. The senator was moved as he listened to the parents' appeals. The boy who'd lost his brother and came with his parents asked the senator how many lives the background check legislation might save in Ohio. The questions from the boy caused Portman to cry. He told the families that he believed the legislation would save lives, but he couldn't vote for it. He could not risk straying twice from party orthodoxy. "You did that to advocate for your son. I don't understand why you can't do this for everyone else's," replied Nicole Hockley, who had lost her son, Dylan. The Wheelers and others met with Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley, a conservative with an A rating from the NRA. As the parents spoke, David noticed that Grassley was not looking at them, but instead was looking down at the floor. He was crying. Grassley said he had young grandchildren, and he kept repeating, "I can't imagine, I can't imagine." Aviel Richmond's mother, Jennifer Hensel, told the senator that she was from Iowa and urged him to support the background check legislation. Grassley, still looking down, said the calls coming into his office from constituents were overwhelmingly against the bill. He had to listen to his constituents, he said. David Wheeler and the others pressed him. Why couldn't he use his position to help push the bill through? "You wouldn't understand," Grassley said. The meeting unsettled David Wheeler. "Here are these people in their oak-paneled offices, surrounded by the riches of long government service, and they can't look you in the eye. And they weep and look at the floor and tell you, 'You wouldn't understand,'" Wheeler said. And we all sat there just shocked. "How can you stand there and tell me about something you think I don't understand? Who is it in this scenario who's really not understanding?" At the end of the week, Francine and David Wheeler flew home. They were exhausted and needed to take care of Nate. They didn't stay for the Senate vote, scheduled for April 17. The White House invited the Wheelers and other parents to stand with Obama in the Rose Garden for a press conference after the votes were tallied. "I just couldn't do it," Francine said. "It had taken everything out of me." On the day of the Senate vote on Manchin and Toomey's background check bill, other Sandy Hook parents sat in the gallery. Hockley tried to count the votes on her fingers, but she kept losing track. They needed 60 votes to move the amendment forward. The final tally was 54 senators in favor and 46 against. 6 votes short. The vote on Feinstein's ban came next. It failed by a 40-60 vote. Afterward, Hockley and other parents stood in the Rose Garden with Obama, who said it was a pretty shameful day for Washington. Obama then embraced each of the parents. "When he gave me a hug, I just wanted to melt into him," Hockley recalled. The New York Times editorial board declared, "Newtown, in the end, changed nothing." An academic researcher who analyzed polling in the months after the massacre found that the Sandy Hook shooting did not significantly alter the polarized and politicized nature of the gun control debate in America. Back in Newtown, Francine Wheeler felt betrayed by the American political system. The couple had met with so many politicians who had wanted to hear about Ben's life. But in the end, all of that effort did nothing, she said. "We go home, and then Ben is still not here," Francine said. "They get to go on, and we don't." Every bit of the Wheelers' lives was weighted with Ben's absence. What-ifs haunted them. What if they had kept Ben home that day? What if they hadn't had him switch classes? One morning, David woke with an urge to go to Sandy Hook Elementary, to see the place where Ben was killed. The school had been closed since the shooting, and the district was planning to demolish the building. David told Francine that he was going to go. She erupted. How can you go? He needed to see Ben's classroom, he told her. He wasn't sure what he wanted to find. A connection with Ben? Something. Francine couldn't go, she said. It was just too painful. The state trooper drove David to the school in a squad car. His wife's pastor and the detectives who worked on the case joined him at the boarded-up school. Inside, everything that had been touched by the massacre was removed. In Ben's classroom, the carpet was gone. The windows were gone. Investigators had taken anything stained with blood or marked by a bullet as evidence. I was struck by how small the room seemed, David remembered. I'd been there before when it was full of desks and kids, and it felt bigger. Usually you walk in an empty place that you're familiar with, full of furniture, and it feels enormous. But this felt small, and the bathroom felt even smaller. After a short time, David told the detectives that he wanted to leave. It was too much. He thought he was leaving the place where his son had died. But as he walked out, he ran into State Trooper Patrick Dragon. Dragon was the one who had gone into the bathroom and picked Ben up, still breathing. The officer told David that as he carried him to the ambulance, he had whispered to the boy that his family loved him. The ambulance had taken Ben to Dr. Begg's hospital, where the boy had died despite doctors' efforts. Learning this new information was a balm for David. He was surrounded by people who were trying their level best to save his life, David said. And that's a gift. David called State Trooper Scott Blair to help process what he had seen at the school. Blair had become close with the Wheelers, driving them to public events and protecting them from the media. David remembered telling Blair after the visit, "Scott, that weapon in that room." And this is what I said to him. These are my words. I said, "They were in a fucking blender." And they were in a blender. And he didn't disagree with me. He didn't try to rationalize or soften or give me some factual detail that would have disproved it. He didn't at all. 25. Molon Lebey. If everyone who owned an AR-15 was a psycho, you'd all be dead. Chris Waltz. Chris Waltz was appalled. He felt Democrats were using the Sandy Hook tragedy to tell him he wasn't responsible enough to own an AR-15. He had trained on M16s in the Army and carried one into combat in Panama. He had been a firearms instructor and taught his wife and 4 daughters how to shoot and handle AR-15s safely. He owned AR-15s and loved to shoot them. He followed safety protocols at the rifle range and kept the weapons locked securely in a gun safe at home. He had never committed a crime. What did a lunatic in Connecticut have to do with a law-abiding veteran and family man living in small-town Georgia? I didn't understand how you could blame a whole society for the actions of one madman, and then penalize the whole society for that when you had people who day in and day out, millions of people, who used it responsibly, he said. At the kitchen table, Waltz complained to his wife about the liberal politicians who were trying to pass laws to ban the AR-15 after Sandy Hook. He didn't even understand how the guns worked. His wife grew so tired of his ranting that on many nights she just left the room and went to bed, even though she agreed with him. Waltz found himself alone and seething at the kitchen table night after night. Dressed in a T-shirt and pajama bottoms, the muscular 49-year-old with close-cropped hair opened his laptop and logged on to Facebook. On discussion threads on gun rights pages, he found lots of people agreed with him that Obama's statement about meaningful action on the day of the school massacre was code for wanting to crack down on AR-15 ownership. Feinstein's quick introduction of a bill to accomplish just that proved politicians were coming for their firearms. They didn't understand how many AR-15s were owned by people like him. If everyone who owned an AR-15 was a psycho, you'd all be dead, he said. It was time to stand up. 3 weeks after Sandy Hook, Waltz created a Facebook page called AR-15 Gun Owners of America. The chief motivation was anger, Waltz remembered. Night after night, his wife had urged him to let it go, to come to bed. He couldn't. He needed to reach out on social media to other gun owners, to rally them. Sandy Hook and Aurora were horrible, but they weren't the chief danger to the nation. They were excuses that the liberals were using to take away guns. The first thing that he posted that night was something he took from a blogger, a meme titled 2011 Deaths. It began with a photograph of an AR-15. Next to the photo were the words, 323 by these. Below was a photo of a hammer, 496 by these. Below the hammer were photos and stats for people killed by knives, drunk driving, and medical malpractice. At the bottom of the meme was this sentence, "You are 600 times more likely to die by using your Obamacare than by a semi-automatic rifle. So, feel sick?" Waltz followed up with a flurry of posts and reposts. He started reading about the 3%ers, a militia movement founded in 2008 that believed only 3% of the colonists had fought to gain American independence. The loosely organized group believed an armed citizenry was needed in modern times as a bulwark against governmental tyranny. Waltz embraced those beliefs. He took jabs at Obama and other Democrats on his page. He posted links to news stories about AR-15s from conservative news sites or commentary from gun rights bloggers. If I really wanted to poke the bear, I would put something out there for the Second Amendment community to say, "This is what Obama is doing. Have you heard the latest?" And that'd just inflame everybody, and you'd get all sorts of comments, he said. He started discussions about technical aspects of the AR, rifle equipment, and ammunition. Long threads among the gun's fans ensued, further fueling interest in his page. In those initial days, Waltz once bragged to his daughters that he had reached 50 likes on some posts. They rolled their eyes and laughed. But as talk of an AR-15 ban intensified in Washington, Waltz's one-man Facebook page took off. One early post showed a photograph of an AR-15 painted red, white, and blue. The post read in part, "To some, the AR-15 is a symbol of American freedom. To others, it's a weapon of mass destruction." The first person to comment on the post wrote, "To some, it's a symbol of freedom. To others, they're insecure, uneducated liberals." Waltz found that a lot of people shared his anger, and they came flocking to his page to vent. He had tapped into gun rights activism that was centered on Stoner's rifle. Within a month of the page's launch, the AR-15 Gun Owners of America had 100,000 followers. Weeks later, it rose to 200,000, then 300,000. Waltz paid Facebook for some advertising, and more followers poured in. "We became big really quick, only numbers-wise, but we weren't anything really," he recalled. "It was me, sitting at the table, but people didn't know that." His Facebook followers asked Waltz whether they could buy decals, T-shirts, and badges with the group's logo. But Waltz didn't have a logo, or even a group. He hired an online design service and chose a patriotic red, white, and blue badge logo. It had the silhouette of an AR-15 in between a red A and blue R, and red stripes, reminiscent of the American flag, behind the number 15. The creator, Waltz later learned, was a little old lady in a print shop in Indonesia. The defense contractor paid $3,000 to print up shirts and badges. He stored the merchandise in his daughter's former bedroom. It quickly sold out. He ordered more and added other badges, one showing a skull with military-style lettering to appeal to veterans. "It kind of exploded," he recalled. Asked how much time he spent on his new effort in 2013, Waltz said, "Every waking moment when I wasn't working." For many gun owners, the initial outpouring of shock and grief after Sandy Hook evaporated, placed by their long-standing suspicion of the government's motives. Distrust of politicians and the media was heightened by perpetual mistakes and misstatements in the press about AR-15s. Media reports sometimes incorrectly identified guns used in such shootings to be ARs. Reporters and politicians made mistakes in discussing how ARs worked or what ammunition they used. They would label them machine guns or use the term assault rifle. Such statements were viewed by gun owners as an intentional slight, further proof of a conspiracy to take away AR-15s. Half a century after Eugene Stoner invented the rifle, it had arrived as the fulcrum of America's great gun divide. The Sandy Hook massacre and its aftermath sparked an outpouring of support for the AR-15. It forged a political movement not based in Washington, but rising from small towns like Warner Robins, Georgia. It wasn't centered on charismatic politicians, but on an aluminum and plastic object weighing about 7 pounds, the AR-15. The rifle was the star of the movement. It appeared on T-shirts, hats, badges, belt buckles, anything you could label. AR-15 owners, once derided as extremists by more traditional gun owners, now became the vanguard of a resurgent gun rights movement. A confidential poll of gun owners conducted on behalf of Remington in the wake of Sandy Hook found that AR-15 owners were the most strident in their opposition to gun control measures. They were more likely to have a positive view of the NRA and a negative view of President Obama. They would be more opposed to stricter gun laws than would other gun owners. 44% of handgun owners supported stricter laws after Sandy Hook, while just 31% of AR owners did, the survey found. The vocal and angry AR owners led the gun rights agenda. No compromise. On the other side, gun control advocates couldn't turn their outrage into a sustained political movement. Support for gun control had been episodic for years, swelling after horrific shootings, but then invariably lessening as supporters turned to other issues. Liberals would march and cry out for change after each mass shooting, but the gun issue would be eclipsed by some other cause, from abortion rights to education to health care. Gun owners, especially AR owners, were laser-focused on a single issue: gun rights. The issue was not an abstraction for them. They were fighting for the right to keep an object they had in their homes, that they could hold in their hands. A 2015 Gallup poll found that 34% of conservatives only voted for candidates who shared their views on guns, while just 22% of liberals did the same. Gun owners consistently had outsized influence in Congress for a simple reason. They cared more about the issue and showed they cared in the voting booth and in donations. Tim Mack, the author of Misfire, a critical look at the inner workings of the NRA, argued that the influential group derived its power from its members, not its deep pockets. Mack pointed to the collapse of the Manchin-Toomey background check bill after Sandy Hook as a prime example. The NRA did an about-face, suddenly opposing the bill it had helped negotiate after it faced pressure from more extreme gun rights groups. The NRA mobilized its members to kill the proposed legislation. Marshaled into action, thousands of ardent Second Amendment supporters flooded Capitol Hill phone lines and crowded email accounts, Mack wrote. Terrified lawmakers, concerned about their re-election bids, fell into line. All the activism that transformed the AR-15 into a potent symbol of gun rights also translated into a bonanza for gunmakers. All of a sudden, people are buying guns because they want to own the libs, and because people are telling them they can't have them, and because they want to give the world the middle finger, recalled Ryan Bussey, a sales executive at the gunmaker Kimber. Rationality of the market left the building, and this sort of weird emotional political drive took over. Smith & Wesson's AR-15 sales reached levels executives never thought possible. Revenue from rifles grew 75% in fiscal 2013 to a company record $179 million. The company noted in securities filings that the surge was driven by fear of potential legislative restrictions on the sale or makeup of firearms. America's largest producer of AR-15s, Freedom Group, saw an extraordinary spike in sales in the months after Sandy Hook. The company sold $320 million in guns just in the first quarter of 2013, a 50% increase from the same period in 2012. Stephen Feinberg's firm had promised to sell the company after Sandy Hook, but gun sales grew, and the firm ended up not selling. By the end of 2013, Freedom Group's firearms sales totaled $1.3 billion. "The orders are coming so fast, they can't make guns fast enough," said a Republican state senator of the company's upstate New York plant. American gun makers made 1.9 million AR rifles for sale in the United States in the year after Sandy Hook, the most they had ever manufactured in a single year. The output represented 17% of the record 10.8 million guns built in America that year. Once they were all sold, it would bring the number of AR rifles in private hands in the United States to more than 7 million. Chris Waltz always had an entrepreneurial bent. In the Army, he had a travel business. He sold cruises, airplane tickets, and vacation packages to fellow soldiers. Later, he sold herbal dietary supplements. He owned Tiki's by Design and sold tiki-style bars, huts, platforms, and tables. He imported bamboo products from China to sell to zoos, hotels, restaurants, and other businesses. But these business ventures never took off. He still had piles of bamboo and dismantled tiki huts stored in his backyard. But his AR-15 Facebook page quickly became a successful business. He initially sold T-shirts and badges, but then began selling AR-15 accessories like scopes from an American company that manufactured them in China. Waltz cleared $100,000 in scope sales alone in the first year, he said. He sold other parts for the gun: magazines, pistol grips, sights, anything a gun owner could want for their AR-15. As long as Waltz didn't sell a receiver, he didn't need to be a licensed firearm dealer. He built up a customer base from Florida to Alaska. He filled his home with plastic racks to store gun parts, accessories, and shirts. It drove his wife crazy. So he leased space on a commercial strip in Warner Robins, Georgia, behind a hearing aid store and a beauty salon. He hung a sign over a doorway that said, "Have you hugged your AR-15 today?" He hung a 3%er flag up in a hallway. Within months, he had 6 employees, including 2 of his daughters and his wife. In 2015, Waltz got a federal firearm license so he could sell AR-15s. At first, he just sold receivers. Then he started selling fully assembled guns. Whenever politicians started talking about gun control, sales spiked. He bought a large motorboat, then another. He helped his kids out with their finances. He shopped for a second home in Florida with his wife. Within a year, Waltz had gone from angrily typing at his kitchen table to owning a thriving AR-15 business. The gun had become legendary. Its fans linked it to historic events long before the gun was ever invented. They emblazoned it on American Revolutionary flags and Confederate battle flags. One popular slogan associated with the gun came from a famous battle in ancient Greece. 300 Spartans, led by King Leonidas, faced off against a much larger Persian army at a narrow pass called Thermopylae. The historian Plutarch described a supposed exchange between Leonidas and the Persian leader Xerxes. The Persian leader demanded that the Greeks lay down their arms. Leonidas's defiant reply. The phrase transliterates as Molon Labe. The English translation, "Come and take them." At the beginning of the Texas Revolution in 1835, Texans fought off Mexican troops trying to seize a cannon. The Texans created a flag with an image of the cannon, a star, and the phrase, "Come and take it." In 2006, The blockbuster movie 300 depicted the famous Greek battle. American gun activists adopted Molon Labe and Come and Take It for their cause. By the time of Sandy Hook, it was linked to the AR-15. Bumper stickers, buttons, patches, T-shirts, and caps bearing Molon Labe, sometimes in Greek lettering and often next to a silhouette of Stoner's gun, proliferate, a gun developed for the U.S. military, and a phrase supposedly said by a Greek king facing certain death, fused together as a symbol of a new, strident, libertarian gun rights movement. Perhaps no American embodied this new mythos more than C.J. Grisham, an outspoken 5'5" Army Master Sergeant stationed at Fort Hood in Texas. 3 months after Sandy Hook, the 38-year-old was hiking with his 15-year-old son in a rural area not far from the base. Grisham had a Colt AR-15 slung across his chest. Carrying a rifle was a habit that he developed growing up on a farm. The gun also gave him comfort. After a tour in Iraq, he constantly feared that he would be ambushed, a symptom of his PTSD. The AR-15 calmed him. It was the same type of gun that had kept him safe in combat. "It's like a security blanket," he said. As Grisham and his son walked along a road that day, a woman became alarmed and called police. The responding officer approached father and son and, without asking, grabbed Grisham's AR-15 and pulled it toward him. "Is there some reason why you have this?" the officer said. "Because I can," Grisham answered. For a split second, Grisham grabbed for the butt end of the rifle as it hung between them, pointing toward the ground. The officer slammed Grisham onto the hood of his car and handcuffed him. Grisham was arrested for resisting arrest. He argued with the officers that under Texas law he could carry any rifle, including his AR-15. Grisham's son recorded the arrest on cell phone video, and Grisham posted it to YouTube as a clarion call to fellow gun owners. Grisham organized a protest in the city where the arrest took place. About 400 people, many carrying AR-15s, showed up and marched in the streets of Temple, Texas. The police put snipers on the rooftops, took pictures of the crowd, and brought in federal law enforcement officers for support. Throughout the summer of 2013, Grisham and supporters armed with AR-15s showed up in coffee shops, restaurants, grocery stores, and department stores. Grisham's activism was fueled by the anger and humiliation he felt over the arrest. Every protest he attended, he did so with his AR-15 slung across his chest, like it was the day he was arrested. The gun was loaded with the full magazine and 1 round in the chamber. "It was kind of my finger in the air toward the police officer who arrested me," he said. He started an organization called Open Carry Texas and gained thousands of followers. The group became a political force in the state. Conservative politicians sought Open Carry's endorsement. His movement to normalize carrying weapons in public, especially AR-15s, made national news in August 2013 as part of an event called Starbucks Appreciation Day. The coffee chain had won gun rights activists' favor by resisting calls from gun control advocates to ban firearms from its 10,000 stores. A new gun control group, Moms Demand Action, condemned their plans. The group had been created by an Indiana mother after Sandy Hook. Her idea was to model her group after Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and chapters sprouted up around the country. Moms Demand Action countered the pro-gun rights day with a boycott called Skip Starbucks Saturday. Starbucks became an unexpected battleground for America's fight over the AR-15. Police arrested Grisham supporters numerous times for carrying firearms at the stores and charged them with disorderly conduct for displaying firearms in a public place in a manner calculated to cause alarm under Texas law. Sandy Hook parents called on Starbucks to ban guns from their stores. Starbucks chief executive Howard Schultz told customers not to bring their guns to Starbucks anymore, but stopped short of a policy banning firearms. Moms Demand Action claimed victory. Grisham kept going to Starbucks with his AR-15. The two groups battled in the public square. Grisham called Moms Demand Action members thugs with jugs. They labeled him downright scary. America's culture war over the AR-15 was raging. It had spilled from the halls of Congress to kitchen tables to Facebook and into the local coffee shop. 26. Trump Slump. Everybody built a ton of ARs, thinking that Hillary would be elected. Mark Westrom. Executives at America's largest gun makers all loved Donald Trump. They backed his unorthodox candidacy for president, raising millions of dollars to support him. Steven Feinberg and other high-finance panjandrums hosted a $50,000 per-plate fundraiser in the summer of 2016 at Manhattan's Le Cirque restaurant for super PACs tied to the Republican National Committee and Trump's campaign. Ruger chief executive Michael Pfeiffer announced a $5 million challenge grant to the NRA's political arm. But their operating budgets, supply orders, and capital outlays told a different story. They were all betting heavily on a Hillary Clinton victory. They were certain that the Clinton presidency would result in a renewed battle to ban AR-15s and send sales of the rifle even higher. On the campaign trail, Clinton called for a new federal assault weapons ban and said that Australia's much stricter prohibition was worth considering. It was a sharp departure from her last run for president. The shift was driven in part by recent polls showing increased support for stricter gun laws after a series of mass shootings, including Sandy Hook. Production went into overdrive. On a February 2016 earnings call, Ruger's Pfeiffer predicted a step-up of demand if a Democrat wins the election. Gunmakers produced more than 2.2 million ARs for sale in 2016, a single-year record and a 63% increase over the year before. Everybody built a ton of ARs, thinking that Hillary would be elected, recalled Mark Westrom, the former owner of Armalite, who worked as an industry consultant. In about a decade, the gun industry that once shunned the AR-15 now relied upon it for profits. ARs generated $780 million to $1 billion in revenue in 2013 for gun makers, compared to no more than $93 million in 2004, according to two researchers at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California. By 2013, at least 76 companies were making the gun, up from only 13 in 2004, the researchers found. By 2016, the number of AR-15s made in America more than doubled sales of Ford's F-Series pickup trucks, the best-selling line of trucks in the country. The boom had been fueled in part by Americans who worried that AR-15s would be banned. Industry executives called it fear-based buying and labeled these customers anxious buyers. They represented the largest pool of potential first-time gun owners, according to an internal gun industry report. Most of the anxious buyer segment have grown up always wanting to own a firearm, and their suspicion that they will not be able to fulfill this desire encourages them to buy sooner rather than later, the report stated. If asked, an anxious buyer might tell you, "I want to buy a firearm before it's too late." AR-15s were more frequently targeted for sales restrictions and therefore were the best bets for gun makers to sell to this group, the consultants concluded. Gun makers anticipated that calls for a new assault weapons ban after mass shootings and during the presidential election would drive sales. In December 2015, a couple armed with two AR-15s, a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 and a DPMS Panther Oracle, killed 14 people and wounded 22 others at a holiday gathering of county government workers in San Bernardino, California. Saeed Rizwan Farouk, who worked as a county health inspector, and Tashfeen Malik, his wife, fired more than 100 rounds in under 3 minutes before fleeing. As the couple sped away, Malik pledged allegiance to the leader of the Islamic State terrorist group on her Facebook account. Hours later, police killed the two in a shootout. The massacre was the deadliest terrorist attack in America since 9/11, and the worst mass shooting since Sandy Hook. In June 2016, a gunman opened fire at Pulse, a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida. Omar Mateen, a 29-year-old security guard who also pledged allegiance to the Islamic State, killed 49 people and wounded 53 others before police killed him. It was the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history at that time. Mateen used a Sig Sauer MCX semi-automatic rifle. The rifle's design closely resembled an AR-15 and used the same ammunition, but the gun's internal workings were slightly different. Such calamities were increasing, researchers found. From 2000 through 2007, the country averaged 7 active shooter incidents a year. But from 2008 through 2015, the number rose to 18 such incidents each year, according to FBI data. The Texas State University criminologist J. Pete Blair, who led the research, found in additional analysis that AR-15s were used in only 24 of 250 active shooter incidents between 2000 and 2017. But many people had come to associate such events with AR-15s. The reason was simple. These guns were used in some of the largest and bloodiest attacks, such as Sandy Hook, Aurora, and San Bernardino. With each new tragedy, Clinton delivered speeches calling for a new ban. You walk into class. You're driving your baby around in a car seat, going to church. Somebody has an automatic weapon, or even worse, an assault weapon that is a military instrument of war. And you're somehow supposed to be able to stop that with your own gun, Clinton said on the campaign trail. That has never made any sense. Clinton strategists believed for the first time since the 1990s that gun control, and specifically going after the AR-15, was a winning issue with the Democratic base. A Gallup poll found that 77% of Democrats surveyed backed stricter gun laws. There was no question the NRA was going to back the Republican nominee in 2016. But Trump seemed an unlikely pick at first. Trump had written a book years earlier in which he stated that he supported the federal assault weapons ban. During the campaign, he distanced himself from that position in a question-and-answer session with the popular gun owners blog AmmoLand. Gun banners are unfortunately preoccupied with the AR-15, magazine capacity, grips, and other aesthetics, precisely because of its popularity, he told the blog. The NRA endorsed Trump in May 2016, and the group went on to spend $30 million on ads attacking Clinton and backing Trump. The GOP's platform, adopted that July as Trump became the party's nominee, declared, "We oppose ill-conceived laws that would restrict magazine capacity or ban the sale of the most popular and common modern rifle." It also opposed restoration of the ill-fated Clinton gun ban. Weeks before the election, Ryan Bussey, who worked at the gunmaker Kimber, had dinner with James Debney, Smith & Wesson's chief executive. Smith & Wesson's sales were soaring. Its stock price was trading above $20 a share for the first time in its history. Debney said that he supported Trump, but his company would do well no matter who was president, Bussey recalled. Bussey didn't see it that way, telling Debney, "If he wins, your sales are going to fucking tank, man." Trump won, stunning the world. His supporters, including AR-15 makers, were ecstatic. But a month later, the first signs of business trouble appeared. The FBI reported that background checks fell sharply. 2 months later, Smith & Wesson warned Wall Street that demand was softening as a result of reduced political pressures on firearm laws and regulations. Debney tried to spin it on an earnings call, saying there were still thoughtful buyers out there looking to buy his products. But AR-15 makers hadn't grown because of thoughtful buyers. They had grown from panic buying. Smith & Wesson's stock plunged below $10 by the end of 2017. "There is no fear-based buying right now," Debney lamented on an earnings call. What the industry labeled the Trump slump devastated AR-15 makers. In Georgia, Chris Waltz's sales dropped immediately for his internet business, AR-15 Gun Owners of America. "We saw it right away," he said. Dealers tried to return AR-15s they couldn't sell to distributors, and distributors tried to return them to manufacturers. We were maxed out on rifles. We were maxed out on handguns. And then it just never happened. Boom, recalled Michael Cargill, owner of Central Texas Gun Works, a gun store in Austin, Texas. As soon as Trump got in, everyone got comfortable, and demand just wasn't there. Gunmakers tried to reinvent the AR-15 by introducing new calibers, colors, sizes, and models. They sought to attract new customers. For example, making pink AR-15s in hopes of attracting female gun buyers. They also sought to create new versions of the rifle to appeal to gun owners who already had a gun safe full of AR-15s, but would buy a new type just to add to their collection. In the fall of 2017, Springfield Armory, a private company that had taken the historic armory's name, introduced a smaller version called an AR-15 pistol. The gun looked like a smaller copy of an AR-15. When it starts to slow down, people come out with new products, said Steve McIlvaine, Springfield's president. Springfield tried to appeal to more diverse customers. A video promoting its AR-15, called The Saint, included thumping rock music and showed younger adults, men and women, white and African American, firing the gun in slow motion. At Palmetto State Armory in South Carolina, designers tried to develop an AR-15 AK-47 hybrid. It looked like the classic Russian AK, but it fired .223 rounds like an AR-15. "You've got to make it fresh, because everyone's already got an AR," said Chris Vermillion, creative media director. Smith & Wesson came up with more colors for its M&P 1522 Sport, hoping to draw in women and young shooters. It already had pink, purple, camouflage, and harvest moon orange. It added robin's egg blue platinum. The NRA promoted Smith & Wesson's little .22 caliber gun that looked like an AR-15 as a good choice for a child's first rifle. But sales stalled. Feinberg's Freedom Group, a leading AR-15 maker that now went by the name Remington Outdoor Company, was hit the hardest. Revenue plummeted from $865 million in 2016 to $603 million in 2017. Remington struggled to pay off its massive debts as sales dropped. The company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2018. Cerberus had built the nation's largest gun conglomerate with the AR-15 as a profit driver. With Donald Trump's election, it turned out to be a bad bet. "The shine is coming off the nickel," said Mark Kresser, former chief executive of the gunmaker Taurus Holdings, Inc. Business empires built on the AR-15 rose and fell. Political debates about the role of AR-15s in American society flared and died down. Mass shootings erupted with sickening frequency. Memory of the man who invented the rifle faded. His family worried about his legacy. Whenever a mass shooting made the news, Susan Kleinpell found herself praying that the shooter had not used her father's invention. She grew concerned that her dad, whom she remembered as a quirky, soft-spoken, brilliant man, was becoming irreparably associated in the public mind with mass killers. She had never owned one of her father's weapons, but her abiding love for her dad's memory weighed on her heart. After the Orlando shooting, she decided to say something. Even though Mateen had not used the exact type of rifle that her father invented, the shooting prompted a reporter to track down the Stoner family. Susan was on vacation and eating with her husband and friends at a restaurant in Paris when her cell phone rang with a U.S. number she didn't recognize. Worried that it was an emergency, she answered. It was a reporter from MSNBC. He wanted to know what Eugene Stoner would have thought of his gun being used in mass shootings. His question was stupid, she thought. Of course, he would be horrified by children being killed like Newtown, she thought to herself. At first, Susan said she didn't want to comment, but the reporter pressed, and Susan said she would think about it. She wrote out a short statement a few days later and gave it to him. It was the first time Stoner's family had spoken to the press about mass shootings. Our father, Eugene Stoner, designed the AR-15 and subsequent M16 as a military weapon to give our soldiers an advantage over the AK-47. He died long before any mass shootings occurred, but we do think he would have been horrified and sickened as anyone, if not more, by these events. But Susan felt the reporter distorted the statement in his television report, jumbling facts to make her father seem, from the grave, to be calling for gun control. She had carefully crafted the statement to say only that his intent when inventing the weapon was for it to be used by the military. The Stoner family's statement and MSNBC's interpretation of it made headlines, but the news faded after a day. His invention was so far beyond him now, a cultural object battered around by political partisans and internet warriors. Most Americans had no idea of the origin of the name AR-15 or what Stoner's innovations had been. They didn't know the gun's Vietnam story or how the civilian version of the gun was long rejected by most gun owners. People unfamiliar with guns confused it with the AK-47 just because it sounded similar. They associated ownership of such a rifle with being a terrorist or psychopath. Gun owners spun tales about Stoner. To them, he was some kind of Second Amendment hero, a rugged individualist with a deep mistrust of government. Many gun owners chastised liberals for believing that AR stood for assault rifle, insisting instead that it stood for Armalite rifle. Gun owners felt this knowledge was further proof that they knew what they were talking about when it came to the rifle, and gun control advocates didn't. In fact, the AR stood for Armalite or Armalite Research. For both sides of the gun debate, the AR-15 had come to have no history or inventor. It was now just a cultural chew toy for angry partisans. It had arisen from America's past as a cultural icon, pure evil for one group, and sterling freedom for another. Susan realized after the cable report aired, and then faded from the news cycle, that no one really cared what her dad thought. All those years, tinkering in his garage, writing out schematics on napkins, working in the Hollywood offices of Armalite, meeting with generals, testifying in Washington, seeing his invention adopted by the U.S. military. Of all his inventions, he was most proud of the AR-15. He made sure it was fired at his burial. But her dad's thought and effort for so many years, the crowning achievement of his life, had been reduced to a fleeting soundbite amid the sound and fury of America's endless gun debate. 27. Burning Boots. You live in that nightmare. Nadine. Nadine Lussmoller bought her first pair of cowboy boots when she moved to Las Vegas in 2010. They were light brown with a simple stitched design. Nadine, reserved, with short blonde hair and glasses, was born in a small town in the German countryside. But she dreamed of being an artist and going to America. As soon as she graduated from university, she traveled to the United States for the first time. She fell in love with American music, especially country and western. Back home in Germany, she found herself daydreaming about the United States. She returned as much as she could. Every time I came over here, it kind of felt like home, she recalled. She was drawn to the West, with its wide-open spaces and big skies. For 10 years, Nadine applied for the green card visa to work in the United States. At age 32, she lucked out. Once she was in the States, nothing could make her leave. Shortly after moving to Las Vegas, Nadine was attacked by a man with a handgun. He demanded her purse, and when she refused, he struck with his gun. She woke up in the hospital with a gash on her skull. Her family implored her to come back to Germany. She stayed. She waitressed at Applebee's and worked other minimum-wage gigs before landing an office job at Tesla, the electric car company. Nadine rarely went to the casinos. She only went to the Strip for one reason: country music concerts. A friend offered her a free pass to the Route 91 Harvest Country Music Festival. When she read the list of acts, she knew she had to go, because one of her favorites, Jason Aldean, was playing on Sunday, October 1, 2017. Dressed in jeans, a black t-shirt, boots, and her tan cowboy hat, Nadine headed out that afternoon to the Las Vegas Village, a 15-acre outdoor venue. The festival was packed. She waded into the crowd of about 22,000 people and made her way toward the stage. Just after 10 p.m., Aldean started singing his love song, When She Says Baby. Nadine was happy to be with so many other country music fans, listening to a song they all knew by heart. She and everyone around her swayed to the music. But then, Aldean suddenly stopped and ran off stage. Bright floodlights turned on the crowd. Nadine felt something whiz by the front of her face. What was that? Did someone throw something? Something else whizzed by and snatched the cowboy hat off her head. Something wet splashed against her body. The woman next to her fell down. The whizzing seemed to come from everywhere, all at once. People fell to the ground all around her. People screamed and ran. Others crouched to hide. Nadine didn't know what to do. A man shouted for her to hide under the stage. She climbed over a barrier, and someone shoved her under the stage. Nadine fell into the dark and landed hard. Her arm crashed into something metal. She cradled the injured arm. She could feel it was broken. A bone was protruding from her skin. Around her, other concert-goers huddled. Two women wailed next to her. She heard crashing sounds. The noises grew louder. Shafts of light appeared in the gloom as bullets pierced holes in the stage above her. She decided to run. She clambered out from beneath the stage and ran toward crowds fleeing the concert. She looked down to see where she was going and saw piles of belongings on the ground, purses, clothing, hats. She saw people lying next to them. The people weren't moving. She swallowed, closed her eyes, and ran. The jagged, cracking sounds resumed. She felt a sharp pain in her left thigh, like someone had smashed her thigh with a baseball bat as hard as they could. She fell. She blacked out. The Las Vegas massacre was the deadliest mass shooting carried out by one person in American history. In about 10 minutes, the gunmen killed and wounded more people than the mass shooters in Stockton, Columbine, Virginia Tech, Aurora, Sandy Hook, San Bernardino, and Orlando combined. Using AR-15s, Stephen Paddock killed 58 people and wounded 413 others with bullets or shrapnel that night. Another 456 people were injured in the stampede to escape or in other ways. The 927 casualties, injuries and deaths combined, topped the 759 casualties from the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing. More Americans were killed that night than were killed in any single battle in 20 years of war in Afghanistan. Political leaders said it was a tragedy, with President Trump calling it an act of pure evil. But Democratic and Republican leaders didn't offer any serious solutions or new approaches. Both sides hesitated to start up the political fight yet again. They knew it would end in a stalemate. After Sandy Hook, the nation had groped for answers. Groups as divergent as the parents of the dead children and the NRA offered a range of solutions. Newspaper columnists and cable TV commentators argued over what to do. The country's political leaders wrestled with legislative proposals. After Vegas, everyone looked away. People found ways to avoid confronting the full horror of what had happened. They were country music fans. They were adults. It happened in Vegas. Are Americans becoming numb to mass shootings? CBS News asked. The night after the shooting, the Strip was as bright as usual. Visitors crowded blackjack tables and worked the slots. Everyone tried to move on. But the unavoidable fact was that a device created to protect America was wounding it. For people who lived through these horrors, their wounds, mental and physical, remained. The man who inflicted the horror had stood in his suite 32 floors up in the Mandalay Bay. Paddock had fired 1,049 bullets from 12 AR-15s. He'd also fired 8 shots from AR-10s, which police believe he aimed at distant fuel tanks. When police finally blew open the door, they found Paddock's body and his arsenal. Brass casings littered the carpet and tiled floor. His rifles were scattered around his suite like empty liquor bottles. Paddock used a range of rifles made by leading gun makers such as Colt, Daniel Defense, and F.N. Hurstel. Police believed that in most cases, Paddock fired one AR-15 until the magazine was empty, then tossed the weapon aside and picked up a new rifle. The guns lay on the floor, bar stools, chairs, and beds. One lay underneath the legs of Paddock's corpse, his gloved hand on its butt. No one, even those closest to Paddock, provided a motive. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department investigators would probe his life, interviewing relatives, his girlfriend, his ex-wife, his doctor, and casino staff. They searched his computers, phone, and internet history. He left no manifesto or suicide note. He wasn't affiliated with a terrorist group, and he had no mental health diagnosis that might explain the attack. Sheriff Joseph Lombardo, head of the Las Vegas police, would say that recent gambling losses may have been a factor. Paddock saw his real estate investment-fueled bank accounts dwindle from nearly $2.1 million to $530,000 before the attack. But the sheriff said investigators weren't able to definitively answer the why. Paddock's girlfriend, Mary Lou Danley, told authorities she thought his extensive gun buying was just a hobby. She went with him to a makeshift desert shooting range located on the edge of the town where they lived. She helped set up targets at long distances. Several weeks before the attack, Paddock urged Danley to go on a trip to the Philippines to see her family. He wired her $150,000 while she was there to buy a home. She worried he was about to break up with her. Paddock's brother believed Paddock may have conducted the attack because he had done everything in the world he wanted to do and was bored with everything, according to police. In the year before the attack, Paddock searched for the best place to shoot at a large crowd. He requested a hotel room overlooking the Lollapalooza Music Festival in Chicago that August, but later canceled the reservation. He stayed on the 60th floor of the Mandalay Bay at the beginning of September. He was constantly looking out the windows of the room, which overlooked the concert venue, Danley told investigators. On September 5, he searched Route 91 Harvest Festival 2017 attendance on his computer. Eric Paddock told police that his brother would have planned the attack to kill a large number of people because he would want to be known as having the largest casualty count. In the year leading up to the attack, he went on an AR buying spree. He spent nearly $95,000 on more than 40 different guns, as well as accessories and ammunition. 31 of those weapons were based on Stoner's invention, 21 AR-15s and 10 AR-10s. From his first AR-15 purchase on October 2, 2016, a Colt M4 model, to his last on May 5, 2017, an LWRC M6IC, Paddock bought high-end rifles. The guns in his collection cost about $1,000 to $3,000 apiece. Numerous gun salesmen who assisted Paddock told authorities that he never asked about prices. Paddock always wore white gloves, the type that a museum curator would put on if he were handling old firearms, one salesman said. Paddock found an easy way to make his AR-15s mimic rapid-fire machine guns. He replaced the shoulder stocks on his AR-15s with bump stocks. On semi-automatic rifles, a person can only shoot as fast as they can pull the trigger. Bump stocks use the recoil to slide the gun back and forth, bumping the trigger rapidly against the shooter's stationary finger. The devices were cheap and easy to get. Just another accessory on the massive market for AR-15 add-ons. Paddock was able to buy 31 ARs in a year because no federal law limited the number of semi-automatic rifles that an American could buy. Gun dealers were required to alert the ATF if a customer bought 2 or more handguns within 5 consecutive business days. Dealers in states bordering Mexico were also required to alert the agency if someone purchased 2 or more semi-automatic rifles, such as AR-15s. within 5 consecutive business days. That rule, which was intended to combat gun trafficking by Mexican drug cartels, didn't trip up Paddock, since he bought his firearms in Nevada and Utah. He was America's worst nightmare, a wealthy psychopath who could pass a background check in a land where people could buy as many AR-15s as they wanted. Dianne Feinstein told CBS's Face the Nation she didn't see any way that Congress could have passed a law that would have caught someone like Paddock. A month later, she co-sponsored ban legislation again. Everyone knew it wouldn't pass. Unified opposition to new gun laws by Republicans after Las Vegas was aided by the reactions from survivors and families. For many of the country music fans, the shooting did not inherently mean they should back gun control measures. Many had been strong Second Amendment supporters beforehand. They remained so afterward. Paddock's massacre was followed by another in a small town near San Antonio, Texas. 5 weeks after Las Vegas, Devin Kelly went into church on Sunday morning with an AR-15 and wearing body armor. He killed 26 parishioners and wounded 22 others. He walked along the pews, shooting children, seniors, and a pregnant woman. Kelly fired more than 450 rounds from his Ruger-made rifle. It was the deadliest mass shooting in Texas history. Kelly had a history of mental problems and violent behavior. Authorities believed the shooting stemmed from a dispute with his mother-in-law, who attended the church but wasn't there that day. Kelly had been kicked out of the military for assaulting his wife and her child. The domestic violence conviction should have prevented Kelly from purchasing the gun he used in the attack. But the Air Force failed to submit the information to the federal database used for background checks. Kelly bought his Ruger AR-556 from a gun store in San Antonio in April 2016 without any problems. At the time of the shooting, Kelly had a picture of his AR as the cover photo on his Facebook page. A week before the attack, he posted a photo of the rifle on his timeline with the caption, "She's a bad bitch." On the day of the shooting, Stephen Williford, a 55-year-old plumber, was at his home down the street from the church. After he heard gunfire, Williford reached for his AR-15, grabbed ammunition, and sprinted barefoot out the door, loading the gun as he went. As the shooter emerged from the church, Williford fired twice at the gunman's chest. The shooter ran for his SUV and drove off. Williford fired again, shattering the SUV's windows. Kelly drove his SUV off the road and killed himself as police closed in. Williford was hailed a hero, and gun rights supporters held up his actions as proof that widespread civilian ownership of AR-15s was a societal good. Williford said in interviews that he would not have been able to stop the gunman without an AR-15. Gun groups exalted Williford as the good guy with a gun. The NRA honored Williford at its annual convention. He told the cheering crowd, "He had an AR-15, but so did I." Las Vegas and Sutherland Springs were two of the deadliest mass shootings in U.S. history. Both shooters had used AR-15s. Their impact on American discourse on guns was slight. The media covered the shootings, but then moved on. It turned its attention to Trump's tweets and the murky Mueller investigation. People traumatized by the attacks, there were 22,000 survivors of the Las Vegas attack alone, tried to move past the horror. In the months after the attack, Nadine focused on her physical injuries. Her arm was in a cast. The pain in her left leg was sharp and constant. She went back to work. She pushed herself to see live music again. "The one thing that he could not take away from me was my love of music," she said. She decided to honor those killed by attending 58 concerts. She started about 2 months after the shooting, going to a country music concert at a casino. She grew anxious when she saw the crowd and found herself checking behind her and looking up at balconies above the crowd. She scanned for exits. That night, she met other Route 91 survivors who were also trying to return to some kind of normal. They became friends and joined a support group. The pain in her left leg grew worse. She had trouble standing for long periods of time. Doctors found there were bullet fragments in her leg, cutting into nerves and muscles. They had fractured her femur, too. She endured a series of painful operations and physical therapy. Nadine covered physical scars on her leg and arm with tattoos. On her left thigh, she got a black and gray American flag pierced through with bullet holes and the word warrior superimposed in script. On her wounded arm, she got angel wings and the Route 91 sign with the date of the massacre. Nadine met a fellow Route 91 survivor, Tracy Szymanski, who noticed her tattoo at a concert. Szymanski hadn't been wounded that day. She had rushed from the shooting to the hospital where she worked as director of patient transportation. When she hurried into the emergency room, she slipped because there was so much blood on the floor. My trauma happened in my ER, she recalled. You can never get the smell of that much blood in one room out of your nostrils. Nadine and Szymanski became close. They went to concerts together. They opened up to each other like they hadn't been able to with others. I cry a lot more than she does. And she was the one who got shot, Szymanski said. Nadine started volunteering at hospitals and spending time with Szymanski and other friends. She returned to work full-time. She saw a therapist, and it helped her cope. Her life felt full, and she thought she was busier and more social than she had been before the shooting. At the 6-month anniversary of the shooting, Nadine sought closure in a personal ritual. She went to her closet and took out the cowboy boots she had worn on the night of the concert. She hadn't touched them since then. Dark stains of blood, hers and others, discolored the tan leather. She brought them to a friend's house, where the two took them to the backyard. Nadine soaked them in lighter fluid and lit them on fire. She brought the ashes to where she had been shot. The giant area that had held 22,000 people that night was now empty. She could see the golden towers of the Mandalay Bay looming from across Las Vegas Boulevard. Nadine spread the ashes on the ground. Burning the boots didn't bring closure. On the 1-year anniversary of the massacre, Nadine attended a memorial at a small garden near downtown Las Vegas, where the city had planted 58 trees. People brought pictures of the dead, flowers, painted rocks, and other tributes. As Nadine stood with a small crowd, she found herself overwhelmed. She felt like she was drowning, suffocated by guilt and pain. She wished she had been killed in the attack. Szymanski tried to comfort her as she cried uncontrollably. In the days and weeks that followed, Szymanski worried that Nadine might kill herself. Nadine fell apart. 3 or 4 times every day, she relived the massacre. Loud sounds triggered flashbacks. Once, a woman popping balloons in her office sent Nadine into a rage. Other times, she would just freeze in public, then black out. She'd awaken with strangers asking whether she was okay. She struggled at work. She stopped volunteering. She felt that her therapist wasn't helping anymore. Szymanski took her on road trips across the West, trying to give Nadine time and space to open up about what she was going through. I had to pull things out of her, Szymanski recalled. She couldn't fully understand Nadine's trauma. I didn't walk over bodies, Szymanski said. Nadine was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. It was well known as a diagnosis for soldiers returning from combat. As mass shootings became more common, psychiatrists applied the diagnosis to survivors. Studies found high rates of PTSD among mass shooting survivors, even years after the incidents. Flashbacks hit Nadine at any time, even while she slept. Nadine's only solace was Cielo, her scruffy little blonde dog. Cielo had been trained to work with people suffering from PTSD. Whenever Nadine froze or started to shake, Cielo came and touched her with his paw or sat in her lap. He's telling me, okay, let's take a break here for a minute, and it's going to be okay, Nadine said. But every day, Nadine relived the memory of running over bodies on October 1, 2017. because of a man she never met who armed himself with 12 AR-15s. She had joined the nation's growing ranks of mass shooting survivors, scarred for life by the experience. "It's like you have a nightmare, and as a normal person, you wake up and just forget about it," Nadine said. "But with PTSD, it's like you live in that nightmare." 28. Lockdown Nation. We call BS Emma Gonzalez. On February 14, 2018, the day of a mass shooting at a high school in Parkland, Florida, 15-year-old Lane Murdoch was in the hallway at her own high school in Ridgefield, Connecticut, a wealthy New York City suburb. She saw the alert on her phone. A gunman had killed numerous students and staff. She and her friends discussed the news casually as they walked to class. They talked about how awful it was, but it didn't feel awful. "It was literally like we were talking about the weather, and it happened in a school just like the one I am in now," she recalled thinking. That night at her home, Murdoch let emotions take over. 17 dead. Another 17 wounded. Most of them were kids, just like her. She felt sick to her stomach over how callous everyone had become. Ridgefield was about a 30-minute drive from Sandy Hook. That massacre took place when she was just 10. She had to do something, anything. Taking to change.org and social media, she created the hashtag National School Walkout and called for students everywhere to leave school on April 20, 2018, the anniversary of the 1999 Columbine massacre. She thought it would be a way to channel the frustration she and her friends were feeling. Her hashtag swept the internet. Students across America announced bluntly that they'd had enough. Murdoch knew little about guns, but she soon found herself getting up to speed on the AR-15, the gun used in the Parkland massacre. She couldn't believe that a military-style rifle was still so easily available to civilians, including disturbed young men after Sandy Hook and Aurora. The rifle became the anti-symbol of a budding student movement. As rallies erupted outside schools across the country, signs displaying an AR-15 with a line through it were common. On the day of the national walkout that Murdoch had started with a simple hashtag in her bedroom, students at more than 2,500 schools left their classrooms, from Santa Monica, California, to Washington. Students staged die-ins at schools. Others rallied outside of the White House. They carried signs declaring hashtag never again and new gun reform now, with hand-drawn silhouettes of AR-15 rifles. "We were the first generation of digital natives. This was how we organized," Murdoch said. "We had no money. We had no real power. The only thing we had was our attendance. Not going to class was showing how we care about this." Parkland proved to be a key moment for America's great gun debate, launching a political youth movement to stop a problem that adults seemed incapable of addressing. It was led largely by a group of students who survived the Parkland shooting, but also by young people like Murdoch in cities and towns all over the country. These kids, aided by adults who supported gun control, formed organizations to lobby lawmakers, launch school walkouts, and organize gigantic marches in Washington, state capitals, and major cities. Their actions frightened Republicans, at least temporarily, and forced Democratic politicians to take stronger positions on gun legislation. The expected platitudes and declarations offered by adults on either side of the gun deadlock no longer mollified America's youth. They channeled their fear and anger on social media, helping to coalesce what one Parkland student labeled the mass shooting generation. Even as the shooter was still stalking the hallways of Parkland's Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on Valentine's Day, students there were posting video clips of their friends huddled and praying near the dead and wounded. David Hogg, 17, posted interviews with students hiding with him in a dark closet. "I want to show these people exactly what's going on when these children are facing bullets flying through classrooms," he said. Fellow students in the United States and across the world watched the horror in real time. One student who emerged as an early leader was Emma Gonzalez. Gonzalez spoke at a gun control rally on the Saturday after the shooting in Fort Lauderdale. In a brief speech broadcast by CNN and other stations, Atiri Gonzalez said, "If all our government and president can do is send thoughts and prayers, then it's time for victims to be the change that we need to see." Gonzalez attacked Washington's political classes for failing to keep kids safe. "Politicians who sit in their gilded House and Senate seats funded by the NRA telling us nothing could ever have been done to prevent this, we call BS. They say tougher gun laws do not decrease gun violence. We call BS. They say a good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun. We call BS. They say guns are just tools like knives and are as dangerous as cars. We call BS. They say no laws could have been able to prevent the hundreds of senseless tragedies that have occurred. We call BS. That us kids don't know what we're talking about? That we're too young to understand how the government works? We call BS." The crowd roared, and the speech's refrain, "We call BS," became a rallying cry for young people from California to New York. Parkland students descended on Tallahassee, the state capital, and pressed lawmakers in the Republican-led legislature to pass strict new gun laws. The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act raised the minimum age to purchase a rifle from 18 to 21, required a 3-day waiting period for most gun sales, and banned the sale or possession of bump stocks. The legislature gave authority to police to temporarily confiscate guns from people if they posed a danger to themselves or others, with a new red flag law. The Florida bill did not ban the sale of AR-15s, as the students had hoped, but it passed through the legislature and was signed into law by Republican Governor Rick Scott less than a month after the shooting. A national movement led by young people to limit access to AR-15s gathered momentum. Days after the shooting, 17 high school students in the D.C. area organized a lie-in near the White House. 2 held a handmade sign declaring, "We've had enough," showing a crossed-out AR-15. Mina Mazikas, 17, helped organize a walkout at her high school in Schaumburg, Illinois, a Chicago suburb, just days after Parkland. They chanted, "Kids over guns," as cars drove by, honking in support. Mazikas was moved by seeing the Parkland students protest what every kid in America had been coping with for years: the constant fear of mass shootings. What really made the difference with the Parkland incident was it was all over social media, she said. They had their phones and computers with them. It was gut-wrenching. It was almost impossible not to feel the fear. Watching it with my friends, I realized, what's the difference between me and the students at my high school in Illinois and the students at Parkland in Florida? Was it location? Was it luck? 1 month after the shooting, the liberal group that had organized massive women's marches after Trump was inaugurated called for a national walkout by students and teachers. Tens of thousands of students left classrooms to stand outside for 17 minutes. 1 minute for each person killed at Parkland. Parkland students and supporters created a new organization called March for Our Lives. It held protests in Washington and across the United States and even overseas. The marches and rallies drew about 1.2 million people, making it one of the largest days of protest in U.S. history. Celebrities, including George Clooney, Oprah Winfrey, and Steven Spielberg, gave money. An emotional peak of the Washington rally was the speech given by Gonzalez, who paused remarks for the amount of time that the shooter took to fire his gun in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Gonzalez mentioned Stoner's firearm as she talked about the lives taken in the spree. 6 minutes and 20 seconds with an AR-15, and my friend Carmen would never complain to me about piano practice, Gonzalez said. Aaron Feiss would never call Kira Miss Sunshine. Alex Schachter would never walk into school with his brother Ryan. Scott Beagle would never joke around with Cameron at camp. Gonzalez described the other victims as well. Gonzalez urged America's students, fight for your lives before it's someone else's job. The youth protests were so startling to the political and social status quo that many believed a fundamental change in America's relationship with the AR-15 was about to take place. A few gun owners took to social media to post videos of themselves destroying their AR-15s or announcing they were quitting the NRA. Municipalities passed local bans on AR-15s. At a meeting with the massacre survivors held at the White House, Trump promised, "We're going to come up with a solution." He endorsed raising the minimum age to purchase AR-15s or similar firearms to 21 from 18, tightening background checks for gun buyers, and banning bump stocks, the device used in the Las Vegas massacre. In a meeting with members of Congress, Trump and Feinstein had a seemingly cooperative and constructive conversation about gun control. "We have to act," Trump told the group in the televised event. "We can't wait and play games and nothing gets done." Feinstein brought up the assault weapons ban legislation, and Trump promised vaguely, "I'll take a look at it." At the same meeting, he admonished lawmakers, "You're afraid of the NRA." Companies responded to customer anger by severing ties with the NRA. Delta and United Airlines eliminated discount travel programs for NRA members. Hotels, car rental companies, insurance companies, banks, cybersecurity companies, and even a hearing aid company severed relationships with the group. The March for Our Lives organization released a comprehensive blueprint to reduce gun violence and mass shooting, which included a permanent federal assault weapons ban. Groups of Parkland students traveled the country, addressing throngs of other students and supporters on a Road to Change tour. The giant movement was the result of pent-up frustration over how little had been done to stop disturbed young men turning to AR-15s to lash out and kill. FBI behavioral analysts in 2018 produced an extensive study of the lives of 63 attackers to try to find common traits. Most were single men without a job who nursed grievances, and nearly half had expressed interest in or had attempted suicide. About 1 in 4 had been diagnosed with a mental illness, and most showed signs of mental problems. The analysts discovered that they didn't just snap, a common myth. Instead, these murderers planned their attacks for weeks or even months. Most told others of their plans either directly or online. Only 6% of the killers had been previously convicted of a violent felony, which meant they had no trouble getting guns. 3 out of 4 either legally purchased or already had the guns they used in their attacks. Unlike most other criminals, mass shooters didn't hope to get away with it. Most wanted to die. The act was a last desperate attempt by weak, isolated men to lash out at the world, deluded they would die in a blaze of glory. Mass shooters were getting younger, and were often motivated by the desire to have their names go viral as the lines between fame and infamy blurred in the reality television and viral video era, according to criminologists. The more people they killed, the more widely they would be known. Put simply, public mass shooters who want to kill large numbers of victims appear more likely to take specific steps to accomplish those goals, experts on such violence concluded in one paper. In many cases, this weapons acquisition involves obtaining multiple firearms and at least one semi-automatic rifle or assault weapon. The semi-automatic rifle they increasingly chose was the AR-15, as they engaged in a sick contest of one-upmanship. 4 of the 5 deadliest mass shootings in American history had come since 2012. In 3 of those massacres, the attackers used AR-15s, and in one, the gunman used a similar rifle that fired the same ammunition. 12 of 40 mass shooters who killed 4 or more people in a public place from 2012 through 2018 used AR-15s. The rifle had been used just 5 times by the prior 123 attackers going back to 1996, according to the Violence Project, a federally funded nonprofit that cataloged mass shootings. There's a utility part to this, which is it is just a very efficient killing machine, and so if you're trying to kill a lot of people, this is a good choice, said James Densley, a criminal justice professor at Metro State University in Minnesota, who co-founded the Violence Project. But then there's the sort of copycat component, which is if you want your mass shooting to conform with audience expectations of what a mass shooting looks like, you have to use the same props that the past mass shooters have used in their performances too. Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, was a poster child for this dark phenomenon. "I hate everyone and everything," the high school dropout said on a video on his cell phone just days before the shooting. "With the power of my AR, you will all know who I am. I had enough of people telling me that I'm an idiot and a dumbass." Later that day, he made another recording, this time showing his face. His eyes were sunken. "Hello, my name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018, he said. "My goal is at least 20 people. With an AR-15 and a couple tracer rounds, I think I could get it done. Location is Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida. It's going to be a big event, and when you see me on the news, you'll all know who I am." Cruz laughed and mimicked gun sounds. Cruz had a long history of violent behavior. He killed chickens, squirrels, toads, and lizards as a boy growing up in the suburbs north of Miami. He once beat a duck to death with a tire iron. He fantasized about suicide and cut his wrists. In early 2017, he was expelled from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School for disciplinary problems and failing grades. Cruz had a volatile relationship with his mother, Linda, who adopted him and his brother. One time he hit her so hard that he knocked her teeth out. He wore a Donald Trump "Make America Great Again" hat to mock his mother's liberal views. After she died of pneumonia in November 2017, he took a picture of the urn holding her ashes next to the hat. One of Cruz's favorite songs was "Pumped Up Kicks," a 2010 hit by the band Foster the People. The song tells the story of a troubled kid planning to shoot fellow students with his father's six-shooter. The chorus includes the lines, "All the other kids with the pumped-up kicks. You better run, faster than my bullet." The catchy tune became an anthem for kids who felt bullied at school and imagined taking revenge. But Cruz wasn't interested in something as tame as a six-shooter. He wanted an AR-15. After he turned 18, he purchased a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 for $560 from a local gun shop. Asked later why he bought the rifle, he said a demonic voice helped him pick out the AR while he was searching on the internet. Cruz owned other guns, but the AR-15 was the voice's favorite gun, he said. He spent much of his free time cleaning his guns or shooting in the woods. He even slept with them, his brothers said. After his mother died, a family friend called the Broward County Sheriff's Office to report that Cruz was suicidal and collecting guns. "This could be Columbine in the making," she said. Another woman called the FBI, worried about Cruz getting into a school and just shooting the place up. On Valentine's Day, shortly after 2 p.m., Cruz took an Uber to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. The skinny 19-year-old wore a baseball cap and a maroon shirt with the logo of the high school's junior ROTC. Just before entering the school, he searched for "Pumped Up Kicks" on YouTube on his cell phone to listen to it again. Inside Building 12, where freshmen had their classes, Cruz set off the fire alarm. Students filed out of their classrooms. He shot at fleeing students and staff in the hallways and fired into classrooms. Windows shattered as students cowered under desks and behind filing cabinets. Eden Hebron, a 14-year-old wearing a reddish-pink shirt for Valentine's, was sitting with her best friend, Alyssa El-Hatif, also 14, in their fourth-period English class in room 1216. They were working on essays for a state-standardized test, but the two girls were goofing off, making each other laugh. When they heard a series of bangs coming from the hallway, El-Hatif told Hebron the noises sounded like gunshots. "Bullets, Alyssa? That's funny," Hebron said to her. "You know we're in Parkland, right?" The noises grew louder. They dropped to the floor and crouched under a table. Then El-Hatif moved to hide under the teacher's desk a few feet away. Hebron watched El-Hatif's worried face as the gunshots came closer. "When you were hearing gunshots, like, all you can think about, is I'm next," she recalled. "I was thinking, This is my last moment. These are literally like my last minutes of life." Hebron looked over at her friend. "He shoots her," she recalled. "She kind of, falls back. And there's blood everywhere." Police eventually came into the classroom and told them to run as fast as they could away from the school. Cruz fired his AR-15 until it jammed. In 6 minutes, he fired 140 rounds. He dropped the gun and blended in with throngs of fleeing students, but was arrested about an hour later. AR-15s were front and center in everyone's mind. Police across the country responded to other shootings, threats of mass violence, and false alarms, arresting troubled students and seizing AR-15 rifles. In the early morning hours of April 22, 2018, a naked, deranged man with an AR-15 stormed into a Waffle House in Nashville, Tennessee, and killed 4 people. As the man was reloading, a customer wrestled the gun away and threw it over the counter. The man ran into the night, but was captured after a manhunt. James Shaw, Jr., the 29-year-old who grabbed the rifle, urged more restrictions on ARs. "A Formula One race car is for a racer," he said. "An AR-15, M16s, 223s? Those special, specific guns are meant for people that have some kind of training." The shooter, Travis Reinking, also 29, had a history of mental illness and strange behavior. Reinking, wearing a pink dress, threatened a man in 2017 with an AR-15 in his home state of Illinois. Later that year, he tried to enter the White House grounds. Illinois authorities revoked his right to own firearms, but didn't seize the weapons. Instead, they handed them over to Reinking's father, telling him to lock them up. When Reinking attacked the Waffle House, he used that same AR-15. The father was later convicted in Illinois of unlawfully giving his son the weapons back, including the AR-15. Once again, many gun control advocates were convinced that outrage would lead to significant action on national gun control, including restrictions on the sale of AR-15s. Lane Murdoch remembered feeling the excitement of those days, of being a part of change. She believed something substantive would happen. She was wrong. "I learned it was a pretty cutthroat business," she said of politics. By late spring, it was clear no significant gun control legislation would be coming, despite Trump's promise. NRA officials had met with Trump privately at the White House, and afterward, the president was in lockstep with the gun group. Trump and Vice President Mike Pence spoke at the NRA's annual convention in Dallas that May. Before a cheering crowd, the president said the answer to school shootings like Parkland was to arm teachers. He pledged that he would protect gun rights. "You're going to keep those rights," he said. "You're going to be so happy." Fred Guttenberg, whose daughter, Jamie, was killed at Parkland, spoke at a small rally near the NRA convention and called for raising the age limit to buy AR-15s and other reforms. One supporter carried a sign that read, "AR-15 is a WMD," meaning a weapon of mass destruction. A larger group of men with AR-15s strapped to their bodies staged counter-protests, heckling Guttenberg as he spoke. They paraded around the park with giant come-and-take-it flags adorned with images of AR-15s. One man wore a shirt with an image of an AR-15 that read, "No one needs an AR-15. No one needs a whiny little pansy either, but here you are." All the while, mass shootings involving AR-15s kept erupting. On October 27, 2018, Robert Bowers, a 46-year-old anti-Semite, walked into Tree of Life Congregation, a Pittsburgh synagogue, during Shabbat morning services. Bowers wrote online that he was angry about a Jewish organization supporting Central American migrant caravans. "I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw your optics. I'm going in." He used a Colt AR-15 and 3 handguns, killing 11 people. "All Jews must die," he shouted. Some of those he shot had survived the Holocaust. After police wounded Bowers in a gunfight, he surrendered. It was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. In December 2018, the Trump administration banned bump stocks, the devices used in the Las Vegas massacre. It was the only significant action taken by the Trump administration on guns after Parkland. The post-Parkland movement had a lasting impact on Democratic Party politics. More liberal politicians called for the outright ban of AR-15s with little fear of being voted out of office. They used the AR-15 as shorthand for why gun laws needed to be tightened. They pointed to moves by other countries to ban sales of the gun. In 2019, New Zealand banned most semi-automatic weapons after a white supremacist, anti-Islamic Australian man armed with 2 AR-15 rifles attacked 2 mosques during Friday prayers, killing 51 people and wounding dozens more. He live-streamed his attack on Facebook. Christchurch happened, and within days New Zealand acted to get weapons of war out of the consumer market, New York Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted. This is what leadership looks like. Democrats also pointed to Australia, which had not experienced a major mass shooting since its wide-reaching ban on semi-automatic rifles had gone into effect in 1996. In the Democratic Party's crowded 2020 presidential primary, every candidate called for tightening restrictions on semi-automatic rifles like the AR-15. No candidate was more vocal than Beto O'Rourke, the Texas representative. In August 2019, a 39-year-old Texas man who'd been fired from his job went on a shooting spree, driving around Midland and Odessa, shooting at other drivers and passers-by with an Anderson manufacturing AM-15. He killed 7 people and injured 25 before police killed him. The man had been prohibited from owning guns because a court had found him mentally unfit. He bought his AR-15 in a private sale, which didn't require a background check. At a televised Democratic presidential primary debate in Houston weeks later, O'Rourke was asked whether he stood by his gun buyback policy, which some considered federal confiscation. O'Rourke did not equivocate. The high-impact, high-velocity round, when it hits your body, shreds everything inside of your body because it was designed to do that so that you would bleed to death on a battlefield, not be able to get up and kill one of our soldiers, he said. When we see that being used against children in Odessa, I met the mother of a 15-year-old girl who was shot by an AR-15. And that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour because so many other people were shot by that AR-15 in Odessa and Midland. There weren't enough ambulances to get to them in time. Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore. The audience, in Texas's largest city, cheered so loudly that O'Rourke couldn't be heard for a moment, with some standing and raising their arms in support. He went on to say gun owners and non-gun owners could find common ground. But the soundbite, "Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15," quickly spread across social media and on television. Gun rights groups trumpeted the clip, minus the reference to the Odessa Midland shootings, as proof the Democrats were coming for people's guns. O'Rourke's donations skyrocketed. His campaign sold T-shirts bearing the phrase, "Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15." He didn't win the Democratic presidential nomination, but that position, once unutterable by Democrats hoping to win the White House, made its way into the party's 2020 platform. Democrats will ban the manufacture and sale of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, the platform stated. Democrats argued that the previous ban had been a success because the nation experienced a sharp increase in mass shootings after it was lifted. There had been 56 mass shootings in which 4 or more people were killed in a public place in the past 10 years, compared to 33 during the 10 years the ban was in place. The attacks were growing in both frequency and deadliness. The 5 deadliest mass shootings in the country's history had all taken place since the ban lapsed in 2004. Christopher Coper, the researcher who had evaluated the federal ban for the Justice Department, argued in a 2020 paper that lives likely could have been saved if it had remained in place, but not because of a ban of any specific firearm. Coper concluded that fewer people would have been killed in each mass shooting primarily because of the restrictions on large-capacity magazines. Considering that mass shootings with high-capacity semi-automatics are considerably more lethal and injurious than other mass shootings, it is reasonable to argue that the federal ban could have prevented some of the recent increase in persons killed and injured in mass shootings, had it remained in place, he wrote. Future magazine restrictions could reduce the number of deaths in mass shootings by 11 to 15%, though it would take a long time because of all the magazines already floating around, Coper concluded. The gun ban itself had done little to stop such attacks, he argued. Coper's thesis was borne out in at least one prominent instance, when California's prohibition on magazines holding more than 10 rounds appeared to limit the carnage in a mass shooting. On the last day of Passover in April 2019, an anti-Semitic 19-year-old burst into a synagogue near San Diego, armed with a Smith & Wesson M&P 15. Timothy Ernest fired about 10 shots, killing one person and wounding 3 others. In the brief time when he fumbled to switch out the empty magazine for a new one, congregants rushed at him and he fled. But California's decades-old assault weapons ban had not stopped the sales of AR-15s, as gun makers came up with legal workaround models, like they had done under the federal ban. The husband and wife terrorists who killed 14 people and wounded 22 more in San Bernardino in 2015 also used AR-15s that were purchased in California. Unlike Ernest, they were able to obtain 30-round magazines in spite of the state law. In the 5 months after Parkland, 24 states across the country, including 14 with Republican governors, enacted at least 50 new gun control laws. Many passed red flag laws, allowing authorities to temporarily seize guns from dangerous individuals. Some passed bans on bump stocks. New Jersey and Vermont passed restrictions on high-capacity magazines. This was a year of unparalleled success for the gun control movement in the United States, the Pew Charitable Trust's online publication declared. But for many young people swept up in activism after Parkland, the initial enthusiasm gave way to disappointment. Eden Hebron, who saw her friend Alyssa murdered at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, joined other students in leading rallies and calling on politicians to provide more mental health services and ban AR-15s. But she became disheartened by the partisan politics. Inside it felt like, "What are we even doing this for?" she said. "There is this division in this country. It makes me really angry. It makes me really upset, because I know there is a solution, I think. We just haven't been able to find it yet." Hebron spent years in therapy to process the trauma she suffered on February 14, 2018. Often, she wanted to forget it all ever happened, and part of her hated talking about it since it forced her to relive the horror. But years of suffering taught her that she had to face the ugly reality of what happened to understand it, accept it, and change the future. The country needed to do the same thing, she said. As much as I try to move past it, I know that you have to go to the problem, to heal the problem, she said. Murdoch found the activism wore her down. People yelled at her at rallies. Some carried guns. She received nasty and threatening social media messages. When she graduated from high school, she took some time off before leaving the United States to attend college in Scotland. Living in a country where private ownership of semi-automatic rifles was uncommon was liberating and unnerving. When she went to concerts or large gatherings, she still found herself nervous. In classrooms, she scanned for exits. Her Scottish classmates never had such concerns. "We will always be a country that will have more guns," she said of the United States. "Fixing this problem is going to be an extremely long process. I don't think I will ever really return to the U.S. when I graduate." 29. Come and Take It Nation. "I'm going to war. I'm bringing the big cock." Oathkeeper, about bringing his AR-15 to Washington, D.C. for January 6. Demonstrators, young and old, black and white, walked through a wealthy St. Louis neighborhood on their way to the mayor's house, drumming, singing, and chanting. The murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer had sparked a nationwide protest movement in the summer of 2020. When the demonstrators veered onto a private street of large, expensive homes, a doughy 63-year-old man wearing a pink Brooks Brothers polo shirt and khakis emerged from his mansion built to look like an Italian palazzo. The man looked out over a tall hedge and cradled a Colt AR-15. "Get the hell out of my neighborhood," Mark McCloskey shouted. McCloskey moved to the front steps of his mansion, where he was joined by his wife, Patricia. She waved a pistol. They didn't fire their guns. The incident, captured on video, went viral on the internet, and the couple became the target of widespread derision. Some gun owners joked about the awkward manner in which McCloskey held his rifle. Others mocked them as the ultimate example of white suburban busybodies. One meme showed the armed couple with the label Mr. and Mrs. Boomer. But the surreal incident underscored the fact that America had entered a tumultuous era in which the AR-15 was everywhere. The image of the AR-15 had become a political and cultural symbol infused with meaning far beyond the gun debate. People put its image on T-shirts, banners, bumper stickers, and coffee mugs. To scorn it meant you were a Democrat and a liberal who backed stricter gun control laws. To embrace it meant you were pro-gun, conservative, likely pro-Trump. It became a tribal emblem, immediately signaling where you stood on the American political spectrum. One Republican congressional candidate, Andrew Clyde, who owned a gun store in Georgia, put the image of an AR-15 next to his name on his campaign signs. The phrase, "Protect the Second," ran below the gun's barrel. Clyde, who had never held office before, won in a landslide. On social media, memes proliferated, from a George Washington impersonator firing an AR-15 to a photo of the rifle with the phrase, "It's because I'm black, isn't it? Fight AR-15 semi-auto discrimination." One meme showed a muscular Donald Trump in desert fatigues holding Stoner's rifle and the American flag. Donald Trump Jr. joined in, posing on Twitter with an AR-15. The gun's magazine bore an image of Hillary Clinton behind bars. Businesses appealing to conservatives embraced the gun, even as larger corporations distanced themselves from gun rights in general. One car dealership offered vouchers for an AR-15 and a Bible to car buyers. Black Rifle Coffee became the Starbucks for the right, selling coffee roasts with firearms-themed branding. The founder, Evan Hafer, a former Green Beret, named the company after his service rifle. "This is going to piss people off," he recalled thinking, "and I just kind of embraced it." In 2020, the Salt Lake City-based company brought in $163 million, nearly double its sales the previous year. In addition to its coffee, the company sold merchandise bearing its logo, a silhouette of an M4. Prominent Republican leaders argued an AR-15 had become necessary for personal protection. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham said in 2019 that homeowners could use them against looters after hurricanes. Gun rights groups trumpeted stories of people using AR-15s to defend their homes, including a report that a pregnant mother had used an AR to confront two intruders who were pistol-whipping her husband. She shot and killed one intruder. The other fled. Even some survivors of mass shootings, including mass shootings that involved AR-15s, touted the gun as a way to keep safe. Taylor Winston, a Marine Corps veteran, became a hero during the Las Vegas attack, shuttling the wounded in a pickup truck from the festival to hospitals. When he returned to his home in San Diego, one of the first things he did was to buy an AR-15. Winston was familiar with the weapon, having used an M4 in Iraq, but he had never owned a civilian version. The Las Vegas attack was a reminder of how evil and dark mankind is. And owning an AR-15 made him feel safe, Winston said. He became a vocal gun rights advocate. "It is a great equalizer," he said of the rifle. By 2020, AR-15 prices ranged from thousands of dollars to just a few $100, and the guns came in myriad sizes, shapes, colors, and brands. American civilians owned about 19 million ARs, up from about 400,000 a quarter of a century earlier. By the end of 2021, that number jumped to more than 20 million. During the protests and riots of the summer of 2020, self-appointed sentinels claiming they were working to restore order armed themselves with AR-15s. Many worried it was only a matter of time before those guns went off. In early August 2020, during Black Lives Matter protests in Portland, Oregon, people called police to report a man in tactical gear pointing a semi-automatic rifle at protesters. One person told police, "He definitely has an AR-15. In fact, the man carried a pellet gun made to look like an M4. The man called police for help when protesters confronted him. What would happen if someone came to one of these protests with a real AR-15? On the night of August 25, 2020, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, armed with an M&P 15, stood outside a car dealership in Kenosha, Wisconsin. 2 days earlier, Kenosha police had shot a black man, paralyzing him and igniting protests. Rittenhouse and a friend, who was also armed, said they were there to protect the business from looters. Rittenhouse wasn't allowed to purchase such a gun because he was under 18, so a friend bought the rifle for him. Later, when asked why he wanted an AR-15, he said, "It looked cool." Protesters shouted at Rittenhouse about his gun. One man, Joseph Rosenbaum, 36, pursued Rittenhouse across a parking lot. Cell phone videos of the incident showed Rosenbaum, who was unarmed, throwing a plastic bag at Rittenhouse. The teenager fired his rifle. Rosenbaum continued to approach Rittenhouse, who fired 4 more shots. The bullets shattered Rosenbaum's pelvis and punctured his lungs and liver. Rittenhouse ran away while talking into his cell phone. "I just killed somebody," he said. Rosenbaum was declared dead at a nearby hospital. A crowd pursued Rittenhouse, and he tripped and fell. 26-year-old Anthony Huber tried to grab Rittenhouse's rifle and hit the teenager with a skateboard. Rittenhouse fired 1 round into Huber, who staggered back and collapsed. Huber later died. Rittenhouse shot another man armed with a pistol in the right arm. Police charged Rittenhouse with multiple homicide and weapons counts, but at a highly publicized trial in 2021, the jury acquitted him. Gun control groups blasted the jury's verdict. Gun rights groups praised it and exalted Rittenhouse as a hero. While politicians and talk show hosts argued over the AR-15, extremists whose objectives were much darker than owning the libs embraced the gun as a tool for mass violence. Secretive groups, plotting to plunge the nation into civil war, saw the AR-15 as an essential weapon. In Michigan, men armed with AR-15s slung across their chests marched into the State House in Lansing to protest pandemic restrictions ordered by Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic governor. A smaller group also trained with the gun while preparing to carry out a plot to kidnap the governor. Authorities foiled the plan. A white nationalist group calling itself the Base plotted to attack a large gun rights rally in Richmond, Virginia, in January 2020. The men believed that by sparking mass violence, they would hasten the collapse of society and bring about a race war. They trained with AR-15s in the Georgia woods. "You realize that they're just going to call us terrorists," one of the men said shortly before FBI agents arrested them. The rally in Richmond went on as planned, under tight security. The governor banned any guns on the state capitol grounds, but they were allowed outside barricades. An estimated 22,000 people attended, including people carrying AR-15s, and an enormous black banner that read, "Come and take it." The Boogaloo Boys, anti-government extremists, showed up at Black Lives Matter marches, wearing Hawaiian shirts and carrying AR-15s. The Boogaloo Boys' long-term goal was to push the country into civil war, which they referenced among themselves with the phrase, "Let's boogie." In late May 2020, Stephen Carrillo, an active U.S. Air Force sergeant, wrote on Facebook that the protests were a great opportunity to attack federal agents. Carrillo, armed with a homemade AR rifle variant, drove to Oakland, California, and opened fire from a van outside of the federal courthouse. killing one security guard and injuring another. Authorities pursued Carrillo deep into the Santa Cruz Mountains. During a shootout, he killed a deputy and injured another before being arrested. Extremists such as Carrillo had learned to build AR-15s that couldn't be tracked by the government. Beginning in the 2010s, a cottage industry arose employing Stoner's design to build untraceable weapons, which police started calling ghost guns. The gun's easy assembly made it simple. Under federal law, the only part of a gun that was deemed a firearm was the receiver, the metal or polymer piece that housed the firing mechanism. Manufacturers were required to stamp receivers with serial numbers. Anyone buying a serialized receiver was required to undergo a federal background check, just as they would if they purchased a completed gun. Police used those serial numbers to trace weapons used in crimes. However, gun hobbyists found that if they took a receiver that wasn't quite completed and didn't yet have a serial number, they could finish making it in their workshops with tools as simple as a drill press. This allowed them to build a complete rifle without a serial number and avoid ever undergoing a background check. Federal law allowed people to make such guns for themselves. Small companies started selling complete kits with unfinished receivers and all the parts needed to build ghost AR-15s. GhostGuns.com advertised their products as unserialized, unregistered. Do-it-yourself videos appeared on YouTube, teaching how to build ARs in less than an hour. Some people began fabricating unserialized receivers using 3D printers. Gun hobbyists pioneered making the homemade weapons, but criminals, gang members, extremists, and mass shooters took up the practice. A Northern California man, who was prohibited from possessing firearms because of a restraining order, killed 5 people in a November 2017 rampage using ARs that he made himself. By 2020, American law enforcement agencies had recovered about 24,000 ghost guns in criminal investigations, many of them AR-15s. A federal counterterrorism task force warned that criminals and violent extremists continue to seek ways to acquire firearms through the production of ghost guns. On January 6, 2021, President Trump addressed more than 10,000 supporters gathered for what was billed as a Save America rally on the National Mall not far from the White House. Trump refused to accept his defeat by Democrat Joseph Biden in November's presidential election, claiming the results were fraudulent. Electors in Congress were set to certify Biden's victory within hours. "If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore," he said. People in the throng waved MAGA flags and other pro-Trump banners. One person waved a white flag with a black silhouette of an AR-15. Another held aloft a Confederate battle flag with a large AR-15 in the center. Both banners carried the same slogan, "Come and take it." After Trump returned to the White House, thousands marched to the Capitol. Police stationed there fired tear gas to disperse the hostile mob. A man waved the AR-15 Confederate flag amid the smoke as rioters broke through barricades and poured into Congress, an unprecedented act in American history that would leave at least 5 people dead and shake the foundations of the Republic. Many who came that day considered the AR-15 a tool of their political resistance. In November 2020, when Trump lost, Christopher Quaglin, an unemployed electrician from New Jersey, wrote on his Facebook page, "I'm going to war. I'm bringing the big cock." Prosecutors interpreted that to mean his AR-15 rifle. About 2 weeks before January 6, Quaglin posted a photo of his AR-15 in his SUV. His caption, "So badass." Police arrested him for attacking officers at the Capitol. Members of the Oath Keepers, a right-wing militia group, led the most organized effort to bring AR-15s and ammunition to Washington. "We aren't getting through this without a civil war," Stuart Rhodes, the group's leader, told members in a chat group after the election. Oath Keeper groups, self-labeled QRFs, a military term meaning Quick Reaction Forces, brought AR-15s and thousands of rounds of ammo and other weapons to a Comfort Inn in Arlington, Virginia, a 10-minute drive from the capital. As the riot got underway, Edward Vallejo, who was in charge of the hotel operation, repeatedly asked Oath Keeper leaders to give him the green light to send men with guns over to the capital. "We are at war," Vallejo messaged. The FBI swooped down on Vallejo and other Oath Keepers. Agents fanned out across the country to arrest hundreds of others involved in January 6 and crack down on extremists. The raids and prosecutions gutted the ranks of such groups and weakened, at least temporarily, their ability to use violence to achieve their political ends. But as COVID lockdowns ended and Americans began to gather once again, another pervasive and stubborn danger resurfaced with a vengeance: mass shooters. 30. Beyond the talking points. "I don't think you get the toothpaste back in the tube." Democratic Representative Mike Thompson on banning AR-15s. The AR-15, created by Eugene Stoner in the 1950s to aid American soldiers, had by the early 2020s became fused in the public mind with the slaughtering of American civilians. The nation relived the nightmare of mass shootings like a traumatized survivor, swinging between grief, anger, and numbness. Liberals blamed the NRA and the gun industry. Conservatives blamed the media and mental illness. The AR-15 remained at the center of the rancorous, stalled debate. President Joe Biden and other prominent Democrats called for a federal ban on AR-15s, just as they had in the 1990s. Republicans argued that more guns would solve the problem, and passed new state laws to make it easier to carry them in schools, churches, restaurants, anywhere people came together. The nation needed new answers as mass shootings resumed. In March 2021, a 21-year-old used a Ruger AR-556 pistol to kill 10 people in a Boulder, Colorado grocery store. He was wounded in a shootout with police and surrendered. In April, a former FedEx Corp employee in Indianapolis used 2 AR-15s to kill 8 people at his old workplace before killing himself. The 19-year-old had a history of suicide attempts and profound depression. The pandemic had granted a brief respite, but these springtime mass shootings brought the country back to this awful reality, and the familiar stalemate. President Biden called for a new assault weapons ban in a speech to a joint session of Congress. He had helped pass a ban about 3 decades before, and believed it could be done again. The National Rifle Association reacted by calling for more Americans to arm themselves. "The real problem with guns is too few people carry one." Truth, the NRA tweeted, days after the Indianapolis shooting. By this time, many gun control advocates had stopped pushing for an assault weapons ban. The head of the House Caucus on Gun Safety, Mike Thompson, a Democrat from California, said of Biden's speech, "He's always felt that way." But Thompson did not believe that a new ban was politically possible or practical. If the sale of new ARs was prohibited, there would still be millions of them in civilian hands. "I don't think you get the toothpaste back in the tube," Thompson said. Instead, Thompson favored new approaches that would make it more difficult for people with evil intent to obtain AR-15s. More focused measures besides broad bans could win bipartisan support, he believed. Both sides needed to get beyond the bumper sticker mentality, he said. Even some congressional aides who had helped write and pass the federal assault weapons ban now saw it as a lost cause. Tom Diaz, a former Schumer staffer, watched mass shootings disappear in Australia after that country banned most semi-automatic weapons in 1996. He believed that American politicians had a similar opportunity in 1994, when Democrats controlled the White House and Congress, and AR-15 owners were a small minority of gun owners. At the time, the majority of Americans favored a strict ban. That was the last great chance that America had to change the course of the commercial destiny of the firearms market, Diaz said. At that pivotal moment in time, we blew it. Had this passed in an effective form, I think the gun industry would have turned in another direction. The political force behind the NRA's old arguments was also crumbling. In the spring of 2021, as the gun debate flared, the group's leaders were consumed by internal scandals and power struggles. New York State's Attorney General sued to dissolve the 150-year-old gun group, accusing LaPierre and others of enriching themselves at the expense of NRA members. During legal proceedings, LaPierre admitted that he'd made a mistake by not disclosing that he and his family often took free vacations in the Bahamas on a 108-foot yacht that was owned by an NRA vendor. LaPierre also admitted he received $275,000 worth of Italian suits and other clothing that were paid for by the NRA's former ad agency. LaPierre's foes within the gun world seized upon the admissions as they mounted a campaign to oust the aging leader. More strident gun rights groups stepped in as the NRA weakened, but these smaller groups did not have the same clout in Washington. Beyond the Beltway, beyond the grinding drone of partisan talking points, a wide-ranging group of younger political leaders, pragmatic gun industry executives, free-thinking scholars, and desperate law enforcement leaders began offering new, intriguing solutions. In some places, law enforcement leaders began to question long-standing tenets of gun rights orthodoxy. Grady Judd, the conservative sheriff of Florida's Polk County, became a leading advocate for the state's red flag law, which allowed his deputies to temporarily take away firearms from people threatening violence. Judd had long endorsed Republican candidates and had been appointed to a council on juvenile justice by President Trump. A sheriff in a conservative part of Central Florida would have risked his political career in previous years by promoting gun control measures. But after Parkland, Sheriff Judd vowed he would do everything he could to prevent such a horror from happening in his jurisdiction. He saw Florida's new red flag measure as his most effective tool. Under the law, judges could order the temporary seizure of firearms even if the person hadn't been charged with a crime. The sheriff hired a lawyer dedicated solely to filing red flag petitions with the courts. Authorities in Polk County used the state's red flag law 874 times from 2019 to mid-2021 to temporarily remove guns from individuals, far more than police in large cities such as Chicago or New York. In one case, Sheriff Judd's office secured a red flag order against a high schooler who threatened another student with a gun after the local police department that had arrested him declined to do so. "I'm a conservative. I'm a Second Amendment. Red, white, and blue," Judd said. "But when there's someone out here running around threatening to kill people, and I have a tool at my disposal and I don't use it, I have a professional and political liability for not using it." The first red flag law, designed specifically to target mass shooters, was passed in California in 2014, after a 22-year-old killed 6 people, shooting 3 and stabbing 3 others. Police officers had visited the man's home prior to the shooting, after his parents expressed concerns over his behavior. But police felt they didn't have the authority to take away his weapons or arrest him. State Representative Nancy Skinner, a Democrat from Berkeley, wrote the legislation, and it was signed into law by Democratic Governor Jerry Brown. But the concept of temporarily taking guns from dangerous individuals won support from some Republican politicians and gun owners. They liked that the law focused on people, not firearms. But gun owners also worried that the new laws could encroach on their civil liberties. By 2020, 19 states and the District of Columbia had passed such laws, with the majority of them coming after Parkland. Researchers found that the laws were effective in reducing suicide rates and showed promise in stopping mass shootings. Authorities in California seized guns 58 times from individuals threatening mass shootings from 2016 through 2018, according to a study by the University of California Firearm Violence Research Center. In a case highlighted by the university's researchers, police seized an AR-15 from a 21-year-old who was threatening students at his former high school. But the application of so-called red flag laws was uneven. In one of the most glaring lapses, the prosecutor's office in Indianapolis decided not to use the state's law against Brandon Hull before he killed 8 people at the Indianapolis FedEx facility. Hull struggled with depression. His father had committed suicide. When Hull was 18, he bought a shotgun and told his mother, Sheila Hull, that he wanted to kill himself. She rushed to the nearest police station and pleaded for officers to do something. Police came to the house, handcuffed him, and took away the shotgun. The officers then took him to a mental health facility, but he was released within a few hours, and a few days later, police promised to return his gun. The shocked mother persuaded her son to get on the phone and tell the police that he didn't want the gun anymore. Prosecutors declined to bring a red flag case that would have prevented Hull from temporarily buying guns, since he had already given up the shotgun. His mother was appalled. That summer, Hull bought 2 AR-15s. "Someone as angry as that should not be allowed to possess a gun," she said. "He should have been red flagged." Soon after Indianapolis, violence researchers published a report on the impact of different state gun laws on mass shootings. The findings opened up new possibilities for reform. The group included James Allen Fox, a Northeastern University professor who had studied mass shootings since the 1980s, Grant Dewey, research director at the Minnesota Department of Corrections, who wrote a book on mass murder in 2007, and Michael Roque, chair of the sociology department at Bates College, who had studied mass killings for a decade. Their research found that 2 policies in particular showed promise. First, laws requiring a permit to purchase or possess a gun could reduce the number of mass shootings. A handful of states, such as Illinois, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New York, required residents to get a license to purchase weapons. The process took much longer to complete than a typical background check at a gun store, which usually took a few minutes. The authors determined that mass shootings had 60% lower odds of occurring in states that required permits to purchase guns than in those that didn't. Speaking about the report's findings, Roque theorized that the license requirement disrupted a mass shooter's preparation. Maybe it's throwing up some roadblocks that make people change their mind or stop the process of planning, he said. The second policy that showed promise was restricting large-capacity magazines. This policy didn't reduce the number of mass shootings, but it did reduce the number of people killed during such events. Such restrictions were associated with a 38% reduction in deaths and a 77% reduction in non-fatal injuries. 9 states and the District of Columbia had such laws in place. Although reloading a magazine with a fresh clip or swapping firearms may take only a few seconds, it does present an opportunity for would-be victims to escape and for bystanders or law enforcement to intervene, the researchers wrote. Roque had expected that state assault weapons bans would be associated with lower rates of mass shootings. For decades, both sides in the debate over AR-15s expended enormous amounts of political energy pushing for passage or fighting adoption of these bans. But Roque and his colleagues found the bans had no impact. "We actually didn't see any association," he said. The state bans, which used features tests to define prohibited weapons, didn't stop the sale of AR-15s or similar guns. The features that define an assault weapon are not necessarily relevant to the actual lethality of the firearm, they wrote. What does translate into increased lethality, it seems, and the evidence shows, is magazine capacity. The researchers rejected claims that the federal assault weapons ban had reduced mass shootings during the 10 years of its existence, saying research on the topic showed mixed results. One Stanford study found that 8 mass shootings took place in the decade before the ban went into effect, and 6 occurred when it was in place. The study defined a mass shooting as 6 or more people killed, but data showed that mass shootings in which 4 or more people were killed actually increased under the ban, 33 during the ban, up from 25 in the 10 years prior, according to the Violence Project, a nonpartisan research organization funded by the U.S. Justice Department. Researchers all agreed that the number of mass shootings soared after 2004, when the federal ban expired. State prohibitions came under threat in June 2021, when U.S. District Court Judge Roger Benitez overturned California's ban, ruling it violated the Second Amendment. Judge Benitez, who was appointed by Republican President George W. Bush, wrote that AR-15s had become so common they shouldn't be targeted by special laws. This is not a case about extraordinary weapons lying at the outer limits of Second Amendment protection, Judge Benitez wrote. The banned assault weapons are not bazookas, howitzers, or machine guns. Those arms are dangerous and solely useful for military purposes. Instead, the firearms deemed assault weapons are fairly ordinary, popular modern rifles. In his decision, Judge Benitez cited the 2008 Heller ruling that the Second Amendment protected the individual right to keep and bear arms. He wrote that Heller drew a line between guns commonly owned for lawful purposes and more unusual weapons used for unlawful or solely military purposes. The AR-15 fell into the first group, and so it was unconstitutional to ban them, he argued. The overwhelming majority of citizens who own and keep the popular AR-15 rifle and its many variants do so for lawful purposes, including self-defense of the home, he wrote. State assault weapons bans had survived prior legal challenges even after Heller. In 2017, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit upheld Maryland's assault weapons ban. We have no power to extend Second Amendment protection to weapons of war that the Heller decision explicitly excluded from such coverage, Judge Robert Bruce King, who was appointed by Democratic President Bill Clinton, wrote for the majority. The judge relied on a sentence in the Supreme Court decision saying that military weapons such as M16 rifles and the like may be banned. The AR-15 shares the military features, the very qualities and characteristics that make the M16 a devastating and lethal weapon of war, Judge King wrote. The outlook for gun control laws in the American judicial system shifted since Judge King wrote that opinion. Conservatives held a solid 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court after the Senate confirmed President Trump's nominee, Amy Coney Barrett, to fill the vacant seat left by the death of the liberal Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. As conflicting decisions worked their way through the courts, gun rights groups were confident that the High Court would side with them against state laws restricting the sale of AR-15s. Even as gun rights advocates heralded a more gun-friendly judiciary, the parents of children killed at Sandy Hook struck an unexpected legal blow against AR-15 makers. In February 2022, Cerberus's gun conglomerate, which manufactured the Bushmaster rifle used by Adam Lanza, agreed to pay Sandy Hook families $73 million to settle a lawsuit they brought against Remington Arms Company. It was the largest settlement ever paid by a gunmaker over a mass shooting. Joshua Koskoff, the attorney who represented the families in the suit, took a novel approach that many lawyers doubted would work. Koskoff came from a family of lawyers known for taking difficult cases. His grandfather had represented members of the Black Panther Party. The Sandy Hook parents approached Koskoff to discuss suing Remington after many lawyers turned them down, telling the families it would be impossible to get past the federal law shielding gun makers from liability when their weapons were used to kill. Koskoff and his team focused on an exception to the federal gunmaker protection. Companies could be held liable for deaths and injuries resulting from negligent marketing. Koskoff focused his lawsuit on Bushmaster's Man Card campaign and marketing slogans like "Opposition Forces Bow Down," arguing that such messages had drawn mass shooters like Lanza to the weapons. In 2019, the Connecticut Supreme Court ruled, to the surprise of both gun makers and gun control groups, that Remington could in fact be held legally responsible for its marketing practices. That ruling allowed Koskoff to move ahead with claims that Bushmaster's advertising violated a state law that prohibited immoral and unscrupulous marketing. The ruling in Connecticut, the cradle of American firearm manufacturing, reverberated throughout the gun industry. Remington filed for bankruptcy protection for a second time in as many years. Large gun makers quickly toned down aggressive marketing. At SHOT Show in 2020, gun makers still displayed AR-15s, but much of the marketing that played up the gun's military origins was gone. The settlement gave a long-sought victory to the Wheelers and other parents who had endured what they saw as a betrayal by the nation's political leaders after the massacre. It excited plaintiffs' attorneys and terrified gun executives. They realized that the federal immunity law was not impenetrable. Judgments and large settlements over mass shootings had the potential to hit gun makers where it hurt the most, their bottom line. Democrats and gun control activists who had struggled to pass new gun control measures saw an opening. Lawmakers in New York and California passed legislation making it easier to sue gun makers, raising the possibility of more large settlements. Even though similar suits would later be tossed out by judges, a new angle of attack had emerged for gun control advocates. At a press conference announcing the Sandy Hook settlement in February 2022, Koskoff said the days of these gun makers avoiding responsibility were over. Immunity protecting the gun industry is not bulletproof, he said. 31. Are any residents safe in this country anywhere? This is what God thought of when he sent Eugene Stoner to design and manufacture the M16 and AR-15. Buffalo mass shooter. By the 2020s, Americans had adapted, sort of, to the unnatural reality that it was possible for a mass shooting to erupt at any time or any place. Tens of millions of students and workers were subjected to training about how to run, hide, and fight. Armed security was posted at schools, workplaces, concerts, and malls. Police armed themselves with AR-15s and were trained about what to do when a call came in from a school, a park, a factory, a church. Yet even when police officers responded immediately, AR-15s still gave attackers the capability to kill lots of people before they arrived. In 2019, Connor Betts, a 24-year-old man obsessed with mass shootings, opened fire with an AR-15 pistol with a 100-round drum attached outside a Dayton, Ohio bar. Betts pulled the trigger 41 times in about 30 seconds before police stationed nearby killed him. An officer shot him with a department-issued AR-15. Dayton police officers were right there when Betts started firing. Yet, Betts still killed 9 people and wounded another 14. 30 seconds, said Dayton Police Chief Richard Beal. At least 41 rounds fired by the assailant. 9 dead, 14 with non-fatal gunshot wounds, and another 24 injured. We couldn't prevent those level of casualties, and we were right there. In response to shootings like Dayton, the NRA promoted the idea that armed civilians should be the first line of defense. They pointed to Stephen Williford, the Texas plumber who fired his AR-15 at the Sutherland Springs mass shooter after he killed 26 people in a church. They would later point to 22-year-old Elijah Dicken, who killed a mass shooter armed with an AR-15 in an Indiana mall in July 2022. The attacker killed 3 people before Dicken shot him with his handgun. But an FBI study of 160 active shooter incidents between 2000 and 2013 found that cases of citizen intervention in mass shootings were rare. 5 of them ended when armed citizens exchanged gunfire with the suspect. In 2021, armed citizens killed 2 of 61 active shooters, according to the FBI. In one of those instances, a police officer in Arvada, Colorado, mistook the hero for an attacker and killed him by mistake. Was there a better way? People overseeing security at schools and workplaces became convinced they needed to go beyond defensive measures, such as metal detectors and armed guards. John McDonald, the security chief of the Colorado School District where the Columbine High School shooting occurred, started a program to monitor students who made violent threats even after they graduated. McDonald always took threats made by students, whether online or in person, seriously. "If you say you're going to kill me, I believe you," McDonald said. "And if you're going to believe the threat, you're going to have to actually manage the threat." McDonald insisted these students get counseling and that local law enforcement know about them. He assigned case managers who talked with students and ex-students regularly. The case managers monitored the students' social media and checked in with the students' therapists. Far from seeing the program as an abrogation of civil liberties, parents and teachers eagerly supported the program. The Colorado program was tailored to deal with mass shooters, in part by better understanding the common traits they exhibited before committing a massacre. Mass shooters were often isolated young men who telegraphed their murderous and suicidal fantasies online on various social media platforms. Most had no criminal records that would stop them from walking into a gun store, completing a background check, and buying an AR-15 and ammunition. So many of the weapons used in these types of events are legally purchased, whereas everyday gun violence tends to be with firearms that are legally held, said James Densley, a criminal justice professor at Metro State University in Minnesota, who studies mass shooters. Everyday gun violence is often gang-related. When you're talking about mass shootings, it's completely different. This is just people who are going to the gun shop and purchasing a firearm with the intent to use it pretty soon after making that purchase. And the intent is to perpetrate a mass shooting. 70% of mass shooters over the past half-century purchased their guns legally, according to Densley's tabulation of cases in which a determination could be made. Some studies put that percentage even higher. The attackers in Aurora, Las Vegas, Parkland, Pittsburgh, Dayton, Boulder, and Indianapolis all acquired their AR-15s within the law. When individuals are telegraphing violent intent, that is not the time to be selling them a firearm, said Densley, who has co-authored a book with Jillian Peterson called The Violence Project: How to Stop a Mass Shooting Epidemic. But American legal and regulatory systems weren't designed to stop would-be mass shooters from buying guns. Federal and state background checks scanned for criminal convictions, court adjudications of insanity, restraining orders, and dishonorable discharges from the military. The categories of people barred from buying guns were conceived in the 1960s, before mass shootings became a widespread social problem and long before the AR-15 became so popular. Background checks don't look at social media or online chat rooms for threats. Authorities don't interview a person's friends and family, or anyone for that matter, during a background check. In other countries like Japan, a gun buyer must provide a doctor's note, signing off on an individual's mental fitness to own a firearm. No such rule existed in the United States. At least one prominent gun industry executive, whose company profited from the AR-15 boom, came to believe people wanting to buy Stoner's rifle should face a higher-level scrutiny than people buying shotguns or handguns. "We've got a problem, a societal problem," said Jerry Dinkle, the former Colt chief executive. Dinkle thought the federal government should regulate AR-15s much like it does machine guns under the 1934 National Firearms Act. For decades, Americans purchasing machine guns, fully automatic weapons, have been required to undergo lengthy federal background checks that go beyond the rudimentary checks for other firearms. These checks required buyers to submit their fingerprints and register their weapons with the federal government. They can take months to complete. Beyond these long-standing checks, President Ronald Reagan signed legislation in 1986 banning the manufacture of new machine guns for commercial sale. So the number of such firearms in circulation was limited, driving up the cost of existing weapons, making them hard for the average person to afford. For years, machine guns just haven't been easy to get in America. Dinkle believed the tight regulations on machine gun sales were the reason that there hadn't been a major mass shooting with a legally purchased machine gun in decades. "We didn't really ban them, but we did an effective job at managing the circulation," Dinkle said. "What if you did the same thing with ARs?" Dinkle believed that it was an example of a practical solution to the societal problem. It wouldn't involve taking people's ARs. and it would put up some future boundaries. We've allowed the extreme sides to be the only discussion, Dinkle said. Nobody's talking about something in the middle that's actually a step forward. By 2023, no such legislation had been proposed. Such an idea was considered politically impossible. Instead, the critical task of stopping the next mass shooter fell to friends, family, teachers, and co-workers. It was up to them to try to discern who should or shouldn't have an AR-15 and whether they were about to commit a mass shooting. Almost half of 147 mass shootings that were averted between 2000 and 2019 were stopped when friends, acquaintances, or fellow students alerted authorities, according to one study. But that ad hoc alert system often failed, and disturbed men seeking infamy or revenge continued to wreak havoc. On May 14, 2022, Peyton Gendron drove 200 miles from his home in a small upstate New York town to the city of Buffalo, where he entered a grocery store and began shooting customers with an AR-15. A security guard, Aaron Salter Jr., a retired police officer, opened fire with a handgun and struck Gendron in the torso, but Gendron was wearing body armor. He returned fire with his Bushmaster XM-15, killing Salter. He shot and killed 9 other people before police arrived and Gendron surrendered. Everyone whom Gendron killed was black. Gendron, who was white, wanted to start a race war. He had planned his attack for months. Just before the shooting, he posted a 180-page screed and a 673-page online diary. His writings offered an unprecedented and detailed look into the mind of a mass shooter and why he chose an AR-15 for his attack. Gendron, a community college engineering student who lived with his parents, described spending hours alone on his computer, reading racist propaganda and studying mass shootings and guns. "I've probably spent actual years of my life just being online," he wrote, "and to be honest, I regret it. I didn't go to friends' houses often or go to any parties or whatever. Every day after school I would just go home and play games and watch YouTube, mostly by myself." He devoted pages of his ramblings to racist justifications for killing people whom he had never met. He wrote at length about his hatred of black people, Muslims, and Jewish people. He spoke in reverential tones about the white supremacist Brenton Tarrant, who shot and killed 51 people in 2 New Zealand mosques in 2019. He wanted to emulate Tarrant, who had used 2 AR-15s. Gendron believed that using an AR-15 would enable him to kill more people and get more attention. "The AR-15 and its variants are very deadly when used properly, which is the reason why I picked one," he wrote. "Plus, the media loves to hate on the AR-15, which may increase media coverage and public outlash." Gendron researched New York's gun laws as he made plans to purchase his weapon. Under New York's SAFE Act, passed after the Sandy Hook massacre, residents were not allowed to purchase semi-automatic rifles with a detachable magazine and more than one military-style feature, such as a pistol grip or bayonet mount. Magazines that could hold more than 10 rounds were also prohibited. Gendron purchased a Bushmaster XM-15 that was compliant with the SAFE Act and didn't have a detachable magazine. Although the 18-year-old had been evaluated at a mental health facility for threatening to kill himself and others just before his high school graduation, officials had not used the state's red flag law to block him from owning firearms. Gendron owned a hunting rifle that his father gave him and later purchased a shotgun. Just months before the attack, he purchased his AR-15, the Bushmaster. "I had to buy a cucked version of this before illegally modifying it," he wrote, using a derogatory internet slang term, short for cuckold, implying the gun was weak or effeminate. Gendron posted photographs showing how he easily modified the gun with a screwdriver and other tools so he could swap magazines quickly, mocking what he saw as a toothless state law regarding AR-15s. "The NY SAFE Act didn't prevent me from buying an assault rifle legally, and acquiring high-capacity magazines, he wrote. He wrote that he purchased used 30-round magazines for $5 each from a flea market, because it was against the law to buy new ones in New York State. Gendron also believed that the state's tough gun laws gave him the upper hand in any firefight that might break out during his attack. I actually feel reassured that any legal CCW, a concealed carry certification for a firearm owner, would be limited to 10 rounds per mag, or anyone carrying a legal rifle or shotgun is limited in the same way, he wrote. If the civilians I will be killing had guns that weren't limited, I would be much more afraid than I currently am. He watched online videos about ARs and shooting them. He practiced firing as bushmaster in the woods and grew comfortable with how easily he was able to do so, even in body armor. He panicked in March when his rifle malfunctioned, worried that he would not be able to carry out a mass shooting. If my AR is broken, then fuck. I'll have to change my plan entirely, he wrote. He discussed every part of his rifle: the muzzle, barrel, receiver, handguards, buffer system, charging handle, bolt, trigger, even the sling to carry the rifle on his shoulder. He ranked AR manufacturers, categorizing his own gun, which he believed to be an older Bushmaster model, in the low tier but works most of the time. His writings were conversational, written as advice to his imagined audience of future mass shooters. In one digression, he added this note: I'm not a firearm expert. Also, legally, I am required to tell you not to disobey gun laws, but in reality, you can do whatever you want to. As he collected his arsenal, he warned himself, always make sure to watch out for glowies, meaning undercover federal agents who might seek to entrap him. He hated the federal government, believing it to be controlled by Jews. On March 1, 2022, he watched President Biden's State of the Union address on television. The president called once again for a new federal assault weapons ban. Gendron mocked Biden's oft-stated remark that Americans don't need assault rifles because deer don't wear Kevlar vests. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? He wrote. They're not for hunting. They're to keep the freedom of civilians. He took photos of his new AR and wrote about it with enthusiasm in his internet diary. It has a rifle gas tube and handguard, unthreaded muzzle, 20-inch barrel, pistol grip, fixed carry handle, and fixed A2 stock, he wrote. This is what God thought of when he sent Eugene Stoner to design and manufacture the M16 and AR-15. At the Top supermarket in Buffalo that Saturday afternoon, Gendron killed grandmothers, fathers, sisters, caregivers, and community volunteers, ranging in age from 32 to 86. Andre McNeil, 53, was buying his 3-year-old son a birthday cake. Ruth Whitfield, an 86-year-old grandmother, was stopping for a bite to eat on her way home from visiting her husband in the nursing home. Hayward Tenney Patterson, a 67-year-old church deacon, regularly volunteered to drive people to the grocery store if they didn't have cars. Gendron chose the store's location because it was in a black neighborhood. I think the question that we need to ask ourselves, are any residents safe in this country anywhere? Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown said the day after the shooting. Whether it is urban, suburban, rural, no community seemingly is safe from these mass shootings. 10 days later, another troubled man inflicted yet another massacre, this time at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Armed officers waited in hallways for more than an hour, while a man armed with an AR-15 shot and killed 19 children and 2 teachers, and wounded 17 others. It was one of the worst failures by police in response to a mass shooting. Students and teachers made desperate 911 calls as they waited for officers to rescue them. I don't want to die, a 10-year-old student told the dispatcher 37 minutes into the attack. My teacher is dead. My teacher is dead. Please send help. Send help for my teacher. She is shot but still alive. An 11-year-old smeared herself in her classmates' blood to play dead, fearing that the shooter would return to her classroom. Over an hour after the first officers arrived at the school, a team of Border Patrol agents breached a classroom and killed 18-year-old Salvador Ramos. Before that day, Ramos had never fired a gun of any kind, according to investigators. He had searched the internet for the most basic information, such as what kind of ammunition an AR-15 fired, and whether a magazine could be reused after being emptied. He looked up how to buy Juggernaut armor, which didn't exist in real life because it was armor from a video game. May 16, 2 days after the Buffalo shooting, was his 18th birthday, the first day Ramos was legally allowed to buy a semi-automatic rifle in Texas. He went online and ordered a Daniel Defense DDM-4 V7, a high-end AR-15 style rifle, for $2,054.28, and had it shipped to a gun store in Uvalde. The next day, he bought a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 at the same store. He ordered 1,740 rounds of .556 ammunition that were delivered to his grandmother's house, where he lived. The owner of the gun store later told the FBI that Ramos seemed like a normal guy, with no telltale signs of problems. But customers told investigators that he was wearing all black and appeared odd and looked like one of those school shooters. He shared photos of his rifles on the internet and told others about his purchases. "Giving me school shooter vibes," one friend messaged him. He told his online acquaintances that he would be all over the news, and many of them suspected the worst. He saved news stories about the Buffalo attack and spent time with his cousin's son, who went to Robb Elementary, learning details from the child about his schedule and how lunch periods worked at the school. On the morning of May 24, 2022, Ramos texted with an online acquaintance from Germany that he'd shot his grandmother in the head and was going to shoot up an elementary school right now. She texted back one word: "Cool." Within weeks, survivors, doctors, and parents who lost children in Uvalde and Buffalo testified before Congress. Dr. Roy Guerrero, Uvalde's only pediatrician, described seeing 2 children whose bodies had been pulverized by bullets fired at them, decapitated, whose flesh had been ripped apart. The only clue to the children's identities was their blood-spattered cartoon clothes still clinging to them, he said. Guerrero urged Congress to act and find ways to keep guns like the AR-15 out of the hands of men like Ramos. "The thing I can't figure out is whether our politicians are failing us out of stubbornness, passivity, or both," Guerrero said. Killers were using AR-15s more often in massacres. 8 of the 15 mass shooters who killed 4 or more people in a public place in 2021 and 2022 used ARs, according to the Violence Project. The last one in 2022 took place in late November, when a disturbed man wearing body armor and shouldering an AR-15 burst into Club Q, a LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, Colorado. He killed 5 people and wounded 19 before being overpowered by patrons, including an Army veteran. Police had the suspect in custody within 6 minutes of the first emergency call. Novelist Stephen King tweeted the afternoon after the attack, "Another mass shooting. Don't know if it was an AR-15 style rifle, but I'm guessing it was. The psychos love them." In the summer of 2022, President Biden again called for a new assault weapons ban. But the president also backed a new push to raise the minimum age for buying AR-15s from 18 to 21 in America, just like for handguns. There was a growing consensus in America that these guns weren't just like any other hunting rifle or shotgun, and shouldn't be governed by the same rules. Nearly 3/4 of Americans, including most Republicans, supported raising the minimum age to buy them to 21, according to one major poll. In the weeks after the Uvalde massacre, Senator John Cornyn, a Republican from Texas, and Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, hammered out a modest bipartisan bill to address mass shootings and gun violence. The deal was possible because the old stubborn warriors in the battle over guns in America were losing their vice grip on the issue. Murphy, driven by the memories of the Sandy Hook massacre in his home state, pushed to become the Democratic Party's new leader on guns in place of the aged Dianne Feinstein. He was more open to new ideas, such as red flag laws, less wedded to the legislative approaches of the past, like the assault weapons ban. Cornyn, driven by the massacre in Texas, had an A+ rating from the NRA, but he believed there should be a way to prevent troubled young men from buying rapid-fire weapons. The NRA, beset by its own internal scandals, had little energy or focus to apply the pressure on Congress it had in the past. The package that Congress quickly passed in the summer of 2022 provided funding for school safety and mental health programs. It included money for states to implement and enforce red flag laws. It closed what had come to be known as the boyfriend loophole in a law that prevented spouses convicted of domestic abuse from owning a gun. It did not raise the age limit for purchasing AR-15s, but it expanded background checks to include juvenile records for buyers under 21 years old. It imposed harsher penalties for gun trafficking. The media and politicians hailed the package as the most significant gun control legislation to come out of Congress since 1994. The truth was, the legislation was the only gun control bill of any substance that Congress had passed since that time. The legislation proved significant for two reasons. Conservatives and liberals worked together to address aspects of the mass shooting crisis, and it signaled the emergence of new leaders in Congress on gun issues. But the legislation itself was modest. It gave funding to states that already had red flag laws on the books, but it did not mandate them elsewhere. It required background checks to look at juvenile criminal records, but most mass shooters didn't have criminal records that disqualified them from buying guns. It imposed new penalties for gun trafficking, but most mass shooters bought their guns legally, not from gun traffickers. The praise for the bill showed how low Americans' expectations had fallen regarding their political leaders' ability to do anything serious about mass shootings. Even as promising ideas, special licensing, red flag laws, having schools and businesses monitor people who've made threats, gained traction, and new leaders on gun issues started to emerge, many leaders in both parties had yet to signal a willingness to move beyond sloganeering toward comprehensive solutions. Some gun control advocates have come to accept that Stoner's invention is here to stay. The technological genie is out of the bottle. More than 20 million AR-15s, perhaps as many as 25 million, are in civilian hands in the United States. More are sold every day. But some in the gun industry and beyond also now think Stoner's invention could be more stringently regulated to keep it away from dangerous people. The AR-15 was an engineering feat, created by the persistence of trial and error, solving the unintended societal consequences of Eugene Stoner's creation would require the same doggedness by America's leaders. Fewer than 10 days after the president signed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act into law, another mass shooter attacked with an AR-15. On the 4th of July, crowds gathered for a parade in the affluent Chicago suburb of Highland Park. As the festivities got underway, a 21-year-old man wearing a dress to disguise himself climbed up to the low roof of a restaurant with the rifle. Robert Bobby Cremo III had a history of violent behavior, including threatening to kill family members. Yet he still obtained a state permit to buy guns, which he used to purchase his Smith & Wesson M&P 15. Cremo looked down on a quintessential American scene, an Independence Day parade. Families gathered on sidewalks to see a spectacle honoring the nation's founding. The fun had begun at 9:30 a.m. with a children's bike and pet parade. Now, with the official 4th of July parade underway, many of those children stood with their parents, holding red, white, and blue balloons, and standing next to their small bicycles and tricycles festooned with streamers. Adults sat in red, white, and blue chairs and some wore red, white, and blue hats. Floats, marching bands, and other community groups moved down the street as people clapped and cheered. American flags were everywhere. Large ones hung from lampposts. Small ones were stuck in planters. Parade participants and onlookers waved Old Glory as marching band music resounded down the street. The event was more than just a Norman Rockwell ritual. It was a reclaiming of normalcy, an effort replicated across the country that July 4th, to reestablish community after the grueling years of COVID-19, lockdowns, political tensions, and unrest. One could only imagine that Eugene Stoner would have been gratified by the scene. Preserving this America was what he thought his work was all about. 62 years earlier to the day, the Air Force General Curtis LeMay had picked up Stoner's gun to shoot watermelons. He thought the gun would be great for American fighting men. But Cremo now used Stoner's invention to attack that America. In a few minutes, he fired more than 70 rounds down into the crowd. He shot indiscriminately. Video footage showed terrifying images of families with small children running from the gunfire. Cremo killed 7 people before fleeing. 2 of the dead were young parents, Kevin and Irina McCarthy. Their 2-year-old son, Aiden, was found wandering and crying near their bodies. A news photo showed a police officer weeping amid the carnage. 32. Valerie's Road Home. I'm traveling in someone else's life. Valerie Callis Weber. Valerie Callis Weber and Harry Bowman stood up to stretch their legs and chit-chat during a break at their work holiday party. Neither wanted to be there. Harry, 46, was a statistical analyst, quiet and not one for crowds. Valerie, 58, a policy specialist, had work to do. She was only 7 weeks into a new job with San Bernardino County, and she was trying to finish a report. When the party invite came via email, Valerie tried to get out of it, but her boss told her it included mandatory training. She had to go. On the morning of December 2, 2015, about 80 people who worked for the county public health department gathered for the party. A tall Christmas tree stood on one side of the conference room. Long tables were adorned with fir boughs. Sweets, baked goods, and soft drinks sat on a large table. Party organizers had planned games, prizes, and awards. But before the fun, public health workers had to endure a training session. Many of them inspected restaurants, landfills, and pools in the county, America's largest by landmass. Stretching from the Los Angeles area to the Nevada state line, this large swath of the Inland Empire was a conglomeration of tract homes and sprawling shopping centers set amid barren mountains dotted with spindly desert trees and shrubs. Valerie had come to the area from Ohio with her high school sweetheart at age 19 and made it her home, raising her only son as she pursued a career in public service. That morning, Valerie wore a green Chico's pantsuit. She had earrings to match and cream shoes with a cream Coach purse. The blonde woman with dark brown eyes always liked to dress well, even for events she didn't want to attend. She got to the party at 8 a.m., before most of her team, and sat with Harry. Harry's cubicle was close to hers in the office. He had 2 daughters, ages 11 and 15. He was a whiz with numbers, but he was shy, like many engineers. Valerie wasn't shy at all. Her co-workers described her as spunky and a pistol. She liked to tease and joke with people, asking lots of questions. Her gregarious, conversational style was an inherited trait as the daughter of Greek immigrants. She was playful and sometimes blunt. Valerie brought energy to her work for various state and local governments. These days she found herself thinking about her approaching retirement. She caught herself fantasizing about traveling and spending time with her new granddaughter, River, then less than a year old. Yet here she was, early on a midweek morning in a conference room decked out with a bureaucratic take on festive. Before anyone could dive into the cookies or sugary drinks, they all had to watch a mind-numbing video called Learning with Lana, which demonstrated proper techniques for landfill inspections. Next, they watched videos showing people who worked in the department, a blooper reel of workers being silly. Then, a woman passed out wireless handheld clickers to buzz in for a trivia game about the videos they just sat through. When the woman handing out the clickers came by a table where several health inspectors were sitting, one of the inspectors wasn't there. "Where's Saeed?" someone asked. His jacket lay on a chair. People at the table told the woman to leave a clicker, assuming that Saeed Rizwan Farouk, a quiet 28-year-old health inspector, would return soon. During a break shortly before 11 a.m., everyone milled about the room. Some took pictures in front of the Christmas tree. Others went to the restroom or headed to the food table. Valerie, Harry, and others who worked in administration were laughing about the videos they just watched. Valerie heard a loud noise. She thought it was a garbage truck emptying a dumpster outside the building. Boom, boom. The doors to the hallway swung open. A tall man clad all in black with a ski mask covering his face stepped inside. He raised a black rifle to his shoulder. Bam, 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 bam. "I've been hit," Harry yelled, and fell to the floor. Valerie thought it was some kind of training exercise. A second figure, wearing a ski mask and carrying a rifle, came into the room. Valerie locked eyes with the second person, a woman with dark eyes. The woman's rifle flashed. A bullet hit Valerie in the shoulder, and she fell, face down, heart pounding. Blood soaked through her pantsuit and pooled around her. Valerie played dead, hoping the shooters would move on. She looked over at Harry. He was completely still. "I have to stay that still," she thought. She lost consciousness. The black-clad attackers pushed into the crowded room, firing their rifles. One of them shot Valerie a second time. The bullet tore through her pelvis. Though she would have no recollection of doing so, Valerie crawled toward a door, leaving a thick trail of blood. Ambulance workers got her onto a stretcher and wheeled her outside. She regained consciousness and saw emergency workers cutting off her brand-new pantsuit. She wanted to protest, but she blacked out. Valerie lived, but her body was damaged forever. The life she once imagined in retirement was replaced with a daily battle to overcome physical and psychological wounds from the attack. 2 easy pulls of an AR-15's trigger changed everything. At Loma Linda University Medical Center, just outside of San Bernardino, Dr. David Turay, the chief of trauma surgery, called in as many surgeons as he could on the day of the attack. He treated Valerie when she arrived. Big wounds, massive amounts of bleeding on the gurneys, with blood pressures dropping rapidly, he recalled. Turay recognized the wounds. He had dealt with scores of gunshot victims in his career. Bullets from handguns tended to carve straight, narrow channels through the body. These were caused by bullets from an AR. "Assault rifles like the AR-15, this thing leaves craters," he said. Surgeons sliced open the left side of Valerie's chest. They saw that a bullet had severed a major vein and her left lung had collapsed. The doctors clamped the vein to stop the bleeding and inserted tubes so she could breathe. They drained her lungs so she didn't drown in blood. The doctors packed gaping wounds in her perineum, thighs, butt, and vaginal area with fistfuls of gauze. A bullet had obliterated the blood vessels that crisscrossed Valerie's pelvis. Doctors used catheters to inject synthetic agents to try to stop the massive internal bleeding. Once she stabilized, they took X-rays. The bullets had torn through her body like tornadoes. Her pelvis was shattered. Pieces of bone were out of place, like a flower pot dropped on a sidewalk. Small bone fragments were embedded throughout her lower belly. Her intestines were shredded. Bullet fragments had embedded deep in the tissue of her pelvis and the left side of her chest. That night, Valerie lay doped up in a hospital bed. Her body was destroyed, but she was alive. The next day, Valerie's blood pressure plummeted and her left hand grew ice cold. Her left arm was dying due to a lack of blood getting to the arm. Doctors rushed her back to the emergency room and cut open her chest yet again. They discovered that a major artery that sent blood to her arm was destroyed. Surgeons took a vein from her leg and grafted it into her arm to restore blood flow. If it didn't work, they would have to amputate. Valerie's wounds didn't heal. The high-velocity ballistic injuries were slow to heal and prone to infection, one of her surgeons noted in her chart a week after she'd been shot. The bullets from the AR-15 created large, cavitating wounds that were not amenable to bedside wound care, he wrote. To clean her wounds, the doctors had to meticulously remove dead or infected tissue with scalpels. Then, they washed the wounds with saline solution and repacked them with gauze. They had to perform this procedure repeatedly in the days and weeks that followed. Doctors discovered that Valerie's shoulder injury was more severe than they first thought. The bullet had torn through the web of nerve that fanned out from her spinal cord to her shoulder, arm, and hand. The doctors decided not to amputate, but they doubted Valerie would ever be able to use her arm again. Doctors were pessimistic that Valerie would ever fully recover. Valerie, slipping in and out of consciousness in her hospital bed as a new year approached, had no idea what lay ahead. She would have to endure scores of surgeries, thousands of hours of painful physical therapy, grim diagnoses, battles with insurance providers, blunt realities about what her damaged body could no longer do, abiding fear and anger over the violence that she witnessed and endured, guilt over surviving, contemplation of suicide, and an endless host of other profound or quotidian challenges. Such an epic shitstorm may have sunk a person with less of a stubborn streak. Valerie Callis was born in 1957 in Lorain, Ohio, a steel manufacturing town on Lake Erie near Cleveland. She was born the same year that Eugene Stoner developed the AR-15. Her father, James Joseph Callis, a son of Greek immigrants, rose to become chief of the Lorain Fire Department. When James wasn't at the firehouse, he was working at his father's diner, the Nickel Plate. He married Valerie's mother, Mary, after his parents sent him back to Greece to find a wife. Valerie was the second of 3 children, and the kids all grew up steeped in Greek culture. Family life revolved around the dinner table, with plates of pastizo, a layered meat dish, and dolmadas, stuffed grape leaves. The Callis home was lively and loud. The Callis women were known for being stubborn. Mary came to America from Greece at 20, speaking no English and not knowing anyone except her husband. She created a life for herself and her children by force of will, and she conveyed that strength to her kids. Young Valerie inherited that willfulness. "You can't tell Valerie no," her mother said. "If she wants to do it, she's going to do it." Growing up, Valerie and her sister frequently battled, especially over who would clean up after dinner. Their father once grew so tired of the bickering that he picked the dishes up and smashed them one by one until the girls stopped yelling. In high school, Valerie was on the trampoline team, performing routines where she flipped and twisted through the air. She had a blue Ford Mustang convertible and drove it fast. She dated a football player, and they made plans to marry as soon as they graduated. Valerie's parents hated the idea. They wanted her to go to college, find a career, and most important, marry a Greek. Valerie didn't listen. At age 19, she married her boyfriend at a Salvation Army chapel with only her grandmother in attendance. "I had other dreams for Valerie," her mother said years later. Her husband joined the Air Force and was assigned to Norton Air Force Base in San Bernardino. They drove off to California. Young, with 2 incomes and no children, the couple spent weekends in Las Vegas, going to concerts and gambling. But the idyll didn't last. Their fiery love was tumultuous, ranging from passion to anger. It grew worse after they had a son, David. When the boy was 5, the couple divorced, and Valerie moved with her son back to Ohio. The divorce was ugly, but a decade later, Her ex-husband came to win her back. Valerie's family objected, but again, she didn't listen. The couple moved back to Southern California. He begged her to marry him again, and she agreed. It lasted 6 months. This time, she left him for good. Valerie, now a single woman living alone with her son, had 2 handguns in her home for protection. In 2007, she was awakened by a noise in the middle of the night. When she came into the living room, she saw her teenage son hogtied as one man held a gun to his head and another man stood nearby. The men were high on meth and looking for things to steal. She didn't have time to get to her guns. The robbers stole money, jewelry, electronics, and anything else they could fit into Valerie's BMW and her son's Hyundai. The police caught one of the men because of the tracking system on her son's car, but the other got away. Valerie saw a therapist at the time to cope with the trauma. After the home invasion, Valerie went back to work at California's Child Support Services Agency. At the same time, she pursued a master's degree in business administration. She retired in 2009 and held a series of contract jobs before going back to work for San Bernardino County in October 2015. When her staff became overwhelmed by an unwieldy project, she urged them to break it down into a series of small tasks. There's only one way to eat an elephant, a bite at a time, she told them. Valerie earned a good salary and stoked her pension. She had a spacious one-story home in a quiet neighborhood in Riverside, southwest of San Bernardino. Her family back in Ohio was thrilled that Valerie had settled down and seemed to be thriving after the rocky marriage. They were impressed with her gumption. "What's a positive synonym for tough bitch?" said her nephew Michael Janasco when describing his aunt. The kitchen became Valerie's favorite place to be. She entertained guests with elaborate dinners, and she even tried out for a Food Network program, making avgolemono, a lemon egg soup. Then came the shooting. 14 people were killed, and 24 others, including Valerie, were wounded. When they heard about the shooting, her mother, Mary, and Valerie's sister flew to California that night. When Mary saw her daughter unconscious and hooked up to machines, she wept and kissed her daughter's cheek, crying her name. Valerie underwent 24 surgical procedures during her first month in the hospital. Doctors installed a colostomy bag and a catheter so she could go to the bathroom. They cut a hole in her windpipe so she could breathe. They inserted a feeding tube so she could get nutrients. They installed a filter to prevent blood clots from reaching her heart or lungs. The wounds in her pelvic area often became infected. She had a reaction to an antibiotic that made her skin look red and scaly. She had high fevers. She spent 7 weeks in the intensive care unit and another 6 weeks in another area of the hospital. She drifted in and out of consciousness, all the while on powerful painkillers. Valerie was full of piss and vinegar, according to her son. The hospital staff had to tie her wrists to the bed because she tried to escape. Once, she whispered to her visiting brother-in-law and nephew, "How much can you guys lift? Get me the hell out of here." Fears and depression consumed her. She panicked that other shooters would scale the hospital and climb in through a window to kill her. She was convinced a third attacker was hunting survivors. In mid-January, Valerie told doctors she wanted to kill herself. They gave her medication to stabilize her moods. The trauma and stress affected everyone in Valerie's family. Mary had a stroke at Valerie's house, where the family was staying. She was taken to Valerie's hospital. "Could you put her on the same floor to make it convenient?" Valerie's weary sister asked the staff. After 93 days in the hospital, doctors decided that Valerie could leave. An ambulance drove her to her Riverside home to be with her visiting family and her cats, Gizmo and Panda. Valerie couldn't walk, and she couldn't move her left arm, so the ambulance workers rolled her inside in a wheelchair, then lifted her into a hospital bed. At home, Valerie didn't have enough nurses to care for her complex medical needs. She found the state workers' compensation program slow and stingy. Despite Valerie's extensive injuries, workers' comp determined she didn't need around-the-clock care. Mary, 83, had to cover when nurses weren't there. Mary would cook for Valerie. She'd make spanakopita, pastizo, and leg of lamb. When the food was ready, Mary would call out, "Come and eat dinner." "What the hell's wrong with you?" Valerie would shout from the bedroom. "I can't walk." Valerie's time in bed was supposed to heal her shattered pelvis and shredded insides. But in the coming months, pain in Valerie's pelvis grew. Whenever she tried to sit down, she felt an excruciating, stabbing sensation. Sitting for more than a few minutes in her wheelchair or on the couch became impossible. She couldn't walk, and she couldn't sit. And soon, lying down started to hurt too. What was going wrong? When her orthopedic surgeon took x-rays, something truly strange appeared. Bony growths in the soft tissue all around her pelvis. They looked like tree roots in some places and balls in others. The doctors could see that these strange growths were causing Valerie pain when she sat down. She begged a surgeon to take them out. He refused, because, he said, they still were growing. "I don't give a shit whether it's growing or not," she snapped. "Take it out of me now." Valerie was suffering from a condition called heterotopic ossification, which causes bone to grow in soft tissue where it's not supposed to do so. Dr. Subi Gupta had seen such growths in patients before, but on a smaller scale. If you punch a wall and break your knuckle grows back a little thicker than where you started, Dr. Gupta said. That's why people with broken bones have small deformities at the site of injuries. He had seen versions of this phenomenon when people broke bones in high-speed car crashes, but Valerie's injuries were of another order of magnitude. "Never have I seen heterotopic ossification like that," he said. A year after the shooting, her pelvis had grown to 3 times its size. "When you look at her pelvis x-ray, it looks like a snowstorm. It just looks like everything is whited out," he said. The bones pressed into her intestines, liver, spleen, and kidneys, taking about 25% of the space that her organs needed. Doctors concluded that it was the AR-15's high-velocity bullet that had caused the malformed growths. The .223 round hit Valerie's pelvic bone at such a high speed that it caused her body to overreact as it tried to heal itself. Her body was freaking out, trying to heal itself by growing too much bone. If the body could be characterized with emotions, this would have been hysteria, Dr. Gupta said. Military doctors had published case studies of soldiers who developed heterotopic ossification in their hips after being wounded by high-velocity gunshot or shrapnel. The weapon that Stoner had invented for war caused Valerie injuries that doctors usually saw in combat. At least one other woman wounded in the San Bernardino shooting suffered from it too. Valerie's surgeons decided not to operate. They feared that if they tried to remove the excess bone while it was still growing, it might trigger more growth. Valerie's hand had become a shiny, shrunken, frozen claw. Her wrist and her fingers couldn't move, and her arm couldn't straighten. She couldn't wash her hair. She couldn't put on shoes. She couldn't dress herself. She couldn't chop onions or tomatoes, the foundational elements of her favorite dishes. She couldn't braid her granddaughter's hair. She couldn't pick her up to kiss her. The nerves that controlled movement in Valerie's left hand were dead, but the nerve fibers that transmitted the sensation of pain were not. She felt searing pain at the slightest touch on some parts of her arm. She used painkillers to make it through the day. In the summer of 2016, therapists attached electrodes to her hand to measure the electrical impulses being sent to her muscles. The chair of Loma Linda's neurology department told Valerie she'd never be able to use her hand again. When she saw her primary physician, Dr. Hytham Juma, Valerie wept. She had fought through the pain of hand therapy sessions, holding out hope the hand might recover. She cried more than she had in all the months since she'd been shot. Dr. Juma, who had worked as a surgeon before suffering a career-ending injury, had seen how depressed Valerie was right after the shooting. He didn't want her to slip back. "Valerie, we will fight this," he told her. Valerie struggled with post-traumatic stress disorder. She had flashbacks. One night, she saw a shooter coming down the hallway toward her bedroom. It turned out the shadows were her cats. Another time, she panicked when she saw a man with an AR-15 outside her home. Where could she run? How could she run? She looked again. It was just a man changing windshield wipers on his car. She avoided crowds and refused to go into any place where she didn't think she could escape quickly. She wore sunglasses and sat in the corner when she went for her hand therapy sessions. Valerie spent years battling insurers to pay for her care. The county-run workers' comp delayed and denied medical services, from anti-anxiety medications to physical therapy. When Valerie's hair fell out from the stress and trauma, they refused to pay for a backup wig that could be used while the other was cleaned. 11 months after the shooting, Valerie sat on her back patio, looking out across the valley to desert hills. She had designed her backyard, with curving stony paths and drought-resistant trees. Valerie sat on a rocking chair with a special cushion to ease the pain from the bony growths inside her. She called it her $300 cushion, a hard-fought victory in the battle with the workers' comp claims adjusters. "I got shot here," she told a visitor, and pointed to the scars on her shoulder. "It's very far from here," she said, pointing to her withered hand. She ripped the Velcro straps off her arm brace. "I'll show you how much I can move," she said. She grimaced, and her face flushed as she willed her fingers to close. They moved about 1/4 of an inch. She stopped. "It feels like there's a brick attached to my hand," she said. Valerie's moods shifted abruptly in the conversation. "How do I feel?" she said. "I got a pee bag. I got a colostomy bag. I got medicine that we can't even put in one box. I have a room that's full of supplies. I can't get out of bed. My hair's falling out. I can't get in the shower. I can't get in the bathtub. I can't walk from one place to another. I can't sit." She talked about being shot, lying face down in her own blood next to the dying Harry Bowman. "I wondered if it would have been better if I had died," she said. During 2016 and 2017, the unwanted bone sprouting from Valerie's pelvis grew, and the pain worsened. In the first year after the shooting, she had used a wheelchair, a walker, a cane, and then began to take a few steps at a time, unassisted. But the growths impeded her progress. She couldn't use her right leg. Her surgeons decided to operate and remove the excess bone, despite the risks to Valerie. Valerie was driven to Loma Linda Hospital on the morning of March 6, 2017, for her 31st surgical procedure since the shooting, an operation more complicated and grueling than any to date. Dr. Gupta and another surgeon used electric saws, hammers, and chisels. "You can't cut it with a scalpel. You can't grab it and twist it. You've got to cut it like you would be cutting stone," Dr. Gupta said. The surgeons chipped and sawed from 7:15 a.m. until 5 p.m. Late into the surgery, they removed a big chunk of bone but hit a blood vessel. The blood vessel had grown from Valerie's femoral artery into the bony formation to feed its growth. Blood sprayed everywhere. When the surgeons finished, they weighed the bloody bone chunks, 2.3 pounds, just over half of what they would ultimately remove from her pelvis. Unexpected bleeding and other complications required her to stay in the hospital for 45 days from March to April 2017. She lost 21 pints of blood. Once, she was so delirious she believed that she was in a Mexican abortion clinic. The hospital finally released her, and she returned to her house. Her family was back in Ohio. She felt alone and didn't trust anyone around her. She found herself getting angry a lot. She fired a string of home nurses. One slept on the job. Another left her stranded at a hair salon for hours. Another stole. The nursing agency lashed back, calling the police to have her committed. 2 officers showed up at her house, but she convinced them she was fine. The next day, the agency called her doctors, pressing the issue. "I was lost," she said. "I didn't know what to do." Dr. Juma, her primary physician, as well as her neuropsychologist, stepped in, dismissing the nursing agency's request. "When I see a fighter, I join them," Dr. Juma said. Valerie realized she needed more help. She hired an attorney, Gary Kaplan, to battle for insurance coverage and medical care. When workers' comp refused to pay for therapy or drugs or medical supplies, Valerie called Kaplan. He would send strongly worded letters or shout into the phone, threatening lawsuits. Valerie began to feel like she had regained some control. "Get up, get moving. Fix what you can fix," she told herself. "Put your big girl pants on. Figure it out." Valerie realized her recovery was her new full-time job. You eat an elephant one bite at a time. Part of her job was fighting with workers' comp. Part of her job was waking up early to be driven to therapy sessions. Part of her job was concentrating on moving her fingers or walking a few paces. Part of her job was steeling herself for yet another surgery. "I get up, I go to work," she said. She was frustrated with her hand and arm not working. Doctors offered little chance of recovery. The doctor suggested she meet with a Loma Linda physical therapist and researcher known for exploring new therapies. The therapist, flustered by her teasing and ribald humor, was in awe of her commitment to recovery. Valerie, though she feigned irritation with his incessant health tips, admired his dedication to her well-being. They spent hours in session as he pushed on different parts of Valerie's wounded body to get the blood flowing to her arm. He hoped he would regrow her nerves, he told her. Valerie's hand therapists noticed that her withered left hand was warmer and more supple after these sessions. Soon Valerie could pinch and even grip some soft objects, like a tissue or a towel, between her thumb and fingers. By that July, she was able to pick up and release small plastic cones. In September, almost 2 years after being shot, Valerie was able to use her hand to steady onions and tomatoes while she chopped them with a knife. Nearly 3 years after the shooting, she was able to make a cupping motion with her palm, bringing her fingers together to pick up light items. 3.5 years after the shooting, Valerie performed, without thinking about it, something stupendous. She took the wrapping off a granola bar while standing alone in her kitchen. She ate the bar using her left hand. Before the shooting, she wouldn't have even registered doing something so mundane. After the shooting, medical doctors had told her it was impossible. Valerie came into her hand therapist's office dancing and shimmying. The woman jumped for joy. As the movement in her hand and arm improved, Valerie laughed more. She teased doctors and caregivers. She entertained at her home again. Valerie threw a celebration of life party with the help of a visiting nephew and her nurses. She invited doctors, nurses, and therapists. She felt a profound gratitude to all of the people, particularly Dr. Juma and her lawyer Gary Kaplan, who had stuck by her in her darkest hours. These guys were like family now, she remembered thinking. She planned for days, marking recipes, noting what time each dish would go in the oven. She cooked Greek food and beef Wellington. She put out her best crystal. Valerie's walking improved, and she would go to bargain stores, pushing carts around the aisles herself. But she started to notice that every time she bent at the waist, she would feel pain in her midsection. It got to where she couldn't even bend over. Dr. Gupta, her surgeon, figured the pain was being caused by internal scarring from all of her many surgeries, from the frantic first moments in the emergency room after she was shot, to the hours-long operations to chip out bone growths. Dr. Gupta feared telling Valerie the bad news. She would have to have yet another major surgery. Patients enduring so many operations often just gave up, and he worried. The medical community even had a slang term for it, going dark. But when Dr. Gupta told Valerie the news, he found her ready to tackle the challenge, one bite at a time. She was getting lighter and lighter, not darker and darker, Dr. Gupta recalled. Valerie's 56th surgery since the shooting took place on October 4, 2019. When Dr. Gupta sliced her open, he was stunned by the extent of internal scarring. It radiated throughout her midsection like an octopus. He cut it out. After the surgery, the incisions didn't heal. At home, she bled profusely. They rushed her back to the hospital and resealed the wounds with glue. The wounds opened up again. They wouldn't heal for months. The setback pitched Valerie into a depression she had not experienced since the early days after the shooting. She bawled over the smallest things. If the window was open, she cried. If her cat ran outside, she cried. Valerie had made it so far in 4 years, fighting to get back a fraction of her previous life. Yet these pelvic wounds just wouldn't heal. Stuck back in her bed, she felt all that progress she had fought so hard to achieve was slipping away. She asked herself a question over and over. What would she have done if God had given her a choice to live or die that day? Knowing what I've been through, I would have chosen death, she said. On January 9, 2020, 4 years, 57 surgeries, and more than 3,500 therapy appointments since the shooting, Valerie brought a visitor along for a day at her full-time job. On the drive to the hospital, Valerie teased her driver. At the hospital, she walked up a flight of stairs, holding on to the railing, taking one stair at a time. In her physical therapist's office, she lay down while he performed tests on her hand. He asked her to push 2 of her fingers together laterally while he held them apart. Valerie's face scrunched in pain. "Ow, ow, ow, ow," she mouthed. After an hour, Valerie hobbled off to the next appointment, hand therapy. Rows of patients sat at desks while therapists manipulated and exercised their injured hands. As Valerie's therapist kneaded and pulled on her left hand, Valerie remarked she had recently taken a piece of paper from someone. "Hold that," said Valerie, holding out a business card in between her thumb and the side of her forefinger. The hand therapist pulled on the other side of the business card as Valerie grimaced. "Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it," the therapist said. She held on to it for a few seconds, grunting with effort, then let it go. Valerie's left hand functioned a bit like a claw. She could move her fingers toward her palm, but not much else. At the end of the day, Valerie collapsed into bed. Her cats stalked into the bedroom. One nurse left, and another arrived for the night shift. "It's like I'm traveling in someone else's life," she said. The next day, she made stuffed cabbage for dinner. It tasted like her grandmother's. Ground beef and tomato sauce with cabbage and spices. But it wasn't the same. Without 2 good hands, she couldn't wrap the meat in the cabbage leaves like the recipe required. Instead, she minced the ingredients into little pieces. She called it deconstructed stuffed cabbage. A few weeks before the 5th anniversary of her being shot, Valerie packed up her bags and her 2 cats, with the help of her nurses, to move back to Ohio. Her house beneath the desert hills in Riverside had once been a symbol of an independent and successful woman. She had raised her son in that house. She had cooked elaborate dinners there. Now the house felt like a prison. Someone was with me all the time. I couldn't drive. Everything had to be planned. My job was therapy and operations, she said. Valerie had stayed because the doctors and nurses at Loma Linda had been so supportive. She stayed because part of her had believed that things might return to what they once were. Valerie accepted she would never recover her lost life. This is as good as it's going to get, she thought. It was time to go home. She bought a condo on the edge of Lake Erie near the family she had left long ago. She lived on her pension and paid for her medical care with a one-time payment from San Bernardino County. When she got to Ohio, Valerie wanted to be able to carry a gun with her. Having a handgun made her feel safe, but she couldn't get a permit. Pulling back the slide to load a round into the chamber with her crippled hand was impossible. Shooting didn't shake her views about gun ownership. She generally voted for conservative candidates. However, in 2016 she supported Hillary Clinton, whom she admired as a strong, practical female leader. In 2020, she voted for Trump. But the massacre and her debilitating injuries have caused her to wonder whether Stoner's gun belongs in civilian hands. She grilled one of her son's friends about why he owned an AR-15. "What the hell are you doing with that?" she recalled asking him. His reply, "Nothing. These weapons that you don't hunt with that go prrr, I don't think those should be available to the public at all," she said. Valerie often sat in a rocking chair, looking out over the vast lake that stretched to the horizon like an ocean. She snapped photos of the dramatic sunsets and sent them to friends in California. Even with her raucous family living nearby, Valerie felt a sense of peace. "I feel so safe here," she said. She cooked big Greek meals for her mother in her new kitchen. She rekindled friendships from high school. She even started dating. She bought herself a Tesla and began driving again. Her doctors at Loma Linda were so impressed by her progress that they asked her to give speeches to other victims of severe trauma and doctors who treat them. "This is one of the star fighters," said Dr. Juma. But for Valerie, the fighting never ended. Ringing phones and chiming doorbells made her jump. One time in a parking lot, she whirled around and screamed at a man who was approaching from behind. The man was just complimenting her on her new car. She struggled in the kitchen. She bought a vice grip so she could open jars. When friends came over, she asked them to change pillowcases because she couldn't. Every night, she worked her way slowly up the stairs to her bedroom, step by step. Postscript. What would Stoner do? We arrived at the largest gun show in America to find that the AR-15 had taken it over. The gun was everywhere in the acres of displays at the SHOT Show in January 2020. Booth after booth displayed variations of the gun. One day, buses drove attendees to the desert to fire all the latest firearms. The pop, 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 pop sounds blended with the sounds of traffic nearby. We fired all types of guns inspired by Stoner's invention, even an AR-style shotgun designed by a Chinese company. As we walked the Las Vegas convention floor, we recognized a giant image of Eugene Stoner's bow tie. The Iowa gunmaker Brownells was evoking the inventor to sell a new gun. Brownells called the gun WWSD 2020. The name was a riff on the acronym for What Would Jesus Do? It stood for What Would Stoner Do? Eugene Stoner's groundbreaking rifles were considered visionary, futuristic, even radical, the display's text read. If Eugene Stoner had access to today's most modern materials and manufacturing technology, this is the rifle he would build. The commercial shrine included a larger-than-life photograph of Stoner's body, from the neck down. It didn't show Stoner's face. The decapitated ghost gripped an AR prototype, one of the ones built at the Armalite office in California in the 1950s. Brownell's gun, retailing for a pricey $1,700, looked a lot like other ARs at the show. We wondered what Stoner would have thought of this marketing ploy, using his name, reputation, and at least part of his image to pull in gun aficionados. Public attention made him uncomfortable. If Stoner were alive today in the age of drones, lasers, sound weapons, and a U.S. Space Force, would he be making rifles at all? But the acronym WWSD stuck in our heads and got us thinking. What would Stoner do about the AR-15 if he were alive today? One evening, we drove to the Mandalay Bay, where Paddock used his numerous ARs to massacre Americans. Inside the hotel and casino, we walked past aisles of video poker machines in the large windowless room where Paddock spent his last morning alive. Gaggles of wide-eyed tourists wandered by. You could pick up snatches of regional accents, Southerners, Midwesterners, Californians, New Yorkers. America was in Vegas to have fun, to win money, to drink, to indulge. The hotel made no reference to what happened on October 1, 2017. They changed the numbers of the hotel's floors. The 32nd floor was gone. Outside, we looked up, trying to find the window to Paddock's suite. For weeks after the massacre, the shattered window stood out like a broken tooth. That night it was fixed, an indistinguishable black rectangle on a wall of dark glass. It was as though the massacre had never happened. We walked across Las Vegas Boulevard to the giant lot that Paddock targeted on the day of the concert. The unmarked blocks-long area was enclosed by metal fencing covered by mesh and no trespassing signs. Along the fence, we found plastic bags and empty beer bottles. It was quiet and dark. To the north, the strip radiated its artificial light into the night sky. Even though no one else was around, we found ourselves speaking softly to each other. Along one part of the fence, we found impromptu memorials, wilted white roses and faded pieces of paper that once bore notes of heartbreak. One tiny sign declared, "Honor 58." A homemade tribute hung on a metal chain. Someone had cut tin into the shapes of angels and dog tags and hung them there. Some were silver, others red. Each piece bore the handwritten name of a victim and the time they died. The desert wind swept down from the mountains, jostling the chains. Susan Kleinpell wondered what her father's invention had become. One day, we took a trip with her to the Los Angeles garage where Eugene Stoner spent hours working on the ideas that would revolutionize firearms. It's a square white building with a pitched roof and a black garage door set off from a white stucco home. The woman who came to the door had never heard of Eugene Stoner or his invention. As Sue walked back to the car, she said she didn't like talking to people about the AR-15. Americans had come to think of her dad's gun as the one used by mass shooters. "It's becoming so regular, these shootings," she said. "Every time I'm like, please, God, don't let it be an AR-15. And it usually is." Susan had come to believe that her father's invention shouldn't be sold to civilians. Her father's aim was to build a better, lighter, faster gun for the military. She didn't think he designed the AR-15 with the civilian market in mind, but she said she didn't really know what he thought. "I personally don't think there needs to be an assault rifle out on the street," she said. Stoner's close friends had conflicting views about what he would think today. Robert Behun, who created Ares with Stoner, used to talk with him for hours about the AR-15's development and troubled adoption by the military. Stoner was very proud of the gun's ingenious design, but he thought it was absolutely not for the public. For Christ's sake, I don't think that Gene ever wanted civilian use of this rifle, Behun said. Other friends said that Stoner believed inventors weren't responsible for how their inventions were used. In his Prescott, Arizona workshop, Jim Sullivan, the last living member of the original Armalite team, said working on the rifle was the best time of his life. Around him, gun parts and drawings for new types of weapons lay neatly on drafting tables. In his late 80s, Sullivan still worked on projects every day. The complexity of engineering problems fascinated him. He had more than 400 gun-related patents. He pulled out the original drawings for the AR-15 and smiled broadly as he described how he and Stoner created the gun. He picked up parts to demonstrate how the gun worked, explaining the firearm's functions like an excited professor. After hours of talking about barrels, bolts, receivers, and Stoner's gas system, He paused and looked down at the floor. "There's something wrong," he said abruptly. "The U.S. has more gun deaths than the whole world, and the school shootings and the mass shootings. What the hell's the matter with us?" He looked down again. The smile was gone. The words came slowly. "There's something wrong here," he said again. He wondered why people who weren't soldiers would want an AR-15. "What in the hell would civilians want it for anyway?" he asked. "What the hell do you do with it? If all you're doing is target shooting, well, just get a little .22. He laughed. Then his expression went flat again. "It doesn't make sense. Sick." He was quiet. "The whole world doesn't have this problem that the U.S. has." Sullivan said mass shooters wouldn't be able to do what they do without inventions such as the AR-15. "Every gun designer has a responsibility to," the old man said, pausing yet again before finishing his thought. "To think about what the hell they're creating."